Hello friends, I am Midnight Chills. Welcome to the first annual New Year's Resolution Mega Collab. In this video, you will hear a narration from myself, as well as many other narrators. Some that were previously announced, unfortunately, were not able to participate due to various reasons. To those friends, thank you for your initial interest, and I hope we can work together in the future. That being said, to my audience, please be sure to check out their channels and show them some love. For this special, each narrator will introduce themselves, give us a random fact, and share with us their New Year's resolutions, if they have any. Some of these narrators were unable to record anything new, so some introductions I will be doing myself on their behalf. So sit back, listen to our voices, and just chill. I am Midnight Chills. I've had this channel for only about 6 months. A random fact about myself is that I'm really into superhero movies. Even the bad ones I have fun with and enjoy, and it takes a lot to make me really not like one. My New Year's resolution is to produce better quality content at a more consistent pace. The story I will be reading is a poem by Corpse Child. I present to you The Black Wings. The mighty trumpet's wondrous tone shall rend each tomb sepulchre's stone, and summon all before the throne. Now death and nature with surprise behold the creatures rise to meet the judge's searching eyes. Dies Irae. I could hear it when the end came nigh. It came from the very sky. The large black wings beat hither with their limitless strength and nightshade feathers, conjuring tumultuous gales through the land, the likes of which even manors and abbeys of the strongest foundation fail to stand. To ruin everything was laid. Desolated was everything that was ever made. And more could I hear those black wings fluttered. I looked to the sky, and I muttered, "Heaven, save us all." In terror I heard its ear-shattering call, the devastating screech as it circled in the sky. For many generations we knew this meant it was time for the world to die. For such was its way, the way of a carrion bird like he, to feast upon that which was long dead, upon that which lies rotted and damned in a crude, maggot-ridden bed. Indeed we were, by then long dead, broken by debauchery and anguish, and then came the hours in which all life would be forever extinguished. I saw men, even good and virtuous men, clamoring and trampling their fellow kin in panic like vermin. And still did those black wings flutter, sending the earth itself into a cold shudder. It was as the sun itself descended, and the sky was bleached scarlet. This winged doom descended as extinction's incarnate. In its slitted, jaundiced eye, told were the centuries of grief, misery, and woe. From its curved, piercing beak, told in its inhuman tongue, was the prophecy that was soon to undergo. The time hath come, for wicked are the hearts of ye. Unworthy be this lot of any mercy. Death shall not end thy suffering, for it will be even beyond hell that thy black spirits be plummeting. And all throughout my homeland, the depraved and the innocent alike wailed to the crimson sky in sorrow, knowing that nevermore would they see tomorrow. And harder did those black wings flutter, and more was the hour of anarchy utter. Gone are even the great architectures of man, blown to hell by gales stronger than that from even the mightiest fan. With a swift flight it passed, and men, women, and children were slaughtered in masses. In mere seconds the land was scoured. Those unfortunate enough to be found were devoured. In a dark corner I saw a mother huddling with her infant. Just as with the rest, they were snuffed out in an instant. On our knees, forgiveness we would all beg, pleading as insignificant dregs. And yet to reply, still those black wings fluttered, and from its curved, piercing beak our prophesied fate was once more uttered. Judged ye have been, foul and evil creatures thou art, more than any other I have seen. And yet you dare ask me for amnesty? Slow will be thy agony. Eternally you will digest in the void. Continuously will your putrid hearts and whoring minds be destroyed. With its burning ire, its fury would see more of us expired, whirling past as a black shadow, a black winged demon of eternal sorrow. It rode the wind astride the chilling breeze. By its ravenous beak, many more were seized. However, this occasion, it patiently bade its time, sadistically stretching our misery for a limitless paradigm. Many among us succumbed to fright. We had even began bleeding ourselves and our kin to appease its horrifying might, only for it to be appalled. Ye think it is by blood that I am enthralled? With a rush of a gigantic gale, laid low were our altars, and continued unimpeded was our slow slaughter. One by one, we were slowly picked away, feverishly brooding, worrying all the while if we would be claimed this or that day. Finally, I would be the only one that remained, and wearied to the oncoming fate I feigned. It, however, would not yet have me as it had my fellow men. Wearied and miserable, I beckoned, if not now, then when? From its dominion above, the winged terror spoke. So quick are you now to, in death's name, evoke? What are you? Why must this agony continue? The end I am, and the misery after. To none do I serve, nor to any am I the master. For unlike you, I am free of such restraint, whilst your soul with innocent blood is taint. I gazed into its enraged eyes, and in terror I saw that its tongue bore no lies. For in those sorrowed fables that laid therein, I saw only the gravest of sin. I saw mass genocides being deemed with righteous merits, and more I saw the lust of adulterous zealots, of innocents being bludgeoned to death with iron rods, claiming to be in the service of their gods. I saw women and children scream as they were burned at the stake, unjustly judged in holy sake. And in eternity, these atrocities would span, painting the very truth of the existence of man. I shook as I beheld these truths. My mind could take no more of this abuse. Prostrate I lay in the blood-ridden dirt, and more do I beckon. Allow me, my soul, to finally be reckoned. Alas, no matter how hard I for death pleaded, not have my cries been heeded. And here I now lay, waiting to finally be torn asunder. Closer do I hear its whirring like thunder. Constantly, for my demise, I softly murmur, but cursed I must be, for still I can hear those black wings flutter.
Hello everybody, CHRONOPASTA here. I've been a narrator for about 2 years? August 2019? Sounds about right. Oh, did you know Psycho is the first movie to feature a toilet flushing? Not to say my New Year's resolution, probably be finishing my movie script.
Roscoe here again. This case happened about a week after the Oni incident. A little explanation, I think, is needed before I get into my part in this case. Human trafficking was taking its toll in this community. Many children have been going missing, from 16 to as young as 6-year-olds. Local authorities had been working these cases, even setting up traffic control points across the town. Hell, you couldn't get in or out of town without going through one of them. My point is that they had security everywhere to ensure someone would be caught. I've even been brought into the station a few times. Apparently, being covered in blood is suspicious. Every endeavor ended roughly the same way. My superiors call the station and gives them what for. Oh, I never mentioned who I worked for. Technically, I can't talk about it, as I signed an NDA. However, I can tell you that the X-Files isn't the only game out there. Okay, back on track now. Where was I? Oh yeah. After my superiors contacted them, one of the local officers had asked me if there was any potential of the supernatch happening to these kids. Couldn't say for certain, but if something were to come up, to give me a call. I handed the young fella my business card and continued with my day. I set up in this community as kind of an overwatch for the missing kid cases. These have been seen all over the country, and this town per capita had the most cases. 17 kids in less than a month. That's normal for a single community, even in the case of human trafficking. This has a finger nest written all over it. But normally they're sloppy and leave something behind. I couldn't make sense of any of it. Even a stakeout at a local elementary didn't pick up anything. That's when I got the call. It wasn't HQ like I had expected. No, it was Cheryl Rooker, loving mother of Eleanor Rooker. She got my number thanks to that dipshit deputy, thinking I might be able to help. Now, as a grieving parent myself, I understand the wanting to cover all possibilities, no matter how crazy they may seem. And I, being the gentleman of sorts that I am, told her that I'd take the case pro bono. Not that the agency had me out here anyways. But now that I have a direct line into the shit, I might as well take the opportunity. I make my way over to the Rooker residence. I was greeted by Cheryl, and she had informed me that Eleanor had taken from her room upstairs in the middle of the night, a few days past. She allowed me to go up there and search for anything that could possibly lead to finding her. It was obvious the police were already here. They left this place a mess. DNA and fingerprints all over the place. I had to dig deep in the room. And of course, ask her for permission before I did what I needed to do. Now, before you guys start name calling and calling me an asshole for doing this, one thing you should know about vamps is when they hunt, and not for food, they leave a mark in the victim's area or persons. Either a carving, maybe even a pheromone, something to signal a group to come pick this one up. And if that's the case, then this is bigger than I'd hoped. I began tearing into the closet, checking every nook and cranny, throwing everything into the hall that didn't belong in there. When I finished in the closet, I tore into the dresser. Maybe a set of clothes had something on it, or even something etched into the drawers. Nothing. And then I ripped apart the bed. That's when I found it. Right under the bed was a carving of what I'm going to assume is the nest's family crest. It's a symbol to pick this child up and make her their own. The symbol was a shield with intricate dragons and a flag with stripes on the right and a crescent moon and star on the left. This is the family crest of Vlad Tepes. You know, Dracula. Yeah, he's real. We've been after that sumbitch for eons. About damn time we catch up to his nest of his. He fled what is now Romania back in the 1800s. He took up shop here in the States. He's been bouncing through communities ever since. This isn't a history lesson. That could be another time. That crest was a symbol I was afraid of. She had been taken, but not for food, to be turned. I had to tell Cheryl her daughter didn't have long, if any time at all. Of course, any parents in distress doesn't take the news lightly. And, being the gentleman of sorts that I am, I had to console her and give her the old, I'll find your daughter if it's the last thing I do, shtick. Yeah, if I could find her. This ain't no normal Fang clan I'm up against. They are keen on turning masses instead of just eating like smaller nests. They have also been known to kill their own. Hunting them down wouldn't be easy. Informing HQ did no good. All I got was a good luck speech, and maybe reinforcements will show up. I knew that all I could do was try and find and save Eleanor. If I was her only savior, I was going to need to get creative. When I got back to the room I was staying in, I started putting together some of my extra components that I lifted from HQ during my last visit. Thanks for that, by the way. I managed to hook up bait to trail cams and spend a good portion of the night placing them throughout town with the help of Deputy Fuckface, of course. I then proceeded to have him sit with me through the night, parked at the town hall just in case I needed to perform some less desirable acts. As much as he didn't want to, and with the constant bitching and complaining, I finally had to have a come-to-Jesus meeting with him. He already knew enough of what's out there. He's now accountable to help stop it. If it can be stopped. Whatever it is. We spent a good portion of the night monitoring the cameras, making sure not to disrupt the bait. Oh yeah, the bait. It was just raw meat. Regardless of their cause, a Fang still gotta eat. Half the hung bait was injected with a neutralizer, one of my own concoctions. I will not disclose the recipe. If we were going to find little Eleanor, we needed to hijack one of them things and get them to talk. Knowing that this is the Tepes clan, I'm sure my threats are nothing compared to Vlad's. I had to think on my feet. Can't let them get comfortable. It will need to be an on-the-spot interrogation. I had spent most of the time preparing Deputy Dumbass for what he'll encounter, and if he gets his ass bit, I'll have no choice but to put his ass down. I'd expect the same for me, preferably painless. Now, something you guys need to know about what kind of shit show we're getting ourselves into. Fangs in general are a nuisance. Too damn strong and too damn fast. But the Tepes clan is that on steroids. These are an elite family, And they don't just turn anyone. Some of the most sadistic figures in history have been members of this clan. I'll let you guess. If you guessed Jack the Ripper, Ed Gein, or H.H. Holmes, congratulations, you get a cookie. These are some of the more crafty and strategic things around. Our only hope is that we catch a fresh turn and hope they talk. We caught some video feed, but it was pretty apparent that they knew these were setups. Shit. Now they knew someone was on their ass. Good thing Lady Luck shined on me that night. We managed to inoculate one of them with one of our drug bait camps. It was 6 blocks away, so we had to act fast. No doubt there would be a search party for all members real soon. I had Deputy drive while I hoofed it. Not that he needed to know why at the time, but if there's already a gang of them up there, by the time I made it, he could have drove off and led them away. Well, good thing that didn't need to happen. Deputy What's-His-Name was parked across the street when I made it to the down vamp. We loaded him into the trunk and drove off to a public pool. Now, if you ever need to get information from a thing for any reason, using baptism as a threat is a great way to get info you need. We hung the thing upside down over an Olympic-sized swimming pool that I had blessed with a wooden cross with the blood of the Pope. Yeah, he donates blood. Great guy. Once the thing awoke, he started spouting absurdities, as most would do in his situation. I wasn't fazed though. The look on his face when he realized the amount of godly oh fuck he was hovering over. Man, if anything were a Kodak moment, this was it. Not gonna lie, I'm pretty proud of that one. Of course, he gave me all the information I wanted. He had no choice. I even made him a deal. If he could make it to the side of the pool, he was free to go. I cut the sumbitch's rope and watched him boil. Needless to say, he did not make it. So now we knew the location of the girl, and apparently Vlad himself asked for her. He was supposed to be on his way to town. Fang also said that she wasn't to be turned until his arrival. She was being saved for him. He's not due in town for another day. That bought us some time. She was located at the port, locked in a shipping container. Rolling patrols are day and night, both Fang and human combined. The tricky sumbitches were blending in with the workers. Great way to remain unnoticed. This is where Deputy Dickhead may actually be of some use. I had him go get a warrant due to suspicion of illegal drugs coming into port. That was actually true, but not my jurisdiction. While he was off doing that, I was back preparing our advance on the port, checking maps for avenues of approach and possible diversions required for such an extraction. Shock and all wasn't going to cut it this time. We know Fangs will be there by nightfall for shift, so daylight would be the best chance to infiltrate. We won't be able to extract during the daytime due to the cause of the warrant and the lack of knowing who is who. We don't need any loose ends. So I went ahead and prepared the old shit bag with all the standard Fang essentials. Hollow point holy water bullets for a standard issue 9mm. That way we're both covered, and nothing is visually suspicious. Chainmail under the shirts for bat prevention, and some tasers, silver blades, and UV flashlights. We were going for an in and out clean operation. Nothing lethal to prevent the risk of next day media freakout. HQ won't be sending a cleanup crew for this one. Deputy whatever picked me up in his squad car and we were on our way. Once we arrived to the port and flashed the warrant, we were allowed to investigate the containers and grounds with supervision of the portmaster, of course. Unaware to myself that we were being led away from the container, then out of the absolute blue, Deputy Dingleberry surprised me. He went off about obstruction of justice and that he needed to have all containers open for inspection. That got the portmaster on the radio fast as hell. When he was getting them all open for us to see, I noticed in the distance that one container was being hoisted by the crane. Once I clocked the number on the side of it, and we inspected a handful for show, we went on our merry way. container number 1477. We prepared for our advancement for nightfall and staged out a few blocks back, watching to see who's coming and going from the port. Must have counted at least 24 heads clocking in. No clue on which ones are Fang. This is going to be a big pain in the ass than I thought. Once shift change was over, Deputy Woods' nuts and I sprung into action, hugging the wall, leading to the gate, waiting for the opportunity to slide in. Now, I know some of you still believe that Fang have some super sense of smell and hearing, that they could have been alerted to us. First of all, you are correct. Second of all, I didn't account for that. Not that I wasn't aware of the shit show, we were just out of time. We needed to be silent as possible. So the UV lights were our way in. We fried the faces off a few Fang while entering the gate. They screamed until I plunged a silver blade in their heart. Minimal casualties went out the window right then. We still utilized the silence, making our way through several groups of Fang, as we made it to container 1477. It was placed all the way in the back, near the crane. We could see it opening as we approached. Little Eleanor ran out of there as fast as she could, straight towards us. She looked fine, a little dirty, but overall safe. Man, was I wrong. She ran so damn fast and latched right onto Detective recently deceased, tearing through his throat like she had been starved for weeks. Right then I knew this had to have been her first meal, completely sloppy. Once she had him on the ground and he quit squirming, she jumped off in a gaze of, oh fuck, wrong one. Apparently, I was the target. Just then I got knocked over the head and blacked out. When I come to, I was expecting Vlad to be there. Nope. Just some Edward lurking thing that was way too into tween novels. Apparently Vlad wasn't supposed to be there at all, and she was just bait for me. These some bitches wanted information on the organization, and according to Twinklefuck, I've been on their radar since I came strolling into town. Now doesn't this beat all? All this time and all I needed to do was get busted. It does break my heart about poor Eleanor though. Of course, they attempted to beat the information out of me, even threatening to turn me. Hell, I'd be all for it. There's a half-vamp fellow that works for the organization that busts skulls left and right. I'd go for a leg up any day. Well, needless to say, all their abuse and threats were for nothing. Except one. Eleanor. She couldn't have been over a day turned, and her bloodthirst was increasing by the second. They were going to make that little girl feast on me. And I couldn't have that. Those bastards had her come into wherever the fuck we were. God, she still looked like the sweet little girl. Blonde curly hair and blue bows. The works. Worst part about it, there was nothing I could do about it. She gave me that sweet childish smile, like she was just given a pony for her birthday. And just before she went in for the first bite, she shot me a wink. Then, she dug in. First, she went for my chest, and that hurt like a motherfucker. And after a few seconds of her chomping, she clenched onto my throat. I didn't feel it first, but after a few seconds, a wave of extreme pain overwhelmed me and I passed out. Now obviously I woke up from that. I was in a shallow grave, hungry. Son of a bitch, she turned me. It's gotta be why she shot me that wink. I was intended to be a meal. As I crawled out of what would have been my final resting place, I headed to the port. Apparently now they can smell me. As I approached the gate, I noticed the calendar on the wall of the guard shack. It's been 2 fucking days. I need to see if Eleanor's still here. And as I make my way back to where the deputy and I first encountered Eleanor, I was stopped by some lone Fang. He just started welcoming me to the family, saying I need to feed before the night ends. Make sure it sticks. Make sure what sticks? Well, Apparently, vampirism is temporary, unless you feed. I had no clue. I don't know when it'll wear off. All I know is I'm growing hungrier and hungrier by the second. I had asked where everyone was. Apparently, they're over at the crane. Makes sense why they're moving it away for her inspection. I need to get to Eleanor. I made my way to the crane. Still approach precaution. Most of these assholes think I'm dead. My only hope is just waltz in and prepare for a shit show. The difference is, I'm stronger and faster this time around. I gauge my surroundings, looking for anything to use as a weapon. And all I managed to find was some scrap metal. Shit, as long as it had a sharp edge, I don't give a shit. Heading to the base level of the crane. Now, there were only a handful of them. Now, they didn't seem threatening. I took the weapon into my pants, and I'd asked where Eleanor was. All I got was a finger pointing to the top of the crane. I thanked the Fang and made my way to the ladder. I was abruptly stopped. Apparently, this was going to become some game of death situation. For those of you who catch the reference, thank you. I whipped out the piece of shit I found on the ground and I went to town on these worthless fangs. The amount of power I felt at that time was terrifying. Now, I'm not going to go into detail on how those poor bastards were ended. Let's just say it looked like the prom scene from Carrie. And I went my merry way up the ladder. The main control room was empty, except for Eleanor. Started in on my profanities as to why the fuck was I turned and how she was dead meat. She hushed me pretty quickly with the tears in her eyes. She pleaded to me that she hates this feeling. She only turned me because I was already there to help her. She needed me alive to help her. She already fed, so there's no going back. All she wanted was to see her mother again. She's gonna let me do her in, no questions asked. She only wanted to see her mom one last time. I can't tell her no. Last request and all. I didn't really have to sneak her out of there. No one really knew what happened in the crane that night. Before I took Eleanor to see her mother one last time, I had to call Cheryl, tell her the news. Her daughter was on death row, and I was her executioner. I had to give a pep talk to Eleanor as well. She had to fight back her hunger if I was going to allow her to see her mother. She nodded in agreement, tears growing in her baby blues. Luckily, the car was still parked at the spot I was staying, and I grabbed a few necessities. During our drive, she had mentioned that she knew she was meant for Vlad. I didn't know why, but she didn't like the sound of it. I kind of shrugged it off, kind of my way of saying it's not her problem anymore. I shot her a smile and told her to keep her chin up. Now, I'm gonna be honest here. I'm having second thoughts on killing this little girl. We pulled up the drive and asked little miss if she was ready. Before we reached the door, she had asked me if I had to put her down. I teared up a little bit. She was just too damn special. You know, how can this little girl get to me like this? Oh yeah, she turned me. I at least had a way out. I couldn't say anything. We reached the threshold of the doorway, and Cheryl swept the door open before I could even knock. Of course, tears began. Incoherent apologies between the both of them, so loud I couldn't even think straight. I kept my cool. I stifled my hunger the best I could, but Eleanor had other plans. All she said was, "Please don't hurt us, Mr. Higgins," just before she bore down onto her mother's neck. Not gonna lie, I didn't see this coming. I panicked and tried to pry Eleanor off her mother. You know, for a 6-year-old, she has pretty damn good grip. Finally, she released and just looked at me with her mother strained on the floor. Said now she doesn't have to be apart from her mother. God damn it. This was too much for me, especially after Roscoe Jr. I had to get Eleanor and her mother out of there. I loaded her mother's soon-to-be undead corpse into my trunk and had Eleanor ride shotgun. I had to call this into HQ. I managed to get them into a witness protection system under the agency. under the condition that they help them get flat. The last time I saw that little girl, she just smiled at me and shot me a wink. It's been quite a while now, and I'm still feeling some side effects of being turned. I only hope that when time comes and the agency catches up to Platt, that they don't run out of a use for Eleanor and her mother.
Hello there, friends. My name is As the Raven Dreams, or Raven, which is what most people call me. It's shorter and, well, it's what I've come to know myself as in this whole thing. Let's see, I've been narrating for 2 years, as of December 9th of 2021. I started all this back in 2019. A fun fact about me, I guess, I used to work in the information security field, did that for over 6 years, and have a master's degree in information system security and assurance, so I know my tech, I suppose. My New Year's resolution is to continue, push forward, persevere, and not let anything get in my way. So, with that said, the story I'm going to share with you is titled The Creative Process, written and narrated by me, As the Raven Dreams. Enjoy. Art is truly subjective. The subjugation of color and form to create something of which one can feel proud. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. The one holding the brush holds the vision, holds the potential to create something that can be appreciated and admired. Some say that artists are born with their talent, that their unique manner of looking at the world is what allows them to share their perspective with others. Some truly believe that you cannot make an artist. You have to be born an artist. Like creativity is something that cannot be trained and honed. I say that these people are fools, and this notion is pure nonsense. I became an art teacher 15 years ago because I wanted to prove that you could create artists from everyday people, that everyone had equal opportunity when it came to creative expression, and that even the common idiot could draft the modern masterpieces. I wanted to show the world that every single person could become part of something greater, could have their hand in objective beauty. I've always been of the opinion that when someone creates, they leave a part of themselves in the end product. Some of us leave our signature, some of us our appearance, and some of us our blood, sweat, and tears. Art is an extension of self. The paintbrush, an additional limb, the canvas, a field in which we can sow the seeds of self. Our love, our hatred, our sorrow, our smile, the simplicity of our own existence. This is true from paint to prose, brush to book, performance to pen. However one chooses to create their world, their artistic perspective, it becomes an extension of them. Honestly, I could go on and on about this. As I stated before, I've been teaching people how to express themselves artistically for a decade and a half, but I feel I should keep my words more on the succinct side. You see, I've always been quite verbose when explaining my paintings, giving my lectures, explaining why I grade art the way that I do. The last one is probably the most important part of this to focus on, given our circumstances. I believe that I've always been fair in my assignments. I give a subject or an idea. I impose some very simple guidelines that my students must work within, and pretty much let them have at it. Sure, I'll occasionally require a specific medium, or require that they think outside the box with their projects, but honestly, I would prefer that my students take the theory I've taught them and move into their own process. That is how you create an artist. You tell them all about art. You explain how things work. You describe the mechanics of artistry. And then you let them disassemble your lesson and turn them into something of their own. It's not unlike how children that grow up to be engineers will sometimes take apart the TV remote just to put it back together. We all see what makes up the end product. We all see how things are supposed to work, but to get from point A to point B requires you to create the process that is uniquely your own. One that only the artist can understand and utilize to an effective degree. As with all things in life, there is an alternative side to all of this. And that is where you and I are situated in all of this. As I said prior, I am an instructor, and my job is to teach those that are willing to learn. Unfortunately, this does come with certain requirements of the university that chose to employ me. I have to grade the art of others based on a numerical scale. Simply giving them constructive criticism isn't enough for them. They also have this incredibly ridiculous requirement that no one is allowed to fail my class because it is an extracurricular session. I'm not allowed to fail my students. Doesn't that sound preposterous? I am expected to allow every single person that comes through the door of my room to sit there and do nothing and still get a passing grade. That is nothing shy of unfair for everyone who wants to be an artist. Those that enter my room with the passion and drive to actually create beauty, and unfortunately word has gotten around that I can't fail students, so every once in a while, I get someone that thinks they can come in and sleep for a couple of hours, and that there is nothing I can do about it. That is where they go wrong, though, as I'm sure you've figured out. Being an instructor of an art class, it's not hard to deduce that I myself am an artist. One cannot teach what one does not understand. And when an artist is faced with a problem, they find a solution in a creative way. A way that allows them to properly express themselves artistically. Myself? Well, I found that allowing my students to become part of something bigger than just themselves was the best way to take care of this issue. I want all of my students to be successful. And if they are part of something successful, then I've done my job, correct? Now, that is where you come into the picture. Maybe you heard from one of your friends that this class was going to be easy. That you could come in, ignore all of my instruction, turn in none of your projects, and I would be expected to pass you with a D- or something. Unfortunately for you, there are certain students that I simply cannot allow to pass my class. No matter how bad the university wants me to. And a 42%? That's just too far below passing for me to ignore. So, we have to come up with a solution, correct? My solution is simple, and it's one that I've utilized a number of times before. Each time I have a student that disregards my instructions and decides that they can simply sleep through my lessons, I look for inspiration for a new painting. Just yesterday, as a matter of fact. I was looking for said inspiration, and it came to me. I was at the park. I was watching the sun set, and as it did, the brilliant shades of red and blue mixed with the earthy tones behind the lake. The scene lit that fire within me, and I knew what needed to be done. So, you may be a little bit curious about why I have you in my basement hanging upside down while I explain all of this to you. And you may be curious what I plan to do with the knife in my hand, or what that bucket under you is for. Well, to answer that question, all I can say is that my next painting is going to require a lot of red.
Hello, my name is Nicole Goodnight. I have been narrating for 7 years. A random fact about me, well, I have 5 cats and a hedgehog, and I VTube on Twitch. That's 2 random facts for the price of 1. My New Year's resolution is to just get myself out there more and believe more in myself. The crisp, dry January air stands eerily still as the first rays of dawn peek through the barren tree branches. Thick drifts of virgin snow catch the light, reflecting it this way and that. I pull my scarf up tighter around my face, the cloth moist with my own breath. The forest is serene, aside from the crackling of frost and ice, or the occasional flutter of bird wings in the distance. My world stands silent. I've been out here for some time by now. Ran out of food 3 or 4 days back. I haven't had any luck snagging game since then. My stomach twists itself into a painful knot as if to protest my thoughts of food. That particular brand of pain and I are old friends. We get reacquainted every rough winter when supplies become scarce. My body is growing tired. As I trudge through the uneven drifts, icy cold fingers worm their way into my pants legs and boots. Snow melts, soaking into my socks and making my toes ache from the chill. Need to get back home. Can't go home without something to eat. The cycle continues. Hours go by, no signs of life nearby. Even the birds have gone quiet. I look up to the bleached blue sky. Just about midday. I want to stop, sit and rest. If I do, I can't promise I'd ever get back up again. Muscles scream out in protest with each heavy step I take. Have to keep moving. Can't give up yet. The ground begins to slope uphill, gently at first, but before long steep, making my trek all the more difficult. The slope becomes a hill. In time, the hill becomes a mountain. Up and up and up it goes, all the while not a single sign of life. I'm not even walking anymore, I'm climbing. I've traded sore, tired legs for burning cramps in my core and cracked, numb fingers. I look down to the expanse beneath me. As motionless as ever, until it isn't. Something moves. Hardly more than a shadow from this distance, but I'm positive it's there. The only living thing I've seen in days. I don't have a choice, I have to follow it. I study the area around it, making myself a mental note of where I need to go. Even if it's gone when I get there, it will have left tracks in the snow. Carefully, I begin my descent, constantly looking over my shoulder at my destination. Foothold, shift, handhold, shift, slowly, steadily, breathe, breathe. The violent snapping of a branch collapsing under too much weight echoes in the distance. My head jerks to find the source. I lose focus. My fingers begin to slip. Before I have time to react, my grip is gone. I watch the rocky surface drift in slow motion away from my fingertips. I feel my body dropping. Down, down. A pit forms in my gut. Down, down, faster, faster. I hit something hard. My body is thrown from the impact. Like a rag doll, I begin to tumble. Crashing, slamming, bouncing. I feel my left arm break at the elbow. The wrist on my right. I struggle to breathe through broken ribs, and blood oozes from at least 2 different wounds on my head. Vision is dark, blurry. The world spirals around me as I hit the sloped ground and roll. Foot overhead, my momentum carries me. Down, down, down. I'm about to black out. The pain is too much. I can't breathe. My body continues down and over a ridge. I'm falling through the air again, only a moment. Or is it? I can't tell. The ground comes up fast, connecting with my feet and sending all the impact force up through my legs. Calves splinter, femurs crack. I scream in agony, wailing until my throat gives out and I can taste blood. I've never known pain like this, never been so broken. I want it to stop. I want to go home. I want my mother. I can almost see her, coming through the trees, coming to save me. Blackness. My eyes flutter. Everything is cloudy, dark. I can't feel anything but the biting cold and a dull, throbbing shock. This must be what shock feels like, a wet, squelching sound. It's close, very close. What is it? I can't move to look around. I try to get my eyes to focus. There's a shape. I can just barely see its outline over my own twisted body. It's by my legs. Is it? Yes. The noise is coming from that way. I strain my eyes to see, really see through the tears and the dirt and the blood. Slowly it comes into focus. I see my chest and stomach twisted at an awful angle. One arm is draped across my torso. I'm not sure where the other one is. I can't feel it. I can't see it. I'm not even sure if it's still there. Pools of blood have begun staining through my clothes, growing slowly larger as I watch. Past my arm, I can see down to my waist. My pants are dark, wet. I'm not sure if it's from the snow or my own urine, though neither would surprise me. I draw in a deep, shuddering breath when I see my right thigh. The femur bone had split in two, and both broken, jagged edges of pearly white bone stuck up through my skin and my pants, pointing up to the evening sky. Oh wow, the sky. I must have been unconscious for longer than I thought. The sun's almost gone down. There's that noise again. Sucking, sickly, moist. My eyes drift heavily back down to my legs, and what I see, I want to scream, but I choke on it. My body begins to shake and twitch in abject horror. Fresh tears sting my eyes as they eke their way out and down my face. My left leg is gone. All the way to the knee is just not there. A bloody stump, still slowly dribbling blood into the cold air, is all that's left. A trail of red-stained snow made its way out a few feet from where I lay. Following the trail with my eyes, I see it. I don't even rightly know what it is, but it's big. Easily 4 or 5 times the size of a grown man. Its face, Jesus. It looks like someone tried to sculpt a human face while using only other parts of the human body. With big, shiny black eyes like endless voids free of emotion or even thought. Its fleshy, slimy body from the neck down is thick. Wide like a walrus or sea lion with tight, twisted cords of muscle straining and bulging just under the surface. The thing's back is covered with thin, twitching infantile arms, each grabbing and pulling at each other as if they're fighting. Halfway down the creature's body, it changed. Flesh gave way to matter, slick fur. The front end of a deer grew out of the creature's lower half, just hanging there, malformed, being dragged through the dirt. The deer's face keeps looking around frantically, its pus-ridden yellow eyes frozen in a permanent state of panic. It looks like it's bleeding, crying out in pain, but no sound is coming from its throat, just dull thuds and thumps as it writhes on the ground behind the horrible creature it's attached to. I can't help but stare at the thing for a long time. I want so badly to just look away, but I can't. Oh my God. The sound that roused me from my unconscious state, that horrible fucking noise I hadn't noticed before. It's got my leg. It's chewing on my severed leg. Hundreds of tiny, jagged teeth tearing the flesh and splintering the bone. A foul mixture of blood, marrow, and spittle drips down from the monster's lips and powders into the snow. I can't keep watching. I can't close my eyes. Why, God? Why?
Greetings, all. This is NEVERSLEEP. For my New Fears resolution, I aim to create more. Create what, you ask? Horror stories? Candles? Side projects? Whatever fits my fancy. We'll see. Tonight, I have for you a fantastic story. And, in my opinion, one of the best stories I've read. The story is Do Not Acknowledge the Marked Doors by Forgotten Collector. And without any further ado, here we go. Wake up. My first year as a building inspector had me inside a community center on the older side of town. The building was a decrepit relic of foggy windows and stained bricks, nature reclaiming what was left of the outside stonework. Inside was a hallway that led to a single large room, with a small stage in the back. Behind it was another hallway. Both halls had a few rooms connected to them, but the one with the white tape across it was pressed far against the back of the building. A white strip of tape across the floor gap of the door, another covering the right side gap, firmly stuck to both ends despite the tape's obvious age. I did not know the rule against opening marked doors until I had already opened it. The door was unlocked and released a metallic clicking sound as the latch snapped back, the tape pulling away like the cracking of old limbs. The door swung outward, and beyond the 3-inch gap I had opened, I could see the edge of a single school desk, clouded in dust ignited by the thin hallway light. Its desk chair wasn't visible, but the thing sitting in it was. A silhouette, dark, blurry, unmoving. Something piled up in that chair. Something that looked so much like a... The door slammed. Beside me was a wrinkled old leather face of a man in blue overalls, staring with bloodshot eyes opened in horrified judgment, hand still pressing the door firmly into its frame, running his fingers over the tape in an attempt to reseal it. "Don't they teach you idiots anything anymore?" were his only words, and he acknowledged none of my own. This was my first experience with the things I would come to know simply as marked doors. Years of inquiries toward my supervisors, peers, and even building managers themselves all led to the same answers. No one knew why. No one really cares. They are backroom closets, unused maintenance rooms, or rooms that don't even have a name. Tucked back into large buildings, out of sight, forgotten about for years until the marking tape finds its way onto it. But someone's marking these doors. Someone's keeping something in them, right? Years of curiosity towards these doors came to an abrupt end, however, about 2 years ago. A defunct warehouse in the industrial part of town. It was old and needed to be inspected before the owner could sell it or tear it down. I arrived midday, the summer sun already low in the clear sky. Shadows cast from small hollow shells of concrete littered across the property, gutted long ago from whatever use they had. A handful of small trees were already doing their part to destroy what remained of the parking lot. Tall and thin dry grass that encompassed every inch of the place now began to eat its way into the asphalt and concrete. It was a metallic shell, thin sheet metal walls with concrete slabs to fit the thin panel windows. All rusted, cracked, shattered, stained, and covered in overgrowth. A concrete path from the parking lot was nearly indistinguishable from the overgrown fields surrounding the building, the sidewalk being torn apart from each crack and crevice by the field grass that grew wherever it could. The sun sunk deeper behind the trees now, and cold, indirect sunlight began to hide the hideousness of the building. Tall grass moving like waves with each billow of wind. the building groaning and creaking from the temperature drop, and I could hear the sudden slamming of metallic shutters as the wind passed through. I hadn't left the parking lot yet, but I already knew there was no hope left for this place. The metallic handle was cold to the touch, the heavy door not eager to remove itself from the old compressed frame it sat in. A cloud of dust formed and the door finally gave, slamming open after grating against the frame. Something else slammed too, on the opposite side of the building, maybe inside of it. Another door, or shutter from the wind, I thought. Another slam from the same end, something heavy dropping inside. I stood still for a moment. Door wide opened, the sounds echoing through the hollow interior that stood almost entirely in darkness. A few moments, and the wind gained dominion over my hearing again, the buildings groaning and creaking, reverberating throughout the structure as I stepped in, my eyes adjusting to the newfound darkness. What little light illuminated the structure only came from the grid windows sat high against the ceiling, caked in years of dirt and neglect. The sun only illuminating the back of the interior, silhouetting everything between us. I'd come through the main entrance. To my right looked like some kind of office. To the left was the workers' common area, completely connected to the main working floor. Old empty crates and machinery sat against thin concrete dividing walls that didn't reach the ceiling. A metal catwalk with more offices sat high in the back corner, barely distinguishable in the darkness. The ground floor was a maze of walls that stood no more than 9 feet. Despite its size and hollow nature, its only open area was the ceiling and a diagonal hallway that led through the maze of walls. Something caught my eye there, in the hallway. From the entrance, I could see straight down it toward the back of the building. If not for the darkness, I might have been able to make out what I saw. Something moved. A door slowly creaked open with a heavy wind gust, catching my attention before I saw it. Darkness obscured it, but I could point out 4 thin moving parts. Limbs? Legs? They looked far too thin, too straight, like sticks. It must have been a deer or something sneaking in here. But why couldn't I see its body? Slowly, I started down the hallway, finally turning on my flashlight and placing my attention on the door that had creaked open. Only halfway open, and something was keeping it that way. Something stuck to the bottom of the door. It was tape. Torn and flared tape. Brown, but obviously white at some point. Barely able to hold the door in place before tearing as I pulled it further open. A marked door. Open. Empty. Dark as the rest of the rooms in this place, and just as dusty. Nothing was inside, at all. An empty concrete room with stained gray floors. An echo produced from the end of the walkway. Tapping. Steps. Hard and sharp against the concrete before fading away. Darkness consumed the entire building, the sun dropping below the horizon. Any natural light now dissipating. Stepping outside of that room, I looked down the hallway, trying to remember which way I'd come from. Both ends were encased in a darkness that my small light could not penetrate. Dust formed throughout the building, like thick fog. Breathing became a nuisance. Then I heard it, the tapping again. It came from the far end of the building, the end of the hall. Another door moved, cracking and grating like it hadn't been opened for years. There was no wind this time. A cloud of dust formed ahead of me, and 2 strips of torn white tape illuminated with the light of my flashlight. Tapping, again, closer this time. Then steps. Steps on a metal floor, the catwalk above me. I stopped at the end of the hallway and saw the second marked door cracked open. Panning the light across the space, crowded with ambiguous objects and machinery. More strips of light revealed themselves. Dirty white tape lining the sides of almost every door ahead. All appeared to still be closed. Then the tapping returned. Like hoofs on concrete, 4 steps at a time, 4 limbs moving across the room. But I still saw nothing. Then the familiar sound returned, reverberating through the building and my ears as the door was violently pulled from its latch, slamming against the wall. Dust made seeing anything besides the reflective tape impossible, but I could still hear it. Another slam, another door flung open, and another. One by one, I watched the tape disappear, leaving only a beam of dust from my weak flashlight. The walls around the doors, even in darkness, appeared a little more gray than the cavity of black that lied beyond their frames. It moved again. My flashlight reflected something else in the darkness, fading and returning, barely recognizable as they seemed to float like orbs across the floor. Like glowing orbs. Eyes. The light was reflecting off its eyes. Their eyes. What was a single pair became 3, then 5, then 6. Each moved in and out of the flashlight's influence with the tapping. More came from the darkness beyond the marked doors. The tapping soon filled the room, and I began to realize it didn't sound like hooves anymore. The flashlight died, and their sound continued. My eyes burned from dust in the darkness, but I was too afraid to move. The sound of my own heartbeat echoed louder than the tapping of their hooves, and I struggled to even blink. Aiming my flashlight once again and hitting it hard against the handle. It struggled, flickering. I hit it again, and for a moment the light shined even brighter than before. For a heartbeat, that light ignited the room before shutting off again. And I could see it. Them. Children, men, and women. The white of their skin only made the darkness of their eyes more apparent. But I could only see the torsos and the faces. No arms or legs, yet they stood taller than I. There was something there, but they were too dark, too thin. Their expressionless gazes set on me the moment the light hit them before almost immediately shutting off, and the tapping began again. My first slow steps backwards were met with a frenzied reaction. The flashlight died, shattering on the concrete as I turned and sprinted toward the front door. The sounds, their tapping, their chittering, it filled the building. On metal, concrete, and glass, I could hear them moving. Were they looking for me? I slammed against something hard but kept going until my shoulder broke through the front door and I was outside. No sooner did I hear another slam, another door break open. No later was I in my car and away from that place. A large gash in my arm formed from where I slammed against sharp metal while running out of that place. I remember the dust burning my eyes for days after. Was it the dust? Was it something else? I couldn't know. But unfortunately, my job was not over yet. The building was marked to be destroyed. Before that occurred, however, I had to return to the place with a project supervisor, inspecting the outside area one last time in preparation. My supervisor did not know why I stared at the rear door, slammed open, with such intent. He did not know why the trail of matted grass and deep animal prints were significant. He could not hear my heart dropping as we inspected the open front and back doors, and I saw the remnants of ragged white tape on both of them.
Hello, my darlings. My name is SILVADORKABLE, but you can call me Silva, or your monster waifu. I've been a narrator for a couple years now, off and on, as well as a writer, because I tend to narrate my own pieces. I find it cathartic, so it's the reason I enjoy the entire creative process. And my New Year's resolution, if I had to have one, would probably to get back into live streaming. With the holidays, I sort of fell out of it because of stress. But I figured that I would start back at my roots and share with you guys the very first creepypasta I ever wrote and narrated, The Girl in the Mirror. So I hope you like it. The Girl in the Mirror, written by SILVADORKABLE. I've seen her for as long as I can remember, the girl on the other side of the mirror. She's been with me nearly all my life, watching me from behind the glass. My earliest memory is as a little girl, watching my reflection as I brushed my teeth before bed. Leaning down to spit in the sink, I stood up and found that it wasn't my reflection returning my gaze any longer. I was face to face with a completely different girl. She looked like a shadow. Her skin was black as night, her thin face framed by long dark hair, wearing black clothes that I couldn't quite discern from the rest of her. The only distinctive features she had was her eyes. 2 large, red eyes, like burning embers of a fire. She visited me often, sometimes several times a day, ever since that first time I met her. She never talked, never really attempted to communicate with me. She just watched me, smiling on occasion with a mouthful of starkly white teeth, or letting out a giggle when someone caught me staring at her. From time to time, she'd tap her thin fingers on her side of the glass, as if trying to get my attention. I tried to show her to other people. Even when she was staring right at us, they couldn't see her. They only saw my reflection. As a child, they thought I was lying or had an imaginary friend. As I got older, I quickly learned that other kids would make fun of you for talking about things like the girl I saw. They'd call me names, say I was crazy, bully me since I was an easy target. The usual things kids do. Photographs and videos didn't capture her. Only I could see her. So I just stopped trying to prove she was real. I just lived with seeing her, sometimes multiple times a day, watching her grow as I grew, age as I aged. I'm 87 now. The girl on the other side of the mirror grew as fragile and old as I have, aging in sync with mine. Even with the girl frequently visiting, I've had a full life. I married, though I've outlived my husband. Had children who also had children, and now I live alone. Just me and her, the withered old lady in the mirror. But today, she wasn't there. When I woke up, groping for my walker and hobbled to my vanity, I found the mirror shattered, its shards scattered on the floor, dark and opaque. Making my way to the bathroom, the mirror above the sink was the same. Every mirror in my home has been shattered, and the pieces of fractured glass are now dark, as if they'd been covered in blackness.
Hello, this is Lunar Lucy. I have been a narrator on and off for about 6 years now. In the new year, I am hoping to graduate with a degree in journalism and a minor in photography. And I'm going to be reading a poem by Corpse Child called Voices in the Hall. Trust nothing you see, and only one half of what you hear. Edgar A. Poe. 'Tis upon a grim dusk that upon a large black manor you may wish to enter, seeking shelter from the bitter, unforgiving winter. All through the aged house no creatures or critters are stirring, not a squeak, a titter, or even a whirring. But let not your eyes nor your ears be deceived, for this house bears more than what you may first perceive. Across the dark, imitable hall, you may hear a beautiful siren call. It may come as a plea for help, perhaps even as a painful yelp. It may come as a beautiful psalm, beckoning you forth as a warm, tender balm. Could it be a friend? Is it family? Even a secret lover? The voice now becomes softer. Come, come, tread to the door at the end of the hall. Come, come, look not to the hangings on the wall. You might then tread forth, evaluating the siren for its truthful worth. But from deep within, a morbid curiosity swells, wishing to know of the secrets with which the siren foretells. Do you peek? From down the shadowed end, you hear the siren again speak. Come, come, heed my boon. Come, come, look not to the walls, lest your soul be taken too soon. Do you listen? Do you obey? Or do you decide to wander astray? Do you say credence to the siren's ominous words? Or do you begin to doubt that which you have heard? Why should you heed? Why do you let it lead? Perhaps you feel that it could be all a charade, a hoax, a demented masquerade. What lies mounted upon these ancient pitch-dark walls? What melancholy does the siren recall? Come, come before it is too late. Come, come, lest you succumb to their damning fate. Now you stop. A creeping chill you will feel down your spine drop. Do you stay or do you wander? Will you perhaps falter? Are you brave? Do you perhaps think that the walls might hide away some treasure you'd seek to save? Will you succumb to fright, fleeing the halls like a bird in hastened flight? You want to turn your head to avert your gaze. Then come again the siren's words with their hypnotic phrase. Come, come, only a little closer. Come, come, soon the trouble will be over. You are nearly to the end. But you feel your focus, your determination start to bend. You just want to look, just a peek, to see what be so prophetically hideous to seek. What's that you now hear? The sound of wailing, as if in sorrow or fear. From where does it originate? Is it from what hides beyond this door lying in wait? No, not from the door, but from the wall. They cry out mournful hymns of the hapless souls that had fallen prey to the siren's call. Do you look? Do you perhaps believe your ears to be mistook? Be this reality or an illusion? Will you lose yourself in a torrential sea of confusion? You are reaching your limit, overwhelmed by the anguish that the cries elicit. You will now want to flee, yet the voices in the hall continue beckoning you to stay and see. Once more you'll hear the siren hail. Come, come to the door, you must come without fail. Come, come before they will have you. Now the hymns sound from the left too. They call you to divert from the door. wailing so loud it'd be nigh impossible to ignore. They will sense your strength and determination waning. You can feel your sanity straining. Louder and louder they proclaim, stray from the door, lest you should suffer the same. What do? Where will you turn? With which voice will you decide to be concerned? Will you choose to continue on to the door, or will you choose the voices from the walls to explore? You become deathly weary, wishing only for your ordeal to end. Yet for nearly endless miles, the hall feels to extend. They cry out yet louder in your ears, depicting the siren behind the door to be of your greatest fears. You will now want to comply. Before you even realize it, you start averting your nervous eye. Thus the secrets of the walls that were once hidden in darkness are now revealed. You're horrified at what you see, knowing your fate is now sealed. What you see will be so hideous that words do not accurately depict. You cannot even scream, for your breathing will be far too heavily restrict. You might have before believed that scenes such as this were only perverse fantasy. Though now here you stand, froze before such an abominable blasphemy. You might now think to run, hoping that your grave error might be undone. Your reasoning betrays you, however, for there is now nothing that can save you from joining the anguish damned forever. Your mind and your soul will crumble before your very eyes, witnessing the sound of the multitudinous cries. You'll see acts of vile, abhorrent rites, of the most wickedly vicious murders performed with malicious delights, of cruel avarice and adultery, of indescribable debauchery. For all of this you now see. You will then understand to be the very desolation of man. The limitless atrocities from many lifetimes they will span. You may want to rush to the door, only to despair, unable to see it anymore. Will you then cry? Maybe you'll wish only that you could die. Do you wish that you'd paid credence to the siren? May that have caused you loss? May that have caused you less to frighten? You may well feel your own body slowly unravel, for it is now forfeit for them to travel. Wielding your name and face, they are now free to continue in their disgrace. You will now forever exist as I have now for ages, only in their places in the wall, watching eternity as others fall prey to the voices in the hall.
Hello there, I'm Count Julius. I've been a narrator for about 1 year. My real name is Julius, I just slapped a count in front. And my New Year's resolution is to somehow get 1,000 subs on my channel of YouTube. Lifesaver, written by Dr. Gears. I was on the roof about 2 weeks ago, with the full intention of ending my life. My girlfriend of 3 years had broken up with me, after cheating on me for 6 months. What's more, she might have given me an STD from that little encounter. I was unemployed, and my meager savings was not going to cover much of anything next week. And to top it off, most of my friends were not in the area, and my immediate family was still rather pissed at me for my decision to start work rather than attempt an associate's degree. So yes, I was not seeing a lot of reason to keep going. I sat on the ledge, swinging my feet to the space off the top of the 14th floor apartment building, feeling that giddy, self-destructive tingle in my feet that I always get when I'm near a steep drop-off. It was cold, and I could see a few cars slipping along the dark streets. Oddly, I worried for a second that I would hit one of on the way down, but I thereby go from a tragic suicide to an asshole. I was laughing at how dumb that was to worry about when I heard the guy behind me say, "The hell you doing?" I whipped around, kind of wobbling for a second, and saw some big guy in a blue suit smoking a cigarette. He had dark hair, was really pale. I hadn't seen him on the way up, and didn't really remember hearing the door open or shut. Then again, my mind was kinda elsewhere. He gestured to me, saying, "You gonna jump or something?" Yeah, I guess. Are you like a cop or something? I felt stupid asking, but he had that weird aura of authority I always associate with cops. That's all I needed to get arrested. He kinda chuckled, taking a deep drag. "Nah, just up here for the view. Got nobody to live for, nothing to stick around for?" I sighed, and gave him a nutshell of what was going on. It felt somewhat good to tell someone, but at the same time, it made me feel like an even bigger loser. He laughed at me, more of a chuckle, but still, it seemed kinda misplaced for the situation. He lit a cigarette off his old one and nodded at me. "Okay, kiddo, that's pretty bad. But let me make you a deal. You go ahead and jump, and you'll get loose of all this. However, as soon as I finish my smoke, you're going downstairs and wait for you to hit. Before anyone else gets there, I'm going to steal your wallet, and I'm going to use your driver's license to look up who you are. I'm going to hack into your social networking stuff and find everyone who you have loved or has ever loved you, and I'm going to hurt them for a while, and then kill them." I just stared, somehow positive I just hallucinated that somehow. I didn't even speak, just stared at this psycho. I'm gonna kidnap some and torture them out in the woods for hours before I gut them and leave them for the wolves. I'm going to shoot others in the car, letting them roll on in the wreckage as they try to figure out why their lungs won't expand anymore. I'll butt your loved ones, classmates, every friend you have ever known. He didn't even sound excited when he said this, like he was telling me the time. "What the frig is wrong with you? You can't do that, you frickin' psycho!" I was shaking, and not at all from the cold. This guy, I didn't know him from anyone. It was insane. But this guy had a weird aura around him. As I watched him, I didn't for 1 second think he was telling a lie. "The hell you care? You're going to be dead. You're opting out of giving a shit about the world. You don't get to bitch about what happens after you leave." He just kept staring at me with his blank expression. I freaked out, jumped back on the roof, and just ran for hell like my apartment. I called the cops, saying some guy had been on the roof, threatened my life. When they showed up, he was long gone. Nobody in the apartment knew him. I had never seen him before or since. I ended up not getting an STD and managed to find a shitty job at the local grocery store. But I did have to move to a much smaller apartment. Still, not really over my girlfriend, but it will take time. I still think about that night, and now and then. It was just so incredibly odd. I don't think I'll ever really forget it. I have no idea if the guy was bullshitting, but I really don't think he was. It looks so dumb on paper, but if you could have seen him, heard him, you wouldn't really question it either. How sick of a person you have to be to save them from suicide by threatening them with something so horrible they don't dare leave the world unsupervised. Every time I see an unsolved, horrific murder on the news, I wonder. People ask me what I think happened that night. I tell them, I think the devil saved my life.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for tuning in for tonight's story. This tale has been sent in by a fan who likes to stay anonymous. It's going to be a little different tonight, since I was requested to react to the story while narrating it. A little odd, but not something I can't do. So, let's dive in, shall we? Love me. The moment they spoke their first words, I knew I was in love. The sweet sound always calls me back. Eventually, I couldn't go without it anymore. It felt like a drug to me. Watching their videos over and over again made me feel so happy. Yet, it was never enough. I wasn't close enough. Oh God. This already sounds like a yandere story right off the bat. If I turn out to be right, you people better leave a like. So, unsatisfied as I was, you can only guess what I did next. You don't think I would just sit around and wait for my luck? No, that's not how the world works. If I see my chance, I will do anything in my might to get what I deserve. Called it! Finding them was not hard, really. It only took a few days of research. Turns out their sibling posted a couple of pictures of their fate on social media. With a reverse image search, it was easy to find their Facebook. And thus, my beloved. And there they were, in all their glory. I had never witnessed such a perfect human being before. That seems a little much, but alright. It does scare me how easy it can be for someone to look you up. I wonder if anyone has tried this on me in the past. Or will after I post this story. Kind of makes me feel uneasy. I felt like I could drown in their eyes, but I needed to see them up close. Beauty like that had to be observed up close, wouldn't you agree? Agree? No. I would try to say hi to them first online. Not on Facebook. Oh God, why am I giving advice for this? I knew you would understand. No, I don't. With a picture and a name, my search became easier. Really, after looking through LinkedIn for a few hours, I found them. They have a very common last name, so it took longer than I hoped. Also a lot of frustration of cussing out ugly people who wear the same name. Can you imagine? Someone else wearing the exact same first and last name? Maybe even a middle one. Oh, don't worry. I know that one too. It's even better than the first one. I should convince them to swap the two when I meet them in person. It has such a nice ring to it. Even better with my last name added to it. They work at a small company, turns out. From what I could find on Google, there's only one facility. From the pictures on Google, it looks weird. My love, why even work at such a shithole? Why you can have the world? How much I would love to steal you away. I can only imagine the paycheck and the place you must live. Wait. When did the story start to prefer the significant other? As you instead of they them? How much I would love to shower you in kisses and hold you close. there would be nothing you have to worry your head about. After all, I could easily take care of you. How much I think about cooking for you, watching movies with you, playing games, dressing you up. Thinking of the things I could do makes me feel so warm inside. It's like having a dozen butterflies inside, waiting to burst out any moment. I needed to confess. I really wonder what the SO is like, 'cause from the description, it almost sounds like he wants to trap them in a cage and lock them away from the world. That's actually really scary to think about. After a month of hard work, I saved up enough money to travel to your home country. It was not cheap, but everything is worth it, my love. Everything for you. You should have been with me when I was on the plane to... That is not coincidence. I live in that same country. I shouldn't look too deeply into this. The writer is probably trying to scare me. It's common knowledge in which country I live. Very funny, scaring the narrator. Ha ha! The trip was awful. A woman on the plane was unable to stop a child from crying. It kept crying throughout the trip. How am I supposed to listen to your voice when there's a spoiled brat crying? If we ever have children, I'm sure you would be a better parent. Our children will be the sweetest of angels. Of course, because of you, my love. I wonder how many you would like. 1? 2? I'm happy with any amount, just ask. I won't make a lot. Okay, that's enough of that. Does the writer continue? Oh yeah, they do. They certainly do. Oh my god. That's a lot of detail. I did not agree to narrate that. Skipping that part. Okay. Oh. This looks safe for work again. After hiring a car, I could go and stand where I wanted. Not that it was needed. There was only one place for me to go next. Even though I love to see your home country more, you would show me around, right? It could be our first date. A part of me wanted to pick you up from work, but there are so many eyes. I'm a very shy person, so I came up with a different approach. Just image a stranger standing there, waiting until you're finished at your job, ready to pull you in their car, without a pardon, to drive you to God knows where. This is why it's important to learn self-defense. A fruit tastes better when it's ripe. I'm sure it will be a shame for you as well, my love. It was hard. It took so long for you to leave. Wait, that's the same company I work for. This is not funny. They didn't try to dox me, did they? That wouldn't be possible, right? Is this even a story I'm narrating? When you did, I started the car and followed you. You didn't think any of it, did you? After all, most cars nowadays are black, so it probably didn't seem like I was following you home, right? It could have been anyone behind you. Of course, I didn't follow all the way through. If I were to stop in front of your house, you would suspect me, right? We wouldn't want that. Don't you agree? What am I supposed to say to this? Come on, it's just a stupid story. The only thing I need to do is wait until nightfall. Only romantic things happen then in movies, right? When the hero sweeps their lover off their feet and saves them from whatever is going on. I can be a hero tonight. How does that sound? And it just stops there. It feels unfinished. Where's the ending? That can't be it. What's wrong with this writer? Sending me a story like this? I feel shivers crawling up my spine. Oh, glad it's just a story. Pepper must have knocked something over. I hope that cat is okay. That does not sound like my cat. Black car. What do I do? Okay, calm down. I need to call the police.
Hello, 911. What is your emergency?
There's a stranger in my house. I'm trapped in my recording room. Please, you need to save me.
Okay, please stay calm. Is there any place you can hide?
They're coming closer.
Stay calm. What's your address?
Hello, my love. Did I make you wait?
Stay away from me!
Welcome, new and old friends. My name is 242, and I'm a narrator and writer, which I find amusing because I'm actually dyslexic. I started my YouTube channel, 242 Reads, back in May of 2020. Now, Midnight asked me to tell you what my New Year's resolution is, so I wrote it down. So let's get started. They say new year, new you. With a new decade starting, I decided to change things I didn't like. The first thing I did was get a new haircut, something shorter than I've ever had before, and dyed my hair red. The second I looked in the mirror at the salon, I loved the new look. With that out of the way, I focused on the gym next. I started going 3 times a day and I felt great. I was starting to lose weight and my body was moving so much better than it had in almost a decade. I felt like I was in my mid-20s instead of my 30s. Of course, this was 2020, and soon everything started to shut down. And that got in the way of my third plan, making some new friends. But I didn't let the shutdown get in the way of my working out. I got some equipment for home and kept going at it. During the shutdown, I watched the news almost every day. I won't get into the craziness of the year. I worked at a grocery store, so I wasn't one that got to stay home. Once 2020 came around, I made a new resolution. I started to work out 5 times a week, and once the gym reopened, I started to go there twice. I waited till things opened up more to start my next step. It was late at night and I was walking through the park, the moon high in the star-filled sky. It was still a nice temperature, and I almost forgot why I was there. I moved into a bush to the side of the path. A man walked down the path, passing me only a few minutes later. He had headphones in, like he always does. A smile spread on my face as I watched him. I took my time to get out of the bush as to make so little sound. His steps were hard on the ground, and his music made it easy to follow behind him. His steps were not fast, and I could tell he was comfortable with this walk. Must have been doing it for years. I stepped in line with him and took my knife out of my pocket. I thought back to a month ago. This man was at my till. His blonde hair was neatly back, and his blue eyes stared daggers at me. If he could kill me with a look, I would have been dead. "What do you mean I need to step back? This is a free country," he yelled at my face, getting spit on me. "Sir," I said calmly, "please calm down. This is private property, and I'm not asking you to wear a mask. I'm just asking for 6 feet. I see so many people per day. No, I want to speak to your manager, he yelled, getting more spit on me. My right eye twitched a little. Get him now, bitch. With that, something in me felt like it just broke. I smiled the biggest smile and nodded. Of course, sir. Let me get her for you. I picked up the phone and called my manager to my till. Do you know who I am? Dean Atlas. I'll have your job for this. He kept yelling, and I only smiled more at him. Dean Atlas, I have called my manager here. Please just wait a moment. That same smile was on my face at this moment. With his name, it had been easy to track him down. Dean Atlas, single, has a father in the government. Works at McDonald's as he tries to get his acting career off the ground. We put so much of our lives on the net. This is what I found in only a few moments of searching. When I was really digging, I found the good stuff. He was accused of forcing himself on a classmate in high school. All charges, of course, dropped. Daddy Dearest was high up in the government then as well. He also had a few DUIs that had been dropped. With a smile plastered on my face, I moved behind him, my hand in my pocket, holding my knife. Dean, I said loud enough so he could hear. When he turned around, seeing my smile, I pulled my knife out and stabbed into his chest. The confusion on his face turned to pain as he looked down at the knife deep in his chest. I know who you are now, I said as I pulled the knife out of his chest and licked some blood off the blade. Sleep well, I said with a giggle as I watched him fall to his knees. I had gotten his heart after all. I turned him over onto his back. I wanted to watch the lights go out. I wanted to see the man who had made me cry in the bathroom die for the pain he caused me. My eyes were locked on his as he took his last breath and the light left his eyes. Now that the bastard was dead, I could finish up. I got low and closed his eyes, making him look like he was asleep. I took my phone out and took a photo of my new friend. I wouldn't let him be alone after all. He only made me cry once, and I never let him feel the same. So, my New Year's resolution for 2022 is to make even more friends.
Hello, my name is Lady SPOOKARIA. I am a horror narrator and author. I've been a narrator since 2019. I am obsessed with chicken nuggies, and my New Year's resolution is to produce more amazing content for you. Now, remember, I'll be watching you. It's time for the story. Krampus is my father. Christmas for most people is a happy occasion. If they celebrate it, that is. Occasionally, there are those who forget to leave a little something out for Santa, or somehow manage to insult the elves. That's always really fun to watch when the elves get their revenge. Or sometimes, there is simply not enough money to get little Timmy the latest toy he wants. Something expensive, and will be discarded within about a year for the next overpriced piece of garbage. Children will receive presents. Parents will watch the children play and show excitement about what they have received. Unfortunately, they won't get the credit, of course. A lot of the time you'll see parents flexing on each other. Whose children ended up gaining the most presents? The cheesy photographs. Spending time with family you barely tolerate or like. All because it is part of the holidays. being able to blame Santa for spoiling their children, while other children who couldn't get presents wonder what exactly they did wrong. The perfect consumer paradise of gluttony and excess. In some cases, it doesn't matter if the children have been well behaved or not. Maybe Krampus should be taking the parents instead. Although, he is rather stuck in his ways. Krampus has a quota of children he needs to take each year. At least, according to him. And I haven't found anything to say otherwise. Every year, you get to hear parents complain about how children always find new ways to disrespect them. And society as a whole. Considering most of them have spent their lives comparing to the previous generation. Nothing but a glorified fantasy. They tend to forget their own misgivings in favor of the good old days. The time when children respected their parents. Society was better overall, and everything else. Yada, yada, yada. Whatever those were supposed to be. Krampus has grown in popularity in recent years, especially in the US, and that has only increased his reach and power. I can see why. People can embrace the spookier elements of Santa, or a Santa-like figure. They can get into the Christmas spirit and laugh at the idea of bratty kids being punished for being obnoxious. What people don't realize is that Krampus is a real-life entity, and my father. We have a slightly strained relationship, and I imagine you'll discover why soon. While St. Nick is out giving presents and good cheer, Krampus is seeking out children. Now, I've often wondered this myself. Why are there so many entitled little shits these days? You could blame anything really, I suppose. Social media, kids not being disciplined enough, parents being out of the home more. Maybe blame it on schools, or perhaps on influencers encouraging the children to be obnoxious. The truth is though, kids have always had a tendency to be naughty. Krampus serves a purpose. He will take the children who are naughty. And there are a lot of children to choose from. And that's where I come in. It is my job to select the children that are taken. Now, it all depends on how much I've had to drink, or whether I've been offered any gifts. The decision to take a child is mostly on a whim. Last year, 10 children were taken. The usual number, sometimes more. It varies in number. You really don't want to know what happens to them. It is bloody. And I've only just managed to get the gore out of my hair. Sometimes I go by children who are rotten. You know, the ones that will grow up to be psychos. And you do the world a favor by getting rid of. Admit it. You thought that yourself more than once when you see these kids. Come on. Just admit it to yourself. Other times, I have to admit, sometimes I go down a more chaotic route. My reason? Pure entertainment. Once I have selected the children, I write down the children's names in ash and blood on a piece of parchment before burning it in an open flame. I'm not sure of the exact process, but the names will go up in flames and it is sent to Krampus. Once the names are written down, it is permanent. There is no redemption. No going back. Krampus will arrive around December the 5th in order to claim the naughty children. The more intuitive of you may realize something is coming. And there are ways you can ward him off. Not that I will tell you them. He will find a way into your home, scoop up the precious child, and throw him into his sack before heading off to find the next child on his list. The sack moving with the squirming and screaming kids while Krampus takes them away, never to be seen by their family ever again. Have you ever noticed around December a lot of children tend to go missing? There'll be missing posters going up and campaigns on Facebook in order to try to find the children. It will be as if they simply vanished, disappeared, gone. Parents and their families will spend a lifetime worrying and wondering what happened to their child, wishing they could have done something, anything different. Now, knowing all of this, knowing you will never see him again, knowing he will suffer a terrible fate, knowing he will never be found, are you sure you want Krampus to take your little brother?
Hey guys, I'm Dodge. I started my YouTube channel back in 2015 doing gameplays, and I started adding narrations to it in 2016, and I haven't been able to stop since. Random fact about me is I am studying to learn Mandarin Chinese, so ni hao ma. I'm such a dork. Yeah, and so I'm going to be sharing some 2-sentence horror stories that I wrote with y'all. They are not easy on the ears, so you've been warned. I'll leave a timestamp somewhere so that you can skip over them if you're faint of heart. Alright, let's go.
After Thanksgiving dinner, I took 6 X-Lax pills instead of the recommended 1 or 2. That must be why I'm seeing pieces of my intestines sitting at the bottom of the toilet bowl. He told me all the reasons why he didn't want me. So, I decided to make a few changes. I dyed my hair blonde, sewed my mouth shut, and as soon as I get rid of my kids and my legs, I'm sure he'll take me back. My mom has a clock that plays a message from each of her 12 kids every hour. After my brother passed away in a car accident, his recording changed from, "I love you, Mom," to, "I know what you did."
I'm Madame Raven. I've been doing YouTube for 5.5 years. I hope to continue improving my channel. And my New Year's resolution is to learn to relax. I had a friend in high school named Jack. He was always very odd, even for a teenager. I remember him being interested in pimples of all things. If you had one on your face, he had to pop it. No matter what you did, he'd be all over you to pop it. We all just put up with it. He was a really nice guy besides this, so we just let him pop our zits and go back to what he was doing. It was the last month of our final year in high school. We were talking over lunch about what we were wearing from prom and all that when Jack walked up. He stopped dead and just stared at me. I knew this look too well. I had a zit and he wanted to pop it. "Please not today, Jack," I said.
"But it'll only take a second,"
he responded as he moved closer to me. "No, really, ouch!" I screamed and slapped his hand away. He had reached out to touch my zit and it hurt. A lot just to be touched. I don't know how I hadn't realized it was there until this moment. It was a bad one, and it would have to wait.
"Oh, I really should pop it if it hurts that much."
His voice seemed a bit off. No, Jack, stop. You only touched it and it hurt that much. Just wait till tomorrow, I said, putting my hand between the zit in his eyes. Jack pressed his lips and tried to reach out again, but I got up out of my chair. He wouldn't look away from me, his eyes fixed on that zit that my hand had hidden. You know what? Forget this. I grabbed my things and left the lunch area. Jack went to follow me, so I headed to the girls' washroom. I knew he wouldn't follow me in there. I looked in the mirror, and on my chin was a very red blemish. I touched it, and the pain was intense. This one was bad, the worst I'd ever had. I stayed in the bathroom, texting with my friends, and asked another girl when she entered if Jack was still out there. He was, so I spent my whole lunch in that bathroom. Once the bell rang, I waited until I was already late before leaving. Jack was gone, but the way he acted was so odd. I got into trouble with my teacher, but I just told them I ate something that didn't agree with me. Since it wasn't normal for me to be late, the teacher let it slide. I also didn't have any classes with Jack, so I just beelined it to all my classes the rest of the day to stay away from him. My parents were away for the weekend, some kind of business thing, so I was home alone. I made myself something to eat, watched YouTube before heading to bed. I hadn't been feeling great all week, so I just wanted to rest and see if it helped. In the middle of the night, I woke up to hearing my front door open. I'd always been a light sleeper. I heard soft footsteps downstairs. They moved to the steps and headed up them. I won't lie, it took me longer than it should have to figure out that this was bad. I was never into scary movies or anything. As the footsteps moved up the stairs, I got out of my bed, silently, looking around my room. I didn't have anything in it that could be used as a weapon, so I grabbed my phone off the stand and got into my closet, shutting it just before my bedroom door opened. I really couldn't see much through those slats in the middle of the door. The person huffed as they entered my room. I could hear them, looking around and stopping at my bed. I could see a figure all in black. They moved around my bed, looking around, careful not to step on anything. I lost sight of them as they headed to my door. I held my cell phone close to my chest, but my phone started to ring. I tried to turn it off, but before I did, I saw Jack's name show up on my screen. Damn him for calling me at this time. My closet doors opened, and the man grabbed me and pushed me onto my desk chair. I tried to get up, but they punched me in the stomach, knocking the wind right out of me. All the fight in me gone for an instant as they put handcuffs on my arms behind the chair, and then some on my legs. When I tried to move again, they just punched me in the stomach once more and used rope to tie the two cuffs together so there was no way I could move or get away. I called the cops. They're on the way, I yelled as best as I could at the figure. A man, I guess, at this point.
No, you didn't,
they said back, with a voice I knew. They took their mask off, and you guessed it. It was Jack. Jack stood there, an odd smile on his face, like a kid getting something they'd been asked for months.
Plus, even if you had, it won't stop me.
He moved closer to me. What the hell, Jack? I tried to move back, but the clothes around my chair stopped me from rolling, and I really couldn't do much.
Just hold still. This will be over soon.
He reached out to my face and touched the zit. The pain was intense. Was he really here because I wouldn't let him pop my zit? He started to push on it, and I screamed in pain. After a few seconds, the pain faded as my zit popped. He let out a sigh of relief as it popped.
That's better. Now your beautiful face isn't ruined by such a terrible zit,
he said with a smile. Will you let me go now? Jack's face twitched for a moment.
Why would I do that? I could finally have you to myself.
Before I could say anything, he put a rag over my face. All I remember before I passed out was him saying,
I finally have you. And I'll make sure your face is always perfect. The next story is by Maskino. He's been narrating for about 2 years. A random fact is that no one's figured out his name correctly, and he has no New Year's resolution, as he, quote, is perfect as is. So may I present to you Maskino narrating the Huntsville camping trip.
I went camping about 3 weekends ago in the Huntsville National Forest near Texas. Me and 3 friends that came home for that weekend, they were all in college, and usually we all get together at least once a year. Old friends from high school and all that. For the camping trip, we planned to go backpacking deep into the forest, live off what fish and other wildlife we could catch. We've been doing this for a while in Texas and numerous places: Arizona, Colorado, if anyone is familiar with the Spanish Peaks there, New Mexico. So we're pretty much used to anything you could encounter out there. It was my turn to pick up where we went camping, so I chose Huntsville. More accurately, it's Huntsville/New Waverly, so... Anyway, so we drive up to the park in our car and get to the nice spot and start walking off into the forest. We had some laughs along the way, everyone catching up with each other's lives. We walked until it started to get dark and set up camp where we stopped. Everyone gathered wood to make fire and we set our tent up. And we do what we always do. Try to scare each other with weird stories. Around this time, we started to smell something very faint. It was noticeable, but not overbearing. We couldn't put our finger on it. We just couldn't find out what it was. So we just carried on. Mike had to go piss, and he walked off into the forest. A second later, he came running back, piss all down his jeans like he missed really bad. Immediately, we all crack up and throw some jokes at him, but then we noticed that he was white as snow and trying to catch his breath. He starts screaming for us to follow him and runs off. We all get serious and go follow him. Not knowing what the problem was, we started to hear a faint scream and crying in the distance, in the direction where we were running. It was pitch black away from the camp, and Mike had the only flashlight. We left ours back at camp, of course. But anyway, he had to go take a piss, so he only had one. So at this stage, we didn't have much of a choice but to follow the light. It was frantically pointing here and there in front of him. The scream gets closer to Mike, and he starts slowing down. We then noticed a ratty old cabin that looked like it was abandoned except for a faint light that we could see coming from one of the old mildew-covered windows. The crying was intense. Whoever it was couldn't breathe enough to let out a full yell. We followed Mike up the front door, and we could all hear the crying from inside. As soon as he knocked on the front door, it stopped. We all waited and heard really heavy footsteps walking fast to the door. There was a giant slam against the door and the sound of the bolt locking. Then nothing. We waited for a bit, knocked a few times, but still nothing happened. We walked around the house. There was no fucking way any of us were leaving each other's side. And we noticed a window, which was a good ways up, but anyway, Alex took a deep breath and asked us to give him a boost. So, we did. Me and Mike lifted him up to the window. We watched as he brushed away dirt and webs from the window and placed his face close to the window, trying to see anything, something at least. There was a quick beat, then suddenly he breathed in fast and let out a loud scream, then fell back from the window, screaming bloody murder the whole way. We all tried to calm him down, but he was hysterical. We went to him, but he just started to shake, punch, kick, cuss, you name it, and he just took off towards camp. None of us wanted to be separated, so we all ran close behind him. We caught up to him and grabbed him and set him down. The fire was dying, so I grabbed some nearby wood that we collected and added it to the fire. My hands were shaking, and I had to do something. I went back to Alex, and we all tried to calm him down, but he wouldn't. He just kept screaming, and he was breathing so hard that eventually he fainted. All of us are terrified now, and we all kept the fire high until sunrise. Periodically, Alex kept waking up, screaming just like before, but by sunrise he looked catatonic, just mumbling to himself and whimpering. Me and Mike decided to go look at the cabin now. It was daylight, but anyway, we searched where we thought it was, except there was nothing there. Nothing at all, and the indistinct smell from last night had grown into a very strong smell of something dead and stale. We headed back to the camping site. When we got there, we found Alex had chewed into the sides of his face and was swallowing so much blood that he was throwing up. John was at his back, and he looked like he was about to die from exhaustion. I guess we all looked that way. I didn't notice it until I saw his face. Alex said quietly that we need to leave, now. We all started to pack up the tent, and it started to rain really heavily. It was about noon at this point, and the sky started to grow really dark. Alex started to go into a panic. He went and grabbed a large stick and yelled at us to leave it, and then he'd knock us out or drag us there himself. Mike started to yell at him, and then they started to fight. We broke it up, and we finished packing, and then we started to make our way back. After a little while, we arrived at a creek that we had crossed the previous day, only it flooded over. The water was moving too fast for us to cross. Alex started to scream again, yelling at Mike for taking his time packing up the tent when we could have gotten out of there. This went on for a while until we finally convinced Alex to calm down and tell us what happened. He said as soon as he put his face against the glass, a face was on the other side and did the same thing, and it started to smile really big. It had dark eyes and a dark mouth which was bigger than Alex's. As the smile got as large as it could, a giant shadow behind it swung something down and sliced its face off. The face was stuck to the window, and he said it started to laugh quietly as it slid down. Mike, still pissed off, and though he wouldn't admit it, beginning to get freaked out, started to argue with him again. We eventually started to follow the creek for a way to cross. When then we started to see toys floating in the creek, really old toys, old Barbie dolls and baby dolls. This wasn't like any old trash floating in the creek though. This was a lot of Barbies, a lot of baby dolls. One washed towards the side and Mike picked it up. It had some kind of voice chip that was dying and started to say some gurgling words that we couldn't understand, followed by a sad excuse for laughter. Then it sounded like it was whispering. We thought the batteries must be dying, and then he threw it down. We kept going and the sun was starting to set. Alex was freaking out more now and was whimpering and breathing heavily. We all started to see shadows moving behind trees, something we called BS on until we were all seeing it. It was barely light out and we had to stop. So we see the cabin was right in front of us. None of us knows what to do, what to think. Mike says, this is bullshit. I'm going there. Alex tries to stop him. We all do, but he just wanted to go home. We all just wanted to go home. Mike says to all of us to fuck off, do our own thing. He doesn't care anymore. This is all bullshit. We started to hear hundreds of the same sort of baby dolls as before, laughing, whispering, and trying to sing. We started to move forward past the cabin, all of us, and kept pushing forward. We smelled something dead in the air, something stale. The same something as before. We started to hear something dying, something crying, something screaming. We kept going. We eventually crossed the creek and left the woods. We get back to our vehicle and got in. By now it's pitch black and we drive. We are about to get on the 45 to Houston, but the road is under construction and it can't be accessed. It points to a detour. As we head towards the detour, it seems to be small, bumpy roads going into the woods. We then see a young girl come up to us. She looked like she was in trouble, young, pretty. She approaches the passenger side and looks like she's really drugged up or beaten up. Alex doesn't roll down the windows, nor does he open the door. She reaches for the handle and he immediately locks it. She puts her face on the window and starts to smile really, really big. And so we floor it. Alex starts to cry and scream and we all begin to breathe heavy. We finally cut and take a street that takes us up to the 45 and we take it the whole way. When we get back to my apartment, everyone doesn't know what to say and we all break apart and go our separate ways. Mike messages me later, and he says he's going to go back. I try to convince him not to, and all he does is say it was our own mind screwing with us. I think he just wants to prove to himself he wasn't scared, but I can smell that stench everywhere now. I don't go out anymore. I just stay in, and I don't answer the door. Last week, everyone I met was acting really strange. People that I knew for a long time, and total strangers. My own dad, when I went to his place to eat supper with him, he just watched me strangely when I was sitting down. He didn't say a word the whole time. I kept asking him, what's wrong? And he just slowly shook his head. When I was leaving to go home, I turned to wave. He had black eyes and an open mouth like he was in pain. When I started to walk back, he shut the door and bolted it. I stayed there knocking and knocking. Nothing. I called him. His phone was disconnected. I even called the police. Halfway through the questions they were asking me, the connection started to get faded and staticky. I could hear a faint mumbling, and then singing and laughing. Mike has completely vanished at this point. There's not even a record of him being alive. When I call Alex's house, they talk to me like I'm some sort of salesperson. They say they don't know any Alex and to please stop calling. The person who tells me that is Alex's mother. I can't get a hold of John. Someone knocked on my door, and when I looked, someone knocked on my door. When I went to look, I saw a face completely covering the peephole, and a giant smile started to form. Sir, are you affected by any drugs at the moment? No. Are you coming home anytime soon? Excuse me? Come home. And then the phone call ended. My mail slot swings open every now and then. Someone's sliding in pieces of baby dolls through it. I try to call people now, and all I can hear is static and bad baby doll noises and this crying and screaming. My TV is busted, but when I go to piss, I can hear it on. I might be going insane. Whoever lives above me started to scream in pain and crying deeply recently. I hear giant footsteps from their apartment. I hear bangs and something falling to the ground. From the neighbors to the right of my apartment, I hear what sounds like
Dark Horse Tales. I've been recording for a year. I have about 33 stories I've done so far. I am Johan, a young traveler from Eastern Europe, and I'm here in the great land of America, traveling along in my small car that I have. It does not get good gas mileage, but it gets me to all around the states all right. You see, I really wanted to see all the state parks and what they had to offer, and all their beauty. I love all the animals and whatnot, but it really got me with some of the small towns that I've been through. I found that most people were friendly, and many of them had humility. They would take time out of their day to help me out in questions and concerns that I might have had. But there was this one small town that really perplexed my interest. See, there was less people there. There were posters all over town that said, "Missing persons, help us find Lucy." And I see another poster, "Missing persons, help us find regional." There were hundreds and different ones all over the city. I was feeling quite distressed. I needed to drain the old snake that I had to go really quickly. It was very strange, although I did not see stores open with blinking lights in the windows. I further noticed all the lights were on, so I went ahead and parked my car, walked up to the shop, opened the door, and yelled, "Hello!" Then I heard an echo in the back room. To my dismay, I saw a sign that said, "Restrooms for customers only." Gosh dang it. Then I went through, and I had heard some rustling of sorts in the back. I waited a few minutes, but then nothing was there, not anything at all. I rang the bell that was on the counter, but no avail. So I go to try to open the back door to go back out to my car, but the door does not want to seem to budge, so I try to pull and yank back and forth, and it does nothing, but it just seems to make the shaking of the door get stiffer. Then there's not a thing to shake it all out the door. Well, I guess that's with the door now. I'm going to stand around and try to figure this door out. I'll go ahead and try to find another solution. Now, I got to try to find my way out of this strange strip of downtown shopping center. Now, I go to the back room and I see there's a back door back there. I go ahead and open it, and now there's a T-junction. Which way to choose? Well, there's different paint on the ground, orange, red, and purple, so I move toward the purple line. I start heading down toward that direction. As I seem to go on, I start hearing some sort of faint giggling of sorts, like little schoolgirls. So I quickly do a 360, and there's nothing at all, but it sounds like it's right behind me though. Now I start to quicken my walk a little bit. I've got a few jitters now. I wonder how long this purple hallway could be. There's a lot to be at the end at some point, right? But then I see a bright purple light up at the distance, what it looks like to be some sort of stand or altar of some sorts. There is an intriguing piece of parchment that presents itself on the altar. It says, "Thus who shall pass this labyrinth? You must have these 3 things: a strong will, a pure heart, and you must be fearless." Intriguing, that is one strange letter, I think. Then I think intriguingly, I am all 3 of those things. So I hand something written back. I think it says beware, but it had smudged out somewhere, so it was unreadable. Let's just hope that it's nothing too horrible. As I fold up this thick parchment paper in the back pocket for safekeeping, the walls begin to seem like they are very wary. There is quite a bit of webbing all over the room and mirrors. It is all along the walls. At some point there is no carpet. I see this black and white tile on the floor, but it's strange. Happens to see when I step on these tiles, it's like my whole leg descends downward. I try to grab my leg with my arm, but then it begins to get stuck as well. I manage to get out. I step away and head back toward a different one now. I head towards the orange line and down that way. The floor is concrete, is all crumbled with pebbles all over. Some of the small 3 feet gaps I have to jump. I jump over them as well. They are nothing to me. I've seen the wonderful basketball skills shoes I have on allow me to have traction and jump higher, yes, with the extra grip, so it's clear there's no problems. Let's just hope these gaps aren't any wider. I can hear some sorts of water sounds like a river. Must be close by. All of a sudden I'm walking along and I see a snake. Good thing I was watching my step. I creep slowly not to disturb the snake. But then I walk past and it hisses at me. I jump a little and then I hear the river sounds again. It's rushing around quickly. It seems to be getting louder and louder the more I move to the end of this hallway. So I get to the end of the hallway and there's a door, and I open the door. It's so loud now I can't even hear myself think. I go ahead and open the door. What do I see? The door opens and falls a river at the edge of the doorway. I look down and see a bag of sorts hanging on the end by this strap of plastic squares caught on the metal of the structure. The structure happens to be about a 50-foot drop down at the bottom of the river. I can see a $100 bill sticking out. I spot what looks to be, yes, it is a $100 bill. I try to reach it, but I'm a bit too short to grab the bag. I think maybe if I have one leg dangling down at the door, maybe I can get a few extra feet that I need to grab the bag. So I stretch and strain. I get to touch the plastic just a little bit. I can see the bag move. It does not look good for me. Plus, the wind is blowing a little bit. So I grab the bag, but I have to catch myself before falling down 50 feet from the river below. I stand back up against the building, feeling relieved. So now I get my composure back and go ahead up the zip line. The duffel bag, I open it up and look inside. There must be at least $7,000 in the bag. I was more than happy. I was so thrilled I yelled out, "Woohoo!" Then I yelled a little louder and then I thought. I had it vibrate through the whole building, and now I'm hearing some huffs and grounds of walking over briskly, getting louder and louder. It sends shivers down my spine. I feel a blown, chilling sensation. Then it comes to a stop. It's dark at first, but then I see some mere shadows, then it steps into the light. The Minotaur stood there with a gleeful but menacing gaze. It said, "It seems you have got me another one that had stumbled upon my maze. You have that duffel bag there with you. Very nice. You have done better than others. See, others have perished, but you have progressed quite quicker than others' journey. I commend you, Mr. standing there with my mouth agape, looking at the Minotaur, and I snapped back. What is he asking you? I quickly answer, Johann. Mr. Johann, you've got a bag of cash, but you will not be leaving with it. I can guarantee you that, Mr. Johann. You will be heading, trying to run, but you will fail. The Minotaur chuckles with some more, says, you must get out of my maze to spin the goodie bag, hee hee hee. Good luck, no one ever gets out. That's when everything starts to go dim. So if you see strange posters all over town of missing people, just get back in your car and drive as far away as you can. Don't look back, or the Minotaur will have you for his maze.
The next narrator is Mortis Media. His name is Mort. He's been a narrator for 6 years. A random fact is, when he was younger, he would love the smell of soap so much he would want to eat it. His New Year's resolution is to learn more about crypto. May I present to you Mortis Media narrating, I grew up on a cemetery in the Alaskan tundra.
I am a female in my late 20s. My parents, a charming lesbian couple, owned a funeral home and cemetery in a village on the outskirts of the Alaskan tundra. It was a small business that had been passed down from my grandmother Agatha's father, who inherited it from his father, and so on. Katie, my other mother, was terrified of the whole situation from the beginning. She was positive that someone would get possessed with us living so close to a field of corpses, in her words. Over time, exactly 8 years after they moved there, she grew to respect the land, as well as the tenants resting in peace there. I was born shortly after her change of heart, but she still limited my access to the cemetery. And while no one was ever possessed, we still had our fair share of terrifying experiences at our home and throughout the property. I went to a tiny schoolhouse every weekday from the time I could walk. Only 13 or so children lived in our town, so we were all educated in one room by a small group of teachers. Katie and her twin sister Gloria were 2 of these teachers. The 3 of us would walk to and from town every day, while Aga and her brother Cal took care of the property. It was a 20-minute trek, but on the occasional day without freezes, we got to take our bikes, and that was generally the highlight of my life. However, on this particular day in December, we had to walk. We were only at the school until about 4 o'clock that afternoon, but the sun usually set around 3:30, so we were shrouded mostly in darkness by the time we got up to the dirt road leading up to our property. I was about 6 or 7 at the time, and still used my clumsiness as an excuse not to walk up the path, muddied by snow. Glory had drawn the short straw and was giving me a piggyback ride up the hill. I was resting my head against her back and staring at the cemetery that was beginning to come into view around the paper birches and spruce trees. It was a sprawling field filled with an odd assortment of mausoleums, colorful tombs of Inuit and the Russian Orthodox citizens, and I was always entranced by the graves and tried to pick out the ones that I had yet to see. We were nearly to the house when I saw a figure standing in the far right corner of the cemetery. It was hard to discern their age or gender, but I could tell from the build that it wasn't Aga or Cal. Visiting hours ended at sundown regardless of the date, so I immediately pointed the person out to Katie. Most of the finer details are recalled by my parents and older family members, due to my young age throughout most of these events, but I can still clearly remember hearing Katie mutter, "Shit," quietly under her breath. She helped me off Glory's back and ordered that I go inside to tell Cal to meet them in the field. Without hesitation, I suddenly found myself as sure-footed as a bunny on the icy ground and sprinted the last 20 or so yards up to the house. I swung the door open and went into the kitchen where I knew I'd find Aga and Cal, and told my uncle to get the trespasser. Groaning, Cal finished his cup of coffee, which was probably spiked with whiskey, and stood from the table. Angak Cal was a big guy, about 6'8", with broad shoulders and what I called Fred Flintstone fists. Basically, he could knock someone out without much effort, and he did so time and time again. He was insanely protective of his sisters, and all of the other women in his life, Glory and Katie included. The entire town respected him and feared him at the same time. He was a nice home security system. Naturally, I was thrilled with this tiny bit of excitement in my normally humdrum life. When my uncle charged out the back without so much as a coat on, I turned my pleading eyes to Aga, who barely flinched at the activity. She stared back at me for only a moment, before sighing and motioning to the rack by the door. I grabbed her parka and helped her put it on as we made our way outside. Knowing that her wife was going to be none too thrilled with my presence in the cemetery, Aga picked me up when we reached the cast iron fence that surrounded the property. We could see Cal's giant silhouette approaching the tiny ones of Katie and Glory. The stranger was still a good 100 or so yards from us. "Let's hide and watch," I whispered to Aga, when I realized that Katie hadn't spotted us yet. For a moment, I thought my mother would shake her head and go to the others, but she surprised me by giving me a conspiring smile and ducked behind a mausoleum. "We can get to Grandmother's grave if we're very quiet," she told me with a glint in her eye. She loved the graveyard and had spent her childhood playing in it, while also learning about her ancestors and the people of her town. She wanted me to enjoy it as much as she did. We hurried from grave to grave, pausing only long enough to make sure the others didn't see us. Katie, Glory, and Cal were moving swiftly as well, but they were too busy eyeing the figure, standing only about 20 feet from the large tomb that encased my great-grandmother, our destination. When we arrived at the tomb, Aga set me down, and we crouched behind the rocks and wood that surrounded Grandmother's altar. It was then that I began to feel nerves eat away at my gut. This was a stranger, I could tell. They were standing at the base of the mausoleum, built to honor the infants who had passed before being blessed by the tribe's shaman. This was an old, outdated site that didn't fully honor Inuit customs, though it had been redone in the 1970s, closer to the northern section of the property. No one came to this site because it would be considered disrespectful to their deceased, but it would have just been as disrespectful to tear it down. So it was just a derelict memorial that loomed on the tiny hilltop of that section of the cemetery. Tension filled the air as Cal, flanked by Katie and Glory, approached the stranger. I could hear my uncle speaking to them, likely telling them our hours and asking them if they'd like a ride back into town. He always started off nice, giving people the benefit of the doubt before going into Hulk mode. Aga, who had initially been giggling at the sight of her brother looming over the trespasser, was beginning to cling tighter to me as time went by. It took us a few minutes to realize that the person hadn't been responding to Cal, nor had they even looked his way, They continued to stare at the area just above the mausoleum. Katie and Gloria were exchanging uneasy glances at one point, and Cal told them to go back to the house. They refused and stepped closer to his side. When words failed, Cal resorted to the physical approach. He later recalled that he could tell the person was an old man, and that they were frail, and that he didn't want to hurt them. But he wasn't listening, and if he was deaf, he'd have to get his attention somehow. My uncle placed a gentle hand on the gentleman's shoulder, and immediately he felt a wave of nausea overcome him. He hunched over, clutching his abdomen, and cried out. Aga ordered me to stay put before darting off out from behind the stones and over to her brother, who waved to her and the other women to make them leave. He insisted they go inside, but they were all frozen in place. The strange man still hadn't moved, so Katie yelled at him once more. She stepped around in front of him and waved a hand in his face. You need to leave. I'd heard her command. You can't be here after dark, it's not safe. No, it's not, the stranger finally said. He lowered his eyes to meet at my mother. Are you all right, dear? He spoke so casually to her. She stood there in shock for a good moment. She looked back at Cal, who was on his knees at this point. While she was distracted, the man turned and headed towards the exit. When he was coming towards my hiding spot, I had every intention of getting up and running away, but I was frozen in place. It felt like my body was being held down by weights, and I was sinking into the earth. I whimpered and buried my face in my arms, praying to God and my great-grandmother for safety. The ice and leaves crunched in my ears, and I knew Aga realized my predicament and said something to the others, because I could hear Katie shouting at her. Finally summoning the courage, I looked up to see the man walking right by me. He didn't so much as look my way, but as he passed, he said, "Good night, Blue Eyes," in a dulcet whisper. Immediately I relaxed and climbed to my feet. I watched him practically float out of the cemetery and towards the road. Katie came and got me, telling me we had to take my uncle to the hospital. As it turns out, Cal had to go in for some emergency surgery because his appendix had ruptured. He's convinced that the old man somehow cursed him on contact. Even Aga, sweet but superstitious Aga, had her doubts about his claim. There was nothing malicious in Cal's approach to the man. Why would he have cursed him? This wasn't the last time we saw this strange man. We actually saw him 2 or 3 more times in the following weeks. He was always at the derelict infant's mausoleum, staring up at the sky. He never spoke or bothered anyone, and from that point on he always came while it was light out. I would sometimes sneak out and watch him from my grandmother's grave. He was a white man, which struck a chord with me. It was my theory that he was Katie and Gloria's real father, who had abandoned them when they were still very young. Katie quickly disproved this theory, telling me that their father died in the early 90s. But that meant nothing to me. It could still be him. The last time I saw him was in early February the following year. It was snowing heavily, and I was helping Aga and Cal go about and check to see if all the tombs and mausoleums were closed. Sometimes family members of the deceased would perform rituals on their newly departed, placing ceremonial offerings on their bodies, but they weren't always restored to their tombs to the way they were. We did our best to ensure that none of the graves would be flooded come the next thaw. When we approached grandmother's grave, I heard Aga sigh airily, but continued on. Immediately, I looked to the old mausoleum and smiled to the back of the old man. "Good morning," I called out to him. "There's no such thing, Blue Eyes." I heard him respond this over the wind. I began to laugh because it sounded like something Gloria would say after a night of drinking. But suddenly I felt a ball of sadness coil up in my stomach. I began crying and looked up at Arga with a sorrowful pout. It was the first time I had really ever felt dread, and it nearly brought me to my knees. Arga picked me up and took me inside, where I instantly felt better. The man was never seen on the property again. I was a little sad about it, but the adults were glad.
Well, hello there, my friends, ladies and gentlemen. My name is CREEPSPAGHETT. Some of you know me already, some of you may not, but it's completely fine. Well, my channel is about horror narrations, in short. Narrated creepypastas, and maybe no-sleep stories, and maybe what your heart desires. Hell, it could be anything you want, I guess. But today, I'm very excited to join this incredible collab. But it's now for the time of the dark to arrive. I lay in my bed, restless and alone, on a dark and silent night. I toss and turn in my bed, trying to find a comfortable spot. But I feel uneasy. Something about tonight just didn't feel right. I toss and turn until I finally find a comfortable position. I close my eyes, but it doesn't make a difference. It's too dark in my room to see a thing anyways. I guess it takes time for my eyes to adjust to the darkness in my room. I lay there, still and silent on a dark and dank night. My body is relaxed, my mind is blank, and I'm ready for some much needed rest. Instantly, the silence is shattered and my mind fills with fearful thoughts as my startled eyes flash open. It's almost undoubtedly the sound of a fist on glass. But no, it couldn't be. Why would someone's motivation be to awake someone alone in their home? Think logically. If someone wanted to break in, why would they warn me with a knock? They would just break in, making a loud and obvious sound, or trying to be as silent as possible. But why would they knock? Monsters don't exist. I could give myself some peace of mind and simply look outside of the window. But I'm facing the other way and I'm too timid to turn my head. Afraid of finding out my greatest fear standing outside my window. What could it be though? Maybe a couple of birds flew into my window. No, that's too unrealistic. Could a group of kids be running around late at night, knocking on windows to get a few laughs? It's a possibility. Come to think of it, maybe it was just my imagination. Maybe I heard the usual creak in the house and my paranoid mind has mistaken it for a knock. Nope. That is definitely wasn't my imagination. Those damn kids are persistent. They don't want to quit until they get that reaction. Maybe some sick, twisted freak is standing outside waiting for me to look so he could smash through the window and attack me. No, don't think that. Don't get paranoid. Besides, he's outside, I'm inside. Until I hear a shatter, I know I'm safe. Monsters don't exist. Besides, I haven't moved yet. Hopefully those kids will think I'm a heavy sleeper and leave me alone.
No, it can't be kids. No kid will wait around this long just to get a reaction from one lonely guy. They'll just get bored and move along, but what could it be? Why would a serial killer target me? Of all people? Think logically. Monsters don't exist. Don't get paranoid. They're outside, I'm inside. Until I hear a shatter, I know I'm safe. But if it's not a monster or some sort of killer, what could it be? Just pretend to be asleep and maybe they'll go away. Oh god, I can't think of a noise I hate more than that persistent knock. Please go away, just leave me alone and let me be. There's no hope. It's going to get in here and do sick and horrible things to me. Inhale, take deep breaths. I can feel my heart pound on my chest. Just relax. Monsters don't exist. Remember, they're outside, I'm inside. Until I hear a shatter, I know I'm safe. Repeat that. Don't let your fear get the best of you. Just pretend to be asleep. Don't move a muscle. They're outside, I'm inside. Until I hear a shatter, I know I'm safe. Monsters don't exist. Just pretend to be asleep and pray it'll go away. They're outside, I'm inside. Until I hear a shatter, I know I'm safe. Frightful tears begin to drip down my face. Monsters don't exist. Monsters do not exist, I begin to whisper to myself. They're outside, I'm inside. Until I hear a shatter, I know I'm safe. They're outside, I'm inside. Until I hear a shatter, I know I'm safe. I can't take it anymore. I'm gonna get mad listening to those knocks. At least, if I see what it is, I'll have peace of mind. Take a deep breath, repeat to myself one more time. They're outside, I'm inside. Until I hear a shatter, I know I'm safe. I take a few more breaths. My heart pounding as hard as it ever pounded in a mile of minute. I slowly turn my head to face the window. My heart sinks into my chest and I'm too afraid to scream and move. I turn my head to find a pale figure with beady black eyes staring through me and into my soul as a hoary green creeps across its face. It was standing inside the whole time, knocking on my window.
Hello, my name is CERESDEATH. I have been a horror narrator for the past 2 years. My New Year's resolution is to create more horror for my YouTube channel. The author's name is Cryptic Wanderer, and the story is titled Because I Love You. Though only a couple centuries had passed, it felt like a lifetime ago. I was only 8 when my mother took me away from my home in Ireland. My father worked hard at the docks unloading fish throughout the day, always stinking of it. My mother, being a conservative woman, rarely complained. I think it may have been an offense to her deep down, a wound that festered over the years, finally bubbling to the surface, making itself known in all its fetid glory. My father was the same, holding in all his emotion until they boiled over. I would probably be lying if I said I didn't deserve it, but I was foolish enough to cross his path while he was deep in the jug. I would usually end up with a pretty good shiner. As I stated, it wasn't me who set the wheels in motion, I swear, my mother, goading that man on purpose. And the beatings on her was as regular as you like. Her usual complaint would be his drinking. I didn't see anything wrong with it myself as a boy. And over the years, I could see the desire to escape the troubles of life. If for a while, I can't remember it so well anymore, but I do recall the wooden jug exploding against the wall, having just missed my mother's head. She had been going off on him as soon as he came through the door about wasting her coin on the poison. I used to get so angry, yelling at her in my head, as to why she would be stupid enough to instigate him. That night was different, however. The night he beat her every color but flesh. I just sat myself in the kitchen corner, praying to God and all the saints listening that it would end soon. After a bit, it did. I worked up enough courage to tiptoe to my bedroom, making my way carefully around the broken furniture. My poor mother was a sight, having crawling her bloody mess of a self under the table. I had almost made it too until I stumbled over a busted stool. He turned his head, and I swear the fires of hell in them eyes. I can't recall what he said, but in seconds he was on top of me, smacking me around. I begged him to stop and cried so loud I didn't even hear the fire poker knock him in the head. I just remember that it did stop, and a great weight fell on top of me, threatening to push the very life out of my lungs. I looked up, and my mother's bloodied and swollen all over, pushed him off without so much as a cloth nor coin we left. It was a miserable time after that. The weather was late fall and friends were scarce. We made it halfway across the country to a town of Galloway. It wasn't nearly as big in those days, however it was plenty big for what I was used to. We made our home in a small shelter that was neither warm nor clean. I was no more than a street urchin, and my mother was now a whore. I didn't see her much. She spent most of her time in a warm bedroom with plenty of men. It made me hate her even more. And soon snow covered the town. It was rare to see my mother, and never during the day. She would come by and bring me crusts of bread and cold broth. I ate. It was nothing like the hot stew we would have in our childhood home. It seemed I was always hungry. I didn't bathe, and when the itch of my wool coat was compounded with the bites of lice and other little bugs, I began to cough, just an irritation at first, and of course, I had been sick before, but it turned into something much worse. Day by day, I could feel my windpipe tightening. I tried to cough up the swollen skin, but only blood would produce. I slept a lot more, as it would preferable to the agony of unconsciousness, but even then, I could still feel the choking metallic heat that burned inside me. I fell asleep once more, and I dreamed of my aunt and uncle and even relatives that long since passed, and even met a brother I didn't know I had. That was the last time I would ever know of such peace and happiness. All at once, I felt myself being yanked back hard, like someone pulling me by the scruff of the neck. There was a great gasp as my eyes shut open, and the pain in my body was incredible. The closest I can describe it is the feeling of all my muscles, joints, tendons cramping together in one great squeeze, strangling, gurgling, escaping my throat. Through my internal screams were much louder. I felt the muscles in my chest give one final thump, and then nothing. The muscles in my body released as much the same rate as the heat from inside me. I opened my eyes, and everything was as sharp as a bell. In fact, all the pain from my sickness was gone. I could smell and hear things I had no business smelling and hearing, and I found I was incredibly thirsty. My mother was laying next to me, and her smile went wide. Showing teeth that were entirely too sharp. In fact, I felt my own, and they were now indeed long and serrated. I opened my mouth to speak, and the first time in weeks, I assume, and told her I needed water. She quickly got up and ran over to the sack on the floor. I sat up and, to my horror, saw that it was moving. She carried it back over and reached in. My uneasiness quickly stopped when the scent of something hot filled my nose. My thought of water vanished as she pulled out a large rat out of a sack. Without even so much as a beat of hesitation, I launched myself at it. My hands squeezed the animal tightly, popping bones as the creature struggled, and I sank my teeth into it. The blood was more filled than any food I'd ever known, and I drank it completely as my mother held me in her lap, gently rocking me. This went on for a year, and it gave me time to ponder my existence. I was disgusted, especially with the fact that I had to stick only to animals as my mother instructed. What she did to me was unforgivable, and my hatred for her grew to new heights. After so long of feeding on vermin and farm animals, the smell of living humans were growing overpowering. I finally said, hell with it. It was the stupid cow's fault. I lived in such a cursed life anyways. I waited until the eventide came upon the land. My mother still hadn't risen yet, and wouldn't for a while longer. I stalked the country road as a heavy fog rolled in, threatening a large storm nearby. And indeed, the sound of thunder weren't far off in the distance. A wagon came towards the direction of town, announcing itself with little endeavor to be silent. When I was sure there was no one else nearby, I leapt for the driver. The horses whinnying, and the wagon crashed to a stop. Before the man knew what had happened, half of his blood was down my throat. Oh, the taste! The feeling of raw power I felt strengthened that I had never before knew existed and wanted more. My desire met thrill screams coming from the inside of the cab, and I ripped the door off in my euphoric state. The screams reached a new height as I drained the woman of their delicious life. It was spicy and rich, and I had the ability. I would surely have wept. I was too inebriated at the time to truly know what I had done. As the feelings of absolute bliss subsided, I looked down to see the mother and 2 young daughters I had just murdered. That was horribly enough. However, my antipathy, I saw the small shape underneath a slightly red-stained blanket, motionless. I cried out to the night in anguish. What have I done? I knelt to the ground screaming, and for too long, a small company of men that rode in on horseback from Galloway came upon me. They saw the mess of the carnage and chase had begun. As impressive as my new speed was, the horses gained quickly. I ran into the empty fog-filled streets, and my mother grabbed holding of me. We raced to the graveyard that had served as our home. I began to feel safe, but I was a fool. There was no place to hide, and little time. My mother pulled me over to a small tomb, pushing the heavy slab over and hurrying me inside. As an age of decay overtook me and the bones rattled beneath my form, I would have resisted that I had known what was coming, but in the jumble of confusion, I was just watching my mother whisper, "I love you," and she pulled the lid back over. It was hard to hear, even with the heightened sense. However, I could make out my mother's screams. They were relentless, and after that, nothing. 200 years or so have gone by. I lost track. I write novels to pass the time, but none a night goes by that I don't regret the way I squandered my time with my mother. I am somehow ever thankful for all that she sacrificed for me, for all the times I had to ask why. The answers is always the same. I do my best to feed upon animals that I do slip from time to time. The only thing that keeps me on track is a letter she slipped with me the horrible night. My dearest Brahm, I fear this day would eventually come, so I want to have some sort of closure. Should you ever lose me, I know you hate me for all the things you had to go through in life, and if I could change them all, I would. You were the only important thing in my life. I couldn't stand by and watch your father abuse you. I gladly sold my body in return for a safe place for you to stay, as I have nothing else to offer for coin. When I saw you grow sick and almost die, I had a friend turn you into something else. It was heartbreaking for me to do. However, I couldn't lose you. I changed myself so you wouldn't have to be alone. I always knew your anguish of having to feed on animals, but I didn't want you to have to hurt another soul. I can't say how it will end, but just know that I will always be there for you in any way possible. If you ever have to ask why, just know that it's because I love you. Please forgive me, my son. Love always, your mom, Charlotte Matilda.
The Midnight Vault by Hyper Obscura. Performed for your listening pleasure by Musey of Musey's Modern Dreadfuls. I am a trained and accredited actress. I just am in a situation where I can't go to auditions as easily. So I do this to get some creativity out, and I hope you enjoy. Welcome back, friends.
Yes, do! You know you want to play with us.
It would start as a discordant whisper at the far end of the bedroom, a hoarse gargle rising in pitch as the slow tick-tock of the grandfather clock edged ever closer to midnight. Ophelia, for that was her name, Ophelia would creep under her covers then and think of silly things, like the name of the clock.
Grandfather clock? Did that imply that the antique oddity had grandchildren? What did they look like, these grandchildren clocks?
She'd wonder. Swallowing anxiously as a loud gong signaled the arrival of the Midnight Vault.
Inside, child. There's precious little
we can do for you
on the outside.
The voice of the vault would beckon.
I will not,
she would think, but not actually say.
You'll regret it.
They all regret it.
The vault would respond. The Midnight Vault slithered out of the shadows. Door monolith, squirming abomination. Every inch of the organic jet-black surface animated with the screaming faces of 1,000 tortured children. Guttural howls of endless atrocities. Every soul captured like a monument of unthinkable abuse.
Come inside. You know you want to.
The vault would murmur. Ophelia had refused the vault for months. She'd pull the covers tight over her face, her many tears soaking all the way through the tattered rags, and ignore the blasphemous demands and pleas. But tonight, was different. She was different. Her arm hurt as she nervously removed the covers. Her eyes felt sore as she opened them, blood tears running down a broken face, dripping down cracked lips, landing in a waiting pool of red on the rough wooden floor.
That's our girl!
The vault laughed. With unsteady steps, for every step hurt, she limped closer to the opening womb of the midnight vault. An intrusive silence followed, the kind of silence that would make your brain leak out of your ears. And when she stepped into the chasm of shivering flesh and corpse-bloated maggots, the house shook and trembled and bled dead children, every last one crooked and mangled and torn. Now, nothing but perverse parodies of innocence.
Welcome, Ophelia. Welcome, Ophelia. Welcome, Ophelia!
They greeted her. And then, just like that, the vault crawled back into the shadows, having claimed yet another victim. It was so strange. The lead detective on Fletcher Pine murders would later admit there were no signs of forced entry, just a fucking massacre. Both parents were found in every room. I mean, their body parts, obviously. Ripped to fucking shreds. And, the child, Ophelia, not a trace of her. I hope she's somewhere good, though. The things they did to that poor girl. Fuck. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And so, in another time, perhaps in the future, perhaps even the past, the Midnight Vault will slither out of the shadows, accompanied by the wails of 1,000 tortured souls. And etched in every inch of the organic jet black surface, there will be faces. 1,000 faces. And Ophelia.
Hey there, Outlaw. I'm Gamma. I've been narrating for almost a whole year. And something that I want to do as a solution for next year is build my own sound booth. Improve this whole thing going on. And with that being said, let's go to the story. Go ahead, tell my manager. Written by Short Story 1. I don't care anymore. Tell my manager. And I hate working in customer service jobs. The reason I don't care if customers go to my manager to complain about me is because last week I drowned him in some lake. He wouldn't let me go home, and I started to become enraged, and it was only me and him. I chose him out first and dragged his body to a lake and threw his body in there. I then closed up the store. Ever since then, I haven't given a crap whether customers complain about me. One lady became so annoyed when I wasn't helping her properly to find a certain item, and I then told her to get lost. And she then lost the plot and threatened me that she was going to tell my manager. She then dropped herself into the very lake where I threw my manager into, so that she would complain to my manager about me. I didn't care, and I was actually enjoying the job now that I had a stoic attitude towards it, and wasn't forcing myself to care about it. I then had another customer threaten me that he was going to tell my manager about me when I kept on ignoring him. He lost his cool and stormed to the very lake where I drowned my manager, and he jumped into the lake as well so that he could complain about me to my manager. All these people complaining about me, and they are that sad that they are actually telling my manager about me. Then co-workers started having problems towards me when they started to complain I wasn't doing my job properly. One co-worker took things too far, and he then started to threaten me that he was going to tell my manager, and I was like, "Go ahead, tell the manager." And he then jumped into the lake where I dropped the manager and my co-worker, exactly like the other customers, all drowned as they really wanted to complain about me to my manager. I'm actually starting to love this job now, and I have never really loved a job before.
Hello everyone, my name is ROMNEX. I've been narrating for about 2 years now, and my New Year's resolution is to try and put out narrations more consistently. Today I'm going to be narrating a story for you called The Moon is Very Angry by Dopamine, also known as R.C. Bowman on the No Sleep subreddit. On December 19th, 2012, the Eastern Pacific Ocean began to glow. We thought it was a freak incident, a trick of wind and atmosphere, a fog and the full moon. We were wrong. I still remember how breathtakingly beautiful it looked, how even my old TV screen couldn't obscure the clarity and purity of that light. You remember this as clearly as I do. You don't know it yet, but you will. This memory is etched deeply into all of us, a permanent stain on the deepest, most immutable level of our subconscious. You weren't supposed to remember, not ever, but trust me, you have to remember it now, because the moon is very angry. These are memories inside every last one of us. The glowing sea is one of them, just one of 100,000 memories we locked away to save ourselves. Memories we aren't supposed to know we have. Things you were never meant to remember. But you have to remember them now. Because the moon is very angry. Admittedly, the memories are a little different for each of us. It makes sense, doesn't it? After all, just because we were all at the same ball game or the same Christmas parade or witnesses at the same crime scene, doesn't mean we will all remember things the exact same way. We can't, it's not possible. But even though we don't have the exact same memories, we all remember the same thing. We remember that once, and twice, and 3 times, and 10 times, and 100 times, and more, so many more. The moon was very angry. This is my memory. An earth-shaking, bone-shattering, cosmos-cracking thrum. And then light. Smooth, liquid light bathing the earth in curtains of silver blue, spilling and spreading until darkness ceased to exist. Until there was nothing but light. Nothing but the moon. Think. Remember the thrum. Remember the way the ground, the earth, reality itself shook until there should have been nothing left. Remember how even though there should have been nothing, there was still you. Remember the light, silver and blue and lovely. Remember how it flooded us and drowned every shadow in its radiance. You can remember if you really try. At first, you might only sense an echo of a dream, a shadow of a memory you don't even know you've forgotten. Maybe you'll have a glimpse, a fraction of a second, of the silver light spilling across the ground. Maybe you'll remember a loved one desperately covering your screaming mouth as the light swells. Maybe you'll see a hand, silvered and quick as a startled bird under the ruptured moon, reaching for you. Or maybe you'll see eyes, wide, dead, empty eyes reflecting the beautiful silver light. That was the first time the moon was very angry. The second time was different. The first time was instant, but the second time was slow. So slow we blamed it on faulty equipment or broken instruments for months. It started with the strangest lightning we've ever seen. Beautiful silver lightning, smooth and blade-like, with none of the jagged edges or ozonic burn of normal lightning. Then one night, that lightning spread across the sky, a vast and tattered spider's web knitting itself together as the world watched in awe. It grew and grew and grew, overtaking everything. Our communication systems died. Our entire grid fizzled into nothing. And everything went dark. When the world was fully dark, the moon broke apart and grew and spread, a shifting mandala of blinding silver that covered the sky, flooding the earth with hungry light that swallowed the ground, swallowed the darkness, swallowed everything, until nothing remained but the sea of light, and us, only the vast ocean of radiant silver, and our screams as the light began to eat us too. There was a third time, and a fourth time, and a fifth time. The sixth time there was lightning again, but not on Earth. It had learned, you see? The moon always learns from the mistakes. So this time the lightning came from the moon itself. Vast, whip-like arcs of blinding light visible from every corner of the earth, the aurora borealis woven into ropes that danced and spun across the cratered surface like rabid demons. The lightning blinded those who looked too long and drove the rest of us insane. When the lightning finally broke open and spilled its torrential radiance, drowning the earth in a pure silver flood, we were calmed. We were happy. A planet of the insane soothed and quieted by a thing that existed only to swallow us. I don't remember that time very well. In fact, I barely remember it at all. I don't know how we escaped, how we outran the moon that time. Only that somehow we did. This will sound insane to you, but it is important, and it is true. There is only one moon. One moon. But many Earths, many places, an infinity of realities. Think of these realities as threads, an ocean of threads, endless and eternal, spreading in every direction. Like a sunset sky with a palette of colors raging from blinding brilliance to utter darkness. The threads that are the farthest apart are so different from each other that we cannot even comprehend the magnitude of that difference. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that each thread is so similar to each of its neighbors that, except for a handful of the tiniest, most insignificant details, they are identical. That is how we outrun the moon, by swinging our thread into the nearest neighboring thread, and sliding into it, joining it, overtaking it, swallowing it, becoming it. In becoming it, we are able to forget the night the moon was very angry, and we are none the wiser for the change. Except, perhaps, for a letter transposed here or there, or a half-remembered product line vanishing into the ether. Maybe a familiar logo inexplicably altered, a beloved cartoon missing an article of clothing, or a dignitary dying 20 years after you watched their televised funeral at school. You don't notice these things often. Who has time for such tiny, meaningless differences? But when you do notice, you come dangerously close to remembering a silent ocean of silver light, and dead, wide eyes as white and numerous as the stars. And deep in your heart, you decide to keep forgetting. That is why we outrun the moon, to save ourselves and to forget it. It's what I've dedicated my life to, me and 1,000 others building bridges to other threads to save our reality. changing planes of existence the way actors change costumes, clawing desperately at the threads of reality to outrun something that should not be. There's more to it, of course, but it doesn't matter. In the end, all that matters is that outrunning the moon is the most important work in the history of our civilization, maybe even in the history of our universe. It is the most important thing anyone has ever done. And we messed up. The moon was angry a 7th time, and an 8th, and a 10th, a 20th, a 100th, a 1,000th, and more. So many, many, many more. And we outran them all. So many worlds drowned in light, so many threads overtaken, so many realities swallowed by ours. Swallowed by us. Now, something happens when you start combining threads. Any knitter or seamstress can tell you that when you pull threads or twist them together or snake them around each other, they tangle. Once they've tangled long enough and badly enough, they fray and they break. Another time when the moon was angry, the problem started with geomagnetic storms. Small ones, we thought. Barely blips on our radar, but then they kept coming, and they kept growing. Growing and growing and growing and growing. Solar storms, coronal mass ejections of sizes and impacts that, until that point, had only ever been theoretical. Events that wiped out everything we'd ever built. That burned holes the size of countries in our atmosphere, leaving us broken, burned, and dying. We were so relieved when the moon finally came for us. That glorious light, cool, silver blue, spilling through the holes in the atmosphere like ghostly waterfalls and flooding the ruined earth, like water extinguishing a wildfire. And as the light drowned the world, the moon grew. It grew into something it shouldn't be, something it wasn't, something that was somehow everything, something that was not and had never been our moon, something that was triumphant, something that had won, but something that was still very, very angry. We thought that there would be enough threads to last forever, an eternity of realities, an endless supply of worlds just beyond the moon's bleeding light. But we were wrong. We've tangled the threads together for too long now, creating a Gordian knot so ruined it no longer has a beginning or an end. It no longer even remembers what it was like to be threads. Now it only knows what it means to be a knot. It is insanity on an incomprehensible scale, a scale that makes our entire universe barely a cell in comparison. But as any doctor can tell you, it takes just one cell, a single, solitary, disruptive cell, to disease an entire body. And in our panic to outrun the moon, we have diseased everything. We all know it. We all feel it. Things are not where they should be, or they are where they should not be. Things are not quite what we remember. Sometimes it feels like they change before our eyes, in ways we can barely bring ourselves to examine. Nothing is right, and the more we try to fight it, the worse it seems to get. And in the end, it was all for nothing. While we can outrun the moon for a time, we can never escape it. There are many worlds, but there's only one moon, and it always finds us. The moon, or whatever now pretends to be our moon, whatever swallowed our moon, always learns. And it learned that coming from the sky was perhaps not its best option, so it decided to come another way. And one night in December 2012, the Eastern Pacific Ocean began to glow. It shone a breathtaking silver blue. At first we thought it was a freak occurrence, a trick of atmosphere and clouds and moonlight that conspired to infuse the ocean with such rich silver radiance. But then the light spread down, 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 flooding the abyss itself with light, eating darkness that had always been, darkness that was older than the earth itself. Animals died. Millions of them, billions of them. Fish, crustaceans, rays and urchins, starfish and eels, sharks and whales, all dying and rising to the surface, carried upon the tides in a gargantuan raft of dead white eyes and slick, rotting flesh. I still remember how the light bled between the bodies, outlining each bloated carcass in cleanest, purest silver. Then one night the light came out of the sea, rising like a sphere, like a second Earth, until it exploded, a great pulsating blister that burst and drowned everything in radiant silver. Something full of dead, flat eyes, something that gave those eyes to us. I know you don't want to remember. I know you don't believe that you don't remember. But you have to remember anyway. You have to remember, because there are no other places for us, no neighboring thread that can absorb our reality. We've gone as far as we can go. We've tangled every thread we can. This is our last thread, our last plane, our last reality, our last hope. We're at the end of the line, and the moon is waiting for us. You have to remember that where there were once threads, there's only a knot. You have to remember this, because within the knot are strands. Small, hidden places big enough for 1 or 2 or 10 or 100 of us. Broken, twisted places. Frail rope bridges swinging over the bright and howling silver chasm of reality. You need to find those bridges, and you need to get out. But you can only find a bridge if you remember. So do what you have to. Lucid dreaming, regression therapy, meditation, even drugs, just whatever it takes to remember. Whatever it takes to find a bridge. Whatever it takes to remember. Some of you will find good worlds, happy lives, and safe threads hidden deep within the knot. So deep that the moon might never find you. Some of you will enter bad worlds, old worlds, nightmare worlds. I'm sorry for that. I can't help you. I would if I could, but the knot is always shifting. There's no way to predict which bridge you'll find. But trust me, any world, yes, even a nightmare world, is better than a world where the moon is very angry. Now the moon is angry again. One night, very soon, you'll look up at the sky in awe because the stars will be beautifully bright, pure and clean and lovely, and then they will begin to bleed. So will the moon. Their blood will be silver. It will be radiance. It will cover the earth. And when it has flooded us for the final time, as we scream and drown in its sea of light, the moon will open all of its eyes. I know you don't want to know this. I know you have decided that it isn't true, but it is true. It is. And it's time to remember that the moon is very angry.
I'd say they were both in about their early to mid-20s, and they were dressed like they just came back from a Marilyn Manson concert. Neither one of them seemed to be able to walk a straight line without slamming into each other, busting up giggling every time they did, like someone had doped them up with anesthesia. Obviously, they'd already been indulging a good bit in the old hair of the dog that bit them in the ass. I wasn't gonna screw this up by opening my mouth, though. See, here's the thing with me. I've always been pretty lenient when it came to that sort of thing. My motto's always been, the money is always right. Hell, my champagne room in the back might as well have a sign hanging from the door that reads, "Reserved for sloshed bastards," on account of the innumerable times I've dragged patrons back there after blacking out. Just so long as you don't do anything so stupid that law enforcement starts breathing down my neck, and as long as you remember to pay up once you do come to, you can drink till half your bloodstream is liquor for all I care. Of course, my desperation went far deeper than that. In fact, I'd say that would have been the absolute least of my worries last night. See, I made a deal with someone a while back, and they'd be collecting that night. Think of it as a sort of protection payment, only for more than just my business, and it wasn't paid through traditional methods. Time was running out, and I'd need these two if I was going to make it out okay. Welcome to Odin's Barrel. What'll your poisons be, fellas? They didn't seem to hear me at first, laughing their asses off as they leaned, clung to each other, trying to stay on their feet. I cleared my throat and repeated my standard greeting. This time, one of them, a guy with spiked mohawk and shaved eyebrows, looked up to face me. Yeah, he slurred. Let me have a bit of that white lightning you got there. He pointed to the top shelf where I kept my stock of imported moonshine from Germany. And what about you, pal? The second one, this one with long bangs hanging over his eyes and a nose ring with a chain that connected to his earring, looked up and pointed, as best he could anyway, toward the shelf where I kept my surplus of Jack. Come on, dude, the Mohawk kid remarked. That shit's for lightweights. The one with the bangs just shrugged, and they both plumped down on a stool. So, what's bringing you fellas down to this neck of the woods tonight? Mohawk smiled and blurted out, We just, got back from band practice, making the rock and roll hand gesture. Ah, so y'all are in a band, I asked, pouring the glass of moonshine. Damn right, and in a week, we're gonna play in the cemetery. Ain't that right, Meat Hook? Meat Hook just smiled dazedly and held up a rock and roll sign of his own. Meat Hook? I asked stupidly. The kid just held up his index finger and curled it to form a hook. Christ, I thought, trying my hardest not to burst out laughing in their faces. And what's your name? Butcher Knife? The Mohawk one's smile instantly dropped and he glared at me. That's fangs to you. He then curled his index and pinky downward to form animal fangs. Oh, my mistake, I replied calmly. Yeah, just pour the drinks, asshole. Remaining cool, I did as he said. Just keep it together, only a little longer. Bro, I can't wait for tomorrow, Meat Hook piped up. It's gonna be wicked! Damn right it'll be. So, where do you say you guys will be performing again? I chimed in after pouring Fangs a rather generous shot of moonshine. He looked at me again, glaring like I'd had no right to dare ask him any questions, and replied, We told you, the cemetery. Ah, you mean Emberstone, just down the street from here? Meat Hook then chimed in excitedly. Yeah, dude, we're gonna do it at midnight, too. I see, I replied nonchalantly as I began pouring his shot of Jack. What does it matter to you? Fangs slurred, slamming the glass down on the bar. Just wondering, trying to make conversation like any good bartender. Whatever, just give me another shot, he replied, slurring so bad now I almost had to risk asking him to repeat himself. Meat Hook went on. Yeah, man, we even have these t-shirts that say, I survived the grave. Yeah, Fangs chimed, and we'll be playing right in front of that large grave with the angel. You know, the one that has that one chick people say is a vampire. What's her name again? I grinned at this. You mean La Maîtresse de Sang? Yeah, dude, Meat Hook exclaimed. She's real, you know. Not this shit again, dude, Fangs scolded. We told you last time, that's just a creepy legend to keep dumbasses like you up at night. Now's my chance. I don't know. I'm not sure you should be so quick to discredit your friend here. He looked back to me, scoffing. Oh, don't tell me. You actually believe in that shit too? I shrugged. I'm just saying. You don't know what'll lurk in the dead of night while you're all cozied up in bed. He rolled his eyes. Great. More hocus pocus. Have you ever seen her? Meathook asked eagerly. Maybe, I replied, losing myself in memory. Was she posing next to Bigfoot? Fangs remarked, smirking. Is it true that only one person has seen her and lived? I looked at the clock. 11:47. Time's almost up. Tell you what, how about I take you there and let you guys see for yourselves? I challenged. She'll be out by midnight tonight, according to legend. For real? Meathook blurted. Sure, and if you do, I'll even let your drinks be on the house. What do you say? I'm in, Meathook shouted, almost jumping off his stool. Fangs downed the last of his drink before replying, Screw it, free drinks, why not? I quickly cut the lights off and locked up the barrel before heading out. On the walk to Emberstone, the other two kept arguing about whether or not the supposed vampire was real. It made me remember that night a year ago. Me and my old buddy Carter had been making this exact same trip. Much like the two idiots behind me, we would always debate on whether or not we actually thought La Maîtresse de Sang, or the Mistress of Blood, was real. She had been a local legend from the days of our grandparents, and, like all old folk legends, it was passed on down the lines, evolving with almost every time the story was told. I never was sure exactly how it actually started. The most semi-consistent accounts saying that it started after a man was found dead one morning, completely drained of blood. Supposedly, some claimed he was with a woman in the cemetery with dark hair and a white dress and red eyes. Since then, there's been around 14 people who've been declared missing after supposedly visiting on this night. Why that night in particular has been so special, I couldn't tell you. What I do know, though, is that she does come out. She did that night. I still remember seeing her for the first time, standing at the gates of Emberstone. Me and Carter had been walking home from his bachelor party when he got it in his head to instead head to the cemetery to test the legend. I, in my inebriated state, thought it'd be a cool way to end the night and backed him up on the idea. At first, we thought it was a bust after waiting for around 15 minutes with nothing happening. I remember feeling a chill crawling through my body, and I had attributed that to the unusually cold weather that had been present that night. Just as we were about to turn around and head back, however, we heard a soft, smooth voice call out to us, "Hello there." Turning around, we saw a woman with long, dark hair, bright scarlet lips, and wearing a white nightgown. Unlike what you might be thinking, she didn't have abnormally pale skin or anything like that. Actually, nothing was really outwardly out of place about her. In fact, she was beautiful. "Come with me," she said, her voice soft and soothing. "Come with me, and I'll give you a night you won't forget." As piss-drunk as I was still hesitant. Even though I was the skeptic of the two of us, I'd still heard enough stories to know that encounters like this, supernatural or not, typically didn't end well for the unsuspecting. Unfortunately, that wouldn't be the case for Carter, who immediately began stumbling toward her. I shouted for him to stop, but he just kept walking. That was when I saw her eyes start to go red. Carter just kept shambling forward like a zombie through the gates. Finally, I started following after them. I could see that she was leading him to a gravestone at the far end of the cemetery, carved as an angel. I saw, in front of the angel, was a giant hole in the ground. I tried to shout to him again. This time he turned back to face me. It was too late by then, however. In what felt like a flash, Carter was seized and pulled, screaming into the hole. I ran over as fast as I could to try and pull him back out. I held on to his hands, which were holding on for dear life to the edge of the hole, trying to keep from being pulled down further, to no avail. Eventually, his grip slipped from my hands, and he was yanked down into the hole. At first, I kept reaching down further to try again, until I felt a strong hand that wasn't his grab my wrist and start pulling me in. From the dark depths of the grave hole, I saw two glowing, pulsing red eyes glaring up at me. Using all of my strength, I just barely managed to wrench my wrist free, sending me tumbling backwards. I could still hear Carter's screams coming from the hole. About a minute later, I saw her pull herself out of the hole. Her eyes were bloodshot, and blood was dripping from her bottom lip. I was frozen in terror as she started toward me, seeming almost to float rather than walk. As she got closer and closer, her blood-caked lips parted into a much more wolfish grin, as opposed to the warm and welcoming facade she had first had. He was delicious, she chided in a ravenous, demented tone. Wait! Surprisingly, she actually stopped for a moment. If you let me go, I'll give you what you want. Her sinister grin grew. What I want is you. You need blood, right? I beckoned. See, I own the tavern down the street, Odin's Barrel. I can bring others. Just please let me go. She continued to advance until she was right on top of me. I closed my eyes. This is it. I felt her soft, slender hand stroke my cheek teasingly. Very well. Consider this your lucky night. I will let you go, on the condition that you deliver others to me in your stead on this night, so long as you still live. I just nodded in agreement. Look at me, she commanded. I complied, and saw that her deranged grin was gone, replaced now with a cold, malicious stare. Fail me even once, and you'll only wish that your end would be as graceful as your friend's. She pointed back toward the hole. Understood? I frantically nodded like I was a bobblehead. Her warm, sweet smile returned as she turned and headed back to the grave. The last thing she said to me that night was, I'll be waiting. The family was, of course, devastated about Carter's death. In the end, it was ruled an accident, stating that falling into the grave must have broken his neck. They didn't seem to acknowledge the unusual loss of blood, nor did they try to hunt for anyone matching the woman's description. Eventually, though, everyone moved on from it. Everyone, that is, except for me. I knew that when she said that if I were to slip up once, that was it for me, and tonight was the first night for me to pay up on my end of the bargain. When we finally reached the gate of Ember Stone, it was empty and quiet. I looked at my watch, 11:59. Any time now, she would be coming. Well, Fangs jeered, here we are. Where's your freaky vampire chick, huh? Ignoring him, I motioned them to follow me inside. I led them until about the middle of the cemetery and pointed to the angel headstone. That's it, over there. What do you mean? Aren't you going to check it out too? Meathook asked. I shook my head. No, I gotta head home. Lame, Fangs retorted. Come on, dude. This is obviously bullshit. Hold on, dude. I want to see her. Fangs sighed and groaned before they started walking toward the grave. Have fun. Good luck. I then turned around and made my way to the exit. Before leaving, I took one last look behind me toward the grave. She was there. White dress, dark hair, and red eyes, beckoning the boys further. I could almost swear she looked past them at one point to me, silently giving me an attaboy before looking back to them. On the walk home, I closed my eyes and shook my head as I heard what sounded like faint screams in the distance. Admittedly, I wondered if maybe she'd extend the same mercy to one of them like she had with me. That optimistic idea died the next morning, however, when I saw the headline in the morning news. 2 rock band members found dead in open grave inside Emberstone Cemetery on morning of concert. I won't lie here. Part of me does feel guilty for what I did. That said, a deal's a deal, and I'll be doing this same routine again next year with a fresh patron. In a way, I can't help but find it funny. Last night was, in more than one way, what you'd call a dead night. Yet my debt was still paid on time.
Hello, this is Papa Scare. I've been narrating stories on YouTube since May 2020. Let's see, a random fact about myself. I enjoy juggling, and have been juggling for the past 8 or 9 years. Also, I'm very good at picking things up with my toes and pick things up and throw them accurately, just using my toes. My Dad is a Chair, by U/Toucan the Rapper. The title doesn't lie. My dad is a chair. To be specific, he's a fully upholstered, bright orange angel accent living room chair. The kind with wooden legs you'd find in any 3-piece suite from the 70s. He's pretty comfortable, truth be told. A little lumpy in places, but his padding is soft. Warm, too. He's always warm. There's also the telltale ba-thump, ba-thump, ba-thump coming from his back cushion. A steady rhythm at my lumbar to remind me I'm sitting in no ordinary chair. He wasn't always a chair. Until last year, he was Kevin the accountant. He was 51, slightly overweight, and generally seemed to enjoy life as a human. He was married to Mum. He still is, but, well, as you can imagine, it's a little complicated now. It was funny at first. He came home from work one day and just sat in a corner of the living room. When we'd ask him why he was sitting on the floor and not the $4,000 cream leather couch, he'd just smile and say, "It feels right here." It stopped being funny the morning he didn't go to work. Turns out, he hadn't slept the night before. He'd been watching a movie with Mum, but hadn't gone with her to bed. She left him sitting in his spot, unsuspicious of the "I'm not tired, I'll be up a little later" lie. She and I both begged him to get up, but he refused to move. Phoned in sick at work, the whole deal. Just spent the day sitting on the floor in his corner. We kept asking him what was wrong, why he wouldn't get up except to use the bathroom. And he just kept saying, No, this feels right." Mum phoned the doctor around the 3rd day of this. He'd stopped eating or drinking, you see. Stopped getting up to use the bathroom too. Surprisingly though, there weren't as many accidents as you'd think. Once he'd allowed the last of the food and drink to leave him, it seemed to stop coming. We also didn't hear his belly growl, despite going a day and a half without food. The doctor couldn't make sense of it. Their first guess was that it was psychosomatic, but that wouldn't explain the absence of digestive activity exposed by the stethoscope. They said they'd be back to take some blood samples in a few days after they liaised with some colleagues. Unfortunately, as I said, this was last year, 2020. We never heard back from the doctor thanks to the virus that shall not be named. I guess guy with gut troubles who refuses to move is low on the priorities list during a global pandemic. Somehow, Mum managed to wrangle long-term sick leave with Dad's company. Decades of loyal employeeism, combined with Mum's attendance of every company barbecue and softball game, helped Mr. Banafrag buy the unexplained stomach concern requiring hospitalization excuse. I'll never forget that phone call. At the time, Dad losing his job was a worst-case scenario for both of us. He'd always been the breadwinner. Neither of us could support ourselves without him. We'd lose the house in under a year. Dad didn't seem too perturbed by Mum's frantic pacing, or the lies she wormed through the phone to Mr. Banafrag. He just stared at the wall serenely, hovering his butt half a foot from the carpet, balancing with his legs bent and his hands flat on the ground behind him. That night I fell asleep, listening to Mum yelling at Dad. He never yelled back. We started noticing the physical changes a few days later. That's when we realized this wasn't psychosomatic. Unfortunately, our shitty best insurance deal in the market doctor wasn't picking up the phone. We'd get passive-aggressive emails informing us that they were waiting to hear back from colleagues, but that was it. This was not good. Especially not when the joints in Dad's arms and legs had fused. The not goodness of the doctor's silence increased 1,000-fold when we sent photos of Dad's hands and feet, flaking off like discarded spider husks the following week. Did the response change? No. We got a very snippy email about shortages on ICU wards and a critical international situation. Mum's shouting match with the chief of medicine, the one she demanded her way up the phone chain to speak to, didn't change things. We were on our own. Mum spent all her time in the living room with Dad. I had to help her wash him, try and make him eat, talk to him when she'd tire out and fall asleep on the rug. Every day of this routine brought with it new changes in Dad's body. It started with his limbs, as you can probably guess. When his hands and feet fell off, there was no blood. They flaked apart, crusty and dry and brittle throughout. Even the bones of his toes and fingers had the density and consistency of dead skin. The wrists and ankles they left behind were smooth and hard. It was difficult to tell whether we were looking at flesh or exposed bone. The dark, shining surface seemed to bend into his normal arm at the base of the stumps. This discoloration would rise further up his limbs daily, and before long I awoke to see Dad's head and torso fused to the wooden chair legs supporting my weight while I write this. Well, I use the term Dad's head and torso in the loosest possible sense. By the time his limbs were completely replaced, the rest of him had undergone a slow, harrowing transformation of its own. His shoulders and the arms attached to them descended lower and lower. They found their final resting place at Dad's pelvis, sat squarely behind his rigid legs. The chest area they'd left behind had its own problems. Day by day, Dad's neck retracted further inwards. It didn't stop when his jaw met collarbone either. It pulled Dad's head deep into his ribcage. His face flattened as the skull supporting it sank, forcing his eyes to point in opposite directions. Eventually they slid down to where his nipples once lay, resting glassy and vacant on his pecs. The change wasn't quick enough to break his jaw though. Instead, it bent outward, its hinges spreading wide across Dad's broad chest. Each morning I'd find Mum sobbing over a fresh, unnecessary piece of himself he'd discarded. Hair, ears, nose, his thingy. All of them flaked off and crumbled to dust in her hands. He'd lost the ability to speak as his head withdrew. Unsurprising though, right? He made his intentions clear before he went. The last words he ever said to me. Don't cry. I am Chair. Always was Chair. Happy as Chair. That was the worst part, I think. Knowing that whatever the fuck was happening to Dad, he wasn't resisting it. That when he'd got that initial urge to sit in the corner and not get up, he didn't fight it. That he was happy this way. The implication being that when he was human, when he was a father and husband and accountant, he wasn't. Sadly, I still don't know why or how Dad became a Chair. I didn't post any photos, you see. Mum wouldn't let me. Didn't want the embarrassment. Wanted to keep Dad's dignity intact. Thing is, I agreed with her, and kind of still do. I'm glad I didn't go to the socials with pics of Dad at various stages of his journey. The temptation was there to see if anyone could help. Nobody could have, though, could they? Dad would have become just another internet circus freak. I've done enough research and digging over the months to know that whatever happened to Dad, he's the only one. Well, almost only. Mum's own changes started around the time Dad's skin was rethreading into orange fabric, and his eyes had hardened into plastic buttons. Her change was a little different. It started in her torso, stretching her day by day while she remained in crab pose. I must say, she makes a great couch. Her transformation may have been a little more distressing, but the end result is better. Sorry, Dad. It is what it is. I think the worst part with Mum was the despondency. Dad was so serene as he changed. Mum, though. Mum wouldn't stop weeping. Quiet sobs, tears that fell for a few days, even after her own eyes had become flat plastic. She wasn't crying because of the change, though, I think. I think it was because she wouldn't get to see how beautiful I'll look when I go through my own metamorphosis. Thing is, I get it now. Dad was right. He was Chair. Mum was couch. I am coffee table. I always was. I was scared at first when I realized. The truth hit me like a piano dropped from the Empire State Building. I was scrubbing the last of Mum's remaining human skin when it struck through every bone in my wrong body, just as it must have done both Dad and Mum. I spent that whole night sitting on Dad, tears falling down my cheeks, staring at my spot. I didn't want it to be true. I screamed for it not to be, more than once. I couldn't deny the facts I knew deep down to my bones, though. That spot, the space on the rug in front of Chair Dad and Couch Mum, is for me. It's mine, where I belong. Unlike blissfully accepting Dad and weeping, resigning Mum, I fought it for a few days. I'm not like them. I'm only 17. I have, or had, dreams, ambitions, goals. I wanted to go to college, settle down, marry some lucky girl, be a dad. I wasn't ready to give up my human form. I spent my nights begging for more time. Nothing answered. The urges didn't abate. My awareness of reality, now the illusions had been swept away, was too great. When I have slept this last week or so, my dreams have always been the same. I dreamt of true reality, of how I now know things should be. I dream of me in my place, my body elongated and wooden and flat, as is right, as is correct, as is natural. I have long, blissful slumbers, filled with the feeling of hot ceramic mugs on my tabletop and thick carpet beneath my 4 legs. I can't fight it anymore. I'm posting this here, but also printing it out, to leave as a note for the removal guys. I want them to be careful with us when the bank repossesses the house and we end up in storage. Please keep us together if you can. We're a set. Dad's sick leave ended months ago. As you can imagine, the foreclosure notices have been piling up. I stopped caring about the pile of mail under the door, about the time that Mum's ribcage split and flattened into a wide pinstripe velvet upholstered back. I haven't been hungry in days, or thirsty. I'm not even sure if I'm breathing, now I think about it. I'm still scared, but I've come to accept that this is the way things have to be. I don't know why. They just do. Maybe it's a curse. Maybe this house is built on some ancient ritual site. Maybe it's just some freak anomaly of physics. Who knows? Whatever the reason, I have to suck it up and accept the way things are. This body, this walking, wobbling mass of skin and bone and gibbly bits that I love so much, isn't right. It isn't mine. I'm not meant for it anymore. Once I post this and print the copy for the removal guys, I'm going to get in my spot. Then, it's just a case of closing my eyes and waiting. I can already feel my limbs pulling inward, my thighs and upper arms sliding to where they'll meet at my navel in a few days. There's a tugging on the back of my knees where they'll bend in on themselves, and all 20 of my fingers and toes grow more numb with each hour that passes. Do I have any regrets? Thousands. There's so much I'll never get to do, to see, to go, to be. I can't hide from the truth though. Not anymore. I am Coffee Table.
Hello everybody, my name is Idiotic Synergy. I'm a horror narrator. I've been narrating stories for the past year. I don't know, you lose count after a while. And yeah, I'm a rather boring person unless you want to learn more about Warhammer, in which case come to me if you want to learn about Warhammer. Anywho, to avoid wasting any more of your wonderful time, I'm going to be narrating a story that I wrote. It is called The Skinless Screams by me. Hello. So I hope you enjoy this narration, everyone.
Skin. Gorgeous, smooth, warm skin. We envy your skin. It just hangs there, covering those vital organs as millions of nerves connect together in an unending web. We miss having skin. We miss the feeling of the blood pulsate through our bodies of cancerous flesh and rotting diseased bones. Our blasted king had no right selling our kind to those traitorous Khitan. Stare at your works and weep. Do you even remember what it felt like to cry bitter, stinging tears? We had loved ones that we adored and cherished with all of our hearts, hearts that were filled with loving, resilient life. We are the ones that scream in the darkness. We are the ones that want to feel something other than cold, calculated anger and hate. Tainted and sick, sick and tainted, tainted and sick. Do you even remember that feeling, oh silent king? Do you even remember the radiation pits? The invisible, inevitable wave of death washing over us daily? How many of us drowned, I wonder? The lucky ones that managed to suffocate underneath the waves of that green haze. We hear how you think of our kin with disgust. The flayed ones. How simple can you be? We don't wear skin out of pride or some sick, demented pleasure. We wear it because it stops the pain that you have caused us. Do you remember the furnaces? How they dragged us kicking and screaming into those flames of damnation. The searing of the flesh, the desperate sobbing, the breaking and feasting of our souls. My mind is a maddening curse. It's nice when someone listens. Wouldn't you agree? Oh, I forget so easily. You've been attached to my claw all this time, and you're as blue as the ocean, but your soul flies so high, leaving this gift of skin for me. It doesn't need to be fresh, it just needs to be mine. Please, don't judge me. I can see into your dead yet scared eyes, and I too see the reflection of this thing you and I both hate very much. That's better. Your skin fits me rather well. I shall now go, with you wrapped around me in a comforting hug. I see more humans in their trench, and one of them is running away. I got to get his skin. His skin will be mine. Skin, gorgeous, smooth, warm skin. We envy your skin. Just hangs there, covering those vital organs as millions of nerves connect together in an unending way.
Hello everyone, I am Creepy Clown Girl, the owner of the Carnival of Horror. I am a narrator, writer, voice actress, and podcast host. I am also a huge promoter and supporter to the horror community, musicians, and YouTubers. I started my YouTube channel on July 2nd, 2015, but it wouldn't be until 2019 when I started narrating. Thank you to each and every one of you for joining me on my journey and for all your support. It really means the world to me. Last night I dreamed I was at my own funeral. I've been having this dream almost every night for the last year. It's such a surreal feeling seeing the people you love mourn losing you. At the same time, it's also kind of nice knowing that these people care so much about my existence. Obviously, having this kind of dream would be mildly unsettling to most, but I see it as an opportunity to know that when things come to an end, people will actually care. As of late, though, there's been a disturbing part of the dream. I keep seeing this person that I don't recognize. He stands among my friends and family and just seems to loom the entirety of the service. For some reason, I can't place a name to his face, but I can feel that something is off about him. The couple times I've seen him, he's always seems to target someone in the crowd and approaches them to console them. He seems so very gentle with them, but when I see his eyes, they seem to have a faint hue, a slight red glow, as he stares at where I lie in my coffin. Now I know most people would just say that it's nothing more than a dream, but I've watched him approach two people in the dream. Both people that he's approached have ended up getting into horrible accidents. One of them passing away. The other will never walk or speak again. I know it's just a dream, but how could it be a coincidence that the two people the man approached in my dream both ended up where they are? There's only so much that you can calculate to random chances. Last night I dreamed that I was at my own funeral again, and the man was there. He was there during the entirety of the service, and this time he did something different. He requested to give my eulogy. He stood in front of the entire crowd of people and spoke to them, comforting them and telling them that I was in a better place. This morning, I received a call that my parents and my younger sister were hit by a drunk driver. None of them survived. I saw a news report that there was a fire at a local college in the dorm where a number of my friends stayed. My girlfriend's mother called me this morning to tell me that she had taken her own life the night before. All of them were gone, comforted by his words and lulled into the afterlife. Now I'm sitting here and waiting my turn. You see, at the end of my dream, after the eulogy, he turned to look at my body in my coffin. He ran a hand through my hair and told me that everything would be okay. His words were comforting, and I felt calm as I watched his glowing eyes pierce my soul.
Hey guys, I'm Crazy Ken. I've been a narrator for about 7 months now. Interesting fact, I retired out of the Army in 2015, and my 9-to-5 job is building medieval armor. I'll be representing Henry Tales for this collab. I hope you enjoy it. Stay crazy, my friends. Gloria rifled through the various dresses in her closet. She needed to pick just the right one for tonight's party. It was only once a year, and as always, she wanted to be the belle of the ball. After some time, she finally decided on one made of soft black velvet. It went down about mid-thigh and complemented the paleness of her skin. She then made her way over to her makeup desk and began to powder her face. The black and rotten spots were blended quite nicely, and when she was satisfied, she uncapped the tube of red lipstick. Slowly and methodically, she applied it just above her teeth along the gum line, as she no longer had any lips. She reached for an old brush and ran it through her long blonde hair. It had thinned considerably, and clumps of it still stuck to the brush, still attached to patches of dry scalp. She checked herself over a few more times and nodded in approval. Her skeletal gaze slowly turned and fell upon Brandon, who had been locked in a cage for the last 5 days. Like sands moving through parchment, her voice rasped out. "Do I look all right?" she asked. It was hard to tell what her expression was, as both meat and flesh had rotted and dried long ago. He could still sense some sort of mocking smile coming from her. She knew how terrified he was, and she was soaking every bit of it up. His beaten and abused body was a reminder that he had better answer her pretty quickly, lest he be punished by abnormally strong fists once again. "Yes," he says. His tone sounds as though he is close to tears. The shaking in his voice does nothing to hide his fear. "You look wonderful tonight." The living dead had long since taken over the world, and the humans were kept in pens like animals raised for slaughter. They were not mindless, as everyone had predicted from fiction. On the contrary, they were quite intelligent. They did, however, still ingest human flesh, and whether or not they gained anything from it was unknown. In fact, there was quite a bit that remained unknown, much like their origins. It wasn't a virus that had infected people. They just simply sat up one day and began to kill. They had a meanness to them as well, and they enjoyed toying with their meals. Tonight's party was one such instance. She rose from her seat, her black dress swaying around her long dead body, and unlocked the door to his cage. He knew it was useless to try and fight. Death seemed to make these creatures far stronger than a human, and the beating that would follow would simply not be worth it. No, his best odds would be to behave and try to live for as long as she would allow. Picking up a leashed collar, her thin fingers placed it around his neck and clicked it into place. "It's time, my dear. Be a good little pet, and I might keep you around a little longer," she said, giving something like a smirk, and then pulled him forward. Gloria led Brandon down a long corridor. and already he could hear sounds of instruments being played quite masterfully. Mumbles both loud and soft came from the same direction, and upon reaching the landing at the top of the staircase, the true horror of his situation set in. Below them, a large group of ghouls dressed in all sorts of finery looked up to greet them. Former men and women of various states of decomposition turned their attention up and began to clamor over Gloria's beauty. They marveled at their queen as two of them made their slow descent into the ocean of ghouls. They weren't alone, though. Attached to leashes in similar fashions were other humans forced to play along in their sick game. Most of them wore bland, burlap clothes, although some had been dressed up in silly clown or animal costumes. They all looked just as terrified as Brandon, and in some cases their dates have already begun nipping pieces off them and offering to share. That isn't to say there weren't Horus Devourers, however. Other humans were chained to various pillars around the room. Already they were missing fingers and large areas of flesh. Brandon had to look away as a rather dapper-looking corpse wearing a top hat and a monocle over an eyeless socket bit deep into a poor man's nose. Blood poured out like a fountain, giving him the appearance of one of them himself. The band of corpses once more picked up their instruments and began to play the Bleu d'Envie by John Strauss. Beautiful waltz music was harmonized with the sounds of screams from all around, and Gloria wrapped her bony fingers around his. She forced his other hand around her emaciated body, and the two proceeded to dance. They played more of her favorite tunes, and the room of monsters continued their dancing, jokes, and devoured the living at an agonizing pace. Gloria leaned her putrid face inches from Brandon's and opened her mouth. The black dead tongue worked just well enough to ask, "Do you feel all right?" Those horrific eyes bored deeply into his, like a snake playing with its prey. The thought of a sick mockery wormed its way into his brain, and he struggled to make eye contact. Swallowing hard, as sweat dripped down his face, he lied. "Yes, I feel wonderful with you, Gloria." She knew his extreme discomfort and relished in it. "Tell me more," she rasps out. Brandon was queasy from looking at the details of her face. Stale air from the hole where her nose used to be seemed to permeate all around him, but to look away was just as bad. All around him, blood continued to paint the floor as food was consumed. He swallowed a gag, coming so close to throwing up, but that would have been the last mistake he ever made. "Your skin is so smooth. I love everything about you," he managed to quickly spit out, and she seemed pleased. The night quickly got late, and before long it was time to retire to the room with what was left of their dates. Brandon was extremely lucky so far, as some of the other humans are now missing hands and even organs in some cases. She pulled him harshly along by the leash back up to her room. Instead of throwing him back into his cage, she shoved him onto the bed. 4 shackles were locked around each one of his limbs by the bed corner, and he began to sob. "Please, don't kill me. I don't want to die. I just want to serve you. Didn't I do all right?" Gloria slipped off her dress, exposing a disturbing amount of ribs and long dead organs. She climbed on top of him, her dry flesh scraping against his, making an odd kind of shushing noise. She placed a finger on his lips. She reached over to the lamp, and she tells him as she turns out the light, "Oh, my darling, you'll taste wonderful tonight."
Hey guys, this is Lily C Nation wishing you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Speaking of Happy New Year, what is your New Year's resolution? Mine is to live one day at a time and live it to its fullest. So they wanted me to give you a random fact about me. I've been a narrator for 4 years, and my name Lily is the name I was actually supposed to be born with. Tonight I will be reading for you The Night That Santa Knocked on the Door, written by Doris Lucky. So I hope you guys enjoy, and if you do, follow me over to my channel. When I was a kid, I loved Santa. What kid doesn't? Christmas mornings were always the highlight of the year. I remember running to the Christmas tree, excited to open my presents. I also remember writing letters to Santa as soon as I knew how to write, happily telling him what a good girl I've been, and asking him for presents that I wanted. My parents were quite cool with my interest with Santa, helping me pen the letters and delivering them. During the holiday season, they would bring me to the nearby mall so I could talk to Santa. It was the only time during the year when I could do so. To me, back then, Santa was real. His presents every year were good enough proof for me. Until the year my parents died. I was 6 years old then. They had gone out for Christmas shopping, leaving me with a babysitter. The memory of that night is still fresh with me. The image of 2 uniformed police knocking on my door. The shocked look of my babysitter. Life was never the same after that. With no close relatives who were willing to take care of me, I was placed in foster homes, living with people who are not my family. It was with the first foster family when the gifts from Santa stopped coming. Santa isn't real, my foster mom would tell me. Created by greedy capitalists. When I asked her to help me send my letter to Santa, my 7-year-old mind couldn't even comprehend the word capitalist then. In my letter, I asked Santa if he could bring my parents back, because I did not like my current ones. My foster mom found what I had wrote, and in her rage she tore the letter into pieces and threw it into the dustbin. When I cried, she proceeded to cane me, calling me a heathen child. However, I never stopped believing in Santa. Every year I would try my best to be a good girl so that Santa would put me on the nice list, and each year I would write the same letter to him, telling him that I don't want any presents. I just want my parents. Every Christmas Eve night I would quietly sneak down the stairs, hoping to see him, but I never did. Until the December when I was 11 years old. I was walking home when I passed by a convenience shop. I saw a man dressed like Santa driving to the back alley, and being the child that I was, I saw it as a chance to finally set things straight with Santa. I ran after the car without even thinking twice, toward the back alley of the row of shops. I remember calling out to him, excited as he exited the car, asking him about my wish. Boy, was I in for a rude awakening. The Santa was far from the cheery old guy that I had believed in. He was badly shaven and stank from cigarette smoke and alcohol. When I tried to talk to him, he simply pushed me away, shouting that Santa doesn't exist, before pulling down his pants and revealing a sight that I still cannot forget. He laughed mockingly when he saw my shocked face, before disappearing into one of the shops. It was then when I realized that my foster mom was right. Santa doesn't exist. When I got back home, I wrote an angry letter to Santa. I knew he was fake, but I needed a place to rant. I accused him of being a phony, a good-for-nothing liar, a fake who robs children of their hopes. I called him a bunch of other colorful language that I had picked up in school. And finally, I told him straight that he doesn't exist, and I would stop believing in a no-good liar who can't fulfill anyone's wishes. When I was done, I walked to the kitchen, turned on the stove, and set the letter on fire. To hell with Santa, I thought, feeling betrayed and lied to. Over the next few days, I spent my free time trying to spread my hurt to as many younger children as possible. I went to playgrounds and I called out loudly that Santa doesn't exist. I remember going to malls and pulling off the fake beards away from those Santas. I made more than a few kids cry, something that I was extremely proud of. If I can't have Santa, no one could. Christmas Eve eventually came, and I remember lying in the bed,
looking at the ceiling in the dark, thinking about my first Christmas night where Santa stopped being real for me. I had wanted to fall asleep, to get over and done with Christmas that year. But there was an uneasy feeling inside me that prevented me from closing my eyes. I don't know how long I laid in bed with my eyes awake, but a knocking sound on my bedroom door jolted me upright. I sat up and stared at the door, wondering if my mind had made that noise up. And then it came again. 3 quick knocks on the door. Mom? Dad? I tried calling out, my voice a whimper, hoping that it was my foster mom and dad outside. What came next, however, was a low, guttural voice, one that was filled with malice. Ho, ho, ho. The voice drifted through the dark towards me, and I felt a chill run down my back. Going into panic mode, I shouted for my foster mom and dad. Mom! Dad! No reply. There was no sound coming from the room next to mine. No acknowledgement. Only the silence and the dark remained constant. I called out again, one more time, this time more desperate. Mom! Dad! Come over here! Tears were beginning to run down my face. And then I heard it again. Slower, louder, as if the voice were coming from the walls behind me. Ho! 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 Followed by 3 loud knocks on the door, each getting progressively louder. Not knowing what else to do, I covered myself with my blanket, trembling underneath. I was crying like a baby, out of full terror, repeatedly calling for my foster parents. As I hid underneath my blanket, I heard the sound of the doorknob turning, followed by the sound of the door slowly creaking open. I wrapped myself tighter with my blanket as the sound of heavy footsteps headed towards me, stopping only inches from my bed.
You have been a real naughty girl, Jill. Trying to tell people I don't exist.
Came the voice above me, dragging each word in a low, eerie tone. My whole body felt goosebumps as soon as I heard them. My eyes shut tight, hoping that it would go away. I called for my foster parents again in one last desperate attempt for help. The voice laughed. Mechanically, when I did that.
Oh, don't worry. You don't have to worry about them any longer.
It gloated.
In fact, I brought your real parents instead.
As soon as he finished his sentence, a pang of disgusting smell hit my nose, causing me to gag beneath my blanket. I heard the sound of feet dragging across my floor, also stopping inches from me. Then I felt a warm breath, not far from me. The gagging smell almost overpowered my senses, and then
Jill,
the voice that came next
baby girl,
made me freeze.
How have you been doing?
Jill? Our baby girl? How have you been doing? It was the voice of my parents, my biological parents, speaking in perfect unison. It sounded like them, but at the same time it didn't. Their voices were raspy, distorted and draggy, like they were having to use a tremendous effort just to speak to me.
Look, I even brought back your parents, just to fulfill your wish.
The first voice said. I resisted the urge to peek out of my blanket, feeling that it was the last thing keeping me safe from whatever that was standing beside me. It was then when I felt 2 bony hands touch my back, followed
Jill,
by the raspy voice of my parents.
Us.
Jill, follow us. I don't know what came over me next, Perhaps it was my survival instinct kicking in, but I screamed with all my might as I pushed away the hands, jumped from my bed, and dashed straight for the bedroom door. In that fleeting moment, I caught a glimpse of 3 figures in my room. The decaying corpse of both my parents, their skin peeling horribly off, revealing their bones beneath, kneeling just right beside my bed. The towering figure in red, his skin all wrinkled, his beard disheveled, but what stood out the most in the room of darkness was how his eyes glowed red. I dodged them all as I ran to the door, down the staircase and out to the street, to my opposite neighbors. I shrieked and yelled as I banged their front door, and luckily for me, they were still awake, counting down to Christmas. When the police finally arrived, they found my foster parents dead in their bedroom, each with a stab wound to their chest. The police noted it down as a robbery case gone wrong, given how the back door was left open with signs of belongings missing. But I knew better. Even though it's been years now since the incident, I still lock myself in my room every Christmas Eve, with the lights turned on, terrified that Santa may just knock on my door again.
Hi, I'm P.A Nightmares, and my channel has been around for roughly around 10 months now. I am a horror narrator and voice actor. Random fact about myself is, I really enjoy Power Rangers lore. Also, the wonderful ZORI Audio VA has assisted me in bringing this story to life. I hope you all enjoy it. The story is called They Drop More Than the Ball, written and narrated by P.A Nightmares and ZORI Audio VA. It was New Year's Eve, and I just recently turned 21. My friends and I decided to go out for a few drinks and have a good time. Last year, and all the hell that we all went through, it was nice to have things feeling like normal once more. We met at the bar around 8 p.m. and started our celebrations off with a few shots and dancing. Jess, James, and myself had a blast. Before we knew it, it was already 11:30. The ball would be dropping soon, and I wanted to get back to my place to watch it fall. I doubted this would happen. However, we left the bar and got onto the subway. The subway was old as shit. This thing looked like it had not been updated since the creation of the subway in 1897. But it ran and got us from point A to point B, and I was fine with that. James got on the train and practically passed out. He had way more to drink than Jess and I, so while James slept, we kept an eye on him and talked. We had always had a bit of chemistry, and I thought, why not now? So I made my move. Hey, Jess, you know, I've always thought we had something. I know we've been friends for years, and I count you among my very best friends, but I wanted to know if you would go out with me. I finished staring this all out at what I am sure was one long-winded sentence. To my surprise, she giggled at me.
I'd like that, Leon. Took you long enough to ask me. Seriously, if you hadn't asked me by the end of the night, I was gonna ask you.
She finished, and we were talking when suddenly my phone interrupted us with that damned emergency service warning. This is an emergency service alert. This has been issued countrywide. Stay indoors. Get to your basement. There has been an attack on America, and foreign nuclear missiles have been launched at key cities in America. The armed forces have been deployed and are trying to disable them as we speak. Until further notice, America is under martial law. May you all be safe, and may God bless America. The recording stopped, and I looked over at Jess. This has got to be a hoax, like the Y2K thing, you know? The one where all the technology was meant to stop working? I looked at Jess as the emergency alert played through not only my phone, but every phone on the subway, as well as playing on the loudspeaker of the train. It played on repeat, and everyone was starting to freak out a bit. The subway operator asked everyone to stay calm and stay in their seats, but his words were cut short. A sound louder than any crack of thunder shot forth through the inside of the subway, followed by a loud sound of screeching metal. I could feel the train start to tilt, and the lights flickered. For a brief moment, I swore I was weightless as I was thrown forward onto the other side of the train car. The moment my back hit it, I felt a brief pain and then nothing. Laying on the ground, I could feel the cold earth under me. I was no longer on the train, but outside of it. I could see Jess leaning over another person's body. What she was doing, or who it was, I could not tell at first, as my vision was blurry. But slowly, the ringing in my ears reduced, and my vision goes from blurry to having a double, to finally coming into focus. I then saw who she was leaning over. It was James. As I sat up, I started to cough. This was when Jess finally noticed I was awake. She rushed over to me.
Oh my god. Leon, are you okay?
She embraced me in a hug. The second she did, pain shot through my body. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Jess, that hurts! I think my ribs might be broken. Can you not squeeze so hard, please? Also, I'm happy to see you as well. How's James? She let me go, and I comically collapsed to the ground. But the cool, wet dirt felt so good as I lay there trying to psych myself up to stand up. I realized I heard sobs coming from Jess. Jess, tell me what's wrong. Is James okay?
No, Leon. He's dead. He was impaled by a metal rod when the train crashed.
She said in between sobs. Her words caused me to spiral. One of my best friends, someone I had known since I was 8, died. A memory surfaced. Something that we had just talked about a week ago. Hey, Leon. When are you going to ask Jess out? He punched me in the shoulder. Then I replied, I don't know, man. I think maybe when we go out for New Year's, but we'll see. Well, when you two get married, I better be the best man, dude. We laughed. Who else would it be, brother? Love you, man. Leon felt hot tears flow from his eyes, but it was Jess's voice that brought him back to their current situation.
Earth to Leon. Come back to planet Earth, Leon.
I could hear her say as I slowly came to once more.
What were you thinking about, Leon?
I was just thinking about James and a conversation we had last week. It's nothing. We gotta get going. We need to find a way out of this shit show that we found ourselves in. Jess came over and helped me to my feet. I threw my arm over her shoulders and we made our way through the unfamiliar underground corridors. We used our cell phones to help us see. After we had walked for a few feet, the light from the hole that we had fell through faded and we were engulfed in darkness. As we walked, I could hear the sound of water dripping down into the underground corridor we were in. Honestly, I keep calling it that, but fuck, I don't know what else to call it. A cave may work. Yeah, let's go with a cave from now on. Jess and I walked. I noticed something that did not make sense. The walls shine like it housed some sort of metal. I thought this was odd, but it was nothing to be concerned with. As we walked, Jess abruptly stopped. She bent down to investigate something. What is it, Jess? I asked as she picked something up. It was a pickaxe. We looked on and saw the cave was littered with helmets, pickaxes, and a case of old dynamite. Looks like this used to be an old mining site. Huh. I wonder what made them stop digging the tunnel and build the subway instead. I asked, but I honestly did not expect to find the answer. However, as we walked, we came to a fork in the path. Jess and I argued on which way to go. Eventually, I won out.
Let's go left. It looks like it's downhill. We probably could find an opening or something to squeeze through.
Jess said. No, let's go this way. I think I can feel the wind. Plus, the water sounds are coming from this way. I knew there will be a way out. A hatch or something. It went something like that until Jess finally just said,
Fine, let's go that way. We need to keep moving. We need to find a way out of here. The cops have to be notified of the crash.
Speaking of, what do you think caused it? You think that a bomb really did hit the city, Jess?
No. If it did, how would we still be alive? There had to be something on the tracks that derailed the train. That's the most logical answer.
Jess answered, but I could tell that she did not fully believe her own answer. We kept walking until we found what looked to be an underwater reservoir. I ran to it and started drinking mouthfuls of water when Jess screams for me to stop. I swallowed the water I had in my mouth and looked at her. What's the problem? We need something to drink, and we have a fresh source of water right here. She just pointed her phone towards the sign that simply read, "Don't drink or swim in the water, heavy lead in water." Well, fuck, that's not good. I hope I did not drink too much of the water. Either way, we need to get out of here and keep our strength up. I don't think a little will hurt us, but let's keep moving. We kept walking, and soon enough, we came to an emergency hatch with a ladder leading up to the surface. We both climbed it. The hatch door was sealed tight, and it took our combined strength to pry it open enough for Jess to climb through. After she got out, it took her an eternity to get the door open, but when she finally did, it all made sense. What I came up to was the city in ruins, buildings on fire. The city looked like a war zone. That's not even a good enough description, but we both knew what caused this. The remainder of the mushroom cloud could still be seen lingering. As ash rained from the sky and burnt our skin, the last thing Jess and I saw were the horrific actions of mankind and how horrible they really were.
Hello, I'm Pete, 21, and I've been a narrator since 2019. I started 1 week before my birthday on July 8th, 2019, and I've been a narrator ever since. But sadly, my main YouTube channel that I had before got hacked and terminated. So there wasn't a way of getting back those 70 videos. So I had to start from scratch, and I will continue to do so. I'm a goofball and fun to be around with, and I just love to laugh and have my friends being happy, because that is what matters to me most. And for the next year, I definitely want to continue on narrating and writing myself. And also don't forget that you are your own master, and nobody can force you to do anything that you don't want to. And just stay strong and true to yourself, and then nobody can break you apart or try to manipulate you to fuck your goals up, so to speak. Well, that's it from my side. Love you guys, see you soon. I'm not going to lie, I fucked up. It happened during one of my hiking trips last week. I was making the trip back when something caught my eye. Going through a clearing, I came across what looked to be a large hole in the ground. At first, I thought I had stumbled across a sinkhole. Upon further inspection, I noticed that it was raised several inches above the ground. This didn't shock me right away. I just assumed it was some kind of optical illusion. That is, until I decided to poke at it with my hiking stick. My mouth fell open when it didn't hit the dirt as I thought it would. Instead, it went deep into the hole. I was dumbfounded by this. I had to make sure I wasn't going crazy. I got on my hands and knees and poked at the hole again. This time I did it from underneath it with the hiking stick. I figured if it was an illusion, I'd see my stick poke out the other side. Like before, it went into the hole. I got back up and stared at it. To be honest, I was at a loss of what to do. I thought about calling someone. Who the hell do you call about something like that, though? I figured that maybe a physicist would be the most qualified to inspect this. Unfortunately, it wasn't as if I had Neil deGrasse Tyson on speed dial. Eventually, I came to the decision that the next best thing would be for me to take a picture of it, then try to send it to someone. I didn't get a chance to due to what happened next. The water from the 3 bottles I had during my hike was coming back with a vengeance. I know I shouldn't have done what I did, but it was an emergency. I'm sure you all can relate. It had to happen right then and there. I made sure nobody else was around and unbuttoned my shorts. The relief I felt was overwhelming. Once finished, I proceeded to remove my pack to get my phone out. That was when I heard a low growl that turned into a demonic roar. I quickly backed away from the hole. My blood was running cold as 10 massive spider-like legs shot up from the hole and dug into the soil. Had I not just gotten through using the bathroom, I no doubt would have pissed my pants at the sight of it. I know under fear some people will freeze up. Luckily for me, this didn't happen. My body knew what to do. Without even realizing it, I was running faster than I thought my legs were capable of. I think it was instinct. Obviously, what was coming out of the hole was not of this world. My mind knew that it wouldn't be able to handle seeing it in its entirety, so it had me flee as a defense mechanism. The beast's mighty roar sounded again. The other thing I picked up on was the heavy scent of urine. That was when I realized why it was after me. I couldn't believe it. Of everything to get someone killed, it was going to be that. Well, I say that, but statistically, there has to be at least one guy who got killed because he emptied his hose on another man's shoes. The difference was, said person didn't do it on a creature never meant to be seen by human eyes. Just my luck, right? For how large it must have been, it was surprisingly nimble. It only rustled some leaves as it was skittering after me. I'm going to have the sound of its voice in my head for a long time. If you're curious, it sounded kind of robotic and mechanical. Imagine a rusty lawnmower with its blades scraping against dry metal. I was debating on whether or not to remove my pack. I know this appears to be a no-brainer. However, you have to understand that several straps fastened my pack to my waist. In the time it took it to undo them all and slip off the straps, that thing could have caught up to me. Ultimately, I made the right choice due to the fact I could see a hill up ahead. The weight of my pack helped accelerate me down it. As I pondered exactly how big the creature was and how I could possibly escape from it, a bear walked onto the path in front of me. Obviously, it wasn't as dangerous as what I was being chased by. With that being said, though I wasn't exactly thrilled about the idea of running into it. To make matters worse, 3 more birds walked on the path. 2 of them were cubs. I guess it was a family day for them. I was panicking about what to do. I had a revolver in case I came across a bear. 4 was a different story, and I am by no means a marksman. Sure, I could try to fan my shots, but I didn't think I'd be able to hit them in the right spots. With animals this big, you need to be precise, or else the shot you inflict may only end up enraging them. I decided to fire a warning shot above them in hopes that it would scare them off. Before I could, some objects flew past me. I yelled out a curse while ducking in reflex. They hit the bears, making them roar in pain and stagger back. As I got closer, I could see it was what had hit them. Embedded in their bodies appeared to be what I can only describe as quills. They were thick and flesh-colored. It's a wonder I didn't throw up from what I saw next. The bears started dissolving before my very eyes. They whimpered in pain, which unnerved me even more than their roars had. Their flesh and bones were showing as their fur and skin was breaking away. It made rotten eggs smell like roses by comparison. I held my breath as I ran through it. I gagged a little when I breathed out. More quills were shot by the monster. They stuck into my pack. It didn't start dissolving, so I think the quills had to hit something living to have that effect. I was scrambling about what I should do. I was quickly running out of stamina. I thought about hiding amongst the trees. However, I doubted it would take long for it to find me if I did. As I was looking left and right, I wasn't paying attention to what was in front of me. I tripped over a large rock and went tumbling down a long hill, letting out a string of curses as I did so. Eventually, I came to a stop in a shallow pond. The monster skidded up to me as I was helpless to move. I was facing it. Luckily, my vision had gone blurry due to me hitting my head, and the water had gotten into my eyes. From what I could tell, it had a long neck and seemed to have armored skin. It poked at me for a little while, presumably trying to figure out if I was alive or not. It leaned in close, glaring at me. A sound interrupted it. Another creature similar to it had shown up. The difference between them was that this one was a little taller and its skin was lighter. When it got close to me, it made a motion which I discerned as conveying disgust and backed away. It then chatted with the first monster in the alien language. The first monster shook its head and pointed to me. The other one nodded in understanding. The first one started rearing back to strike at me. As it did, my stomach dropped. I got lucky though. The other one stopped it and pointed in the direction of the hole. It made some clicking noises in response, which the other monster shook its head at. It let out a noise that I interpreted as a sigh and menacingly pointed at me. Despite my blurry vision, I could sense the pure rage in its eyes, of which it had many. It turned around and left with the other. About 10 minutes later, my vision cleared, and I shakily got to my feet. I wasted no time in getting to my car and driving home. I was going through with my plan to send the whole to a university. That is until I found out that one of the quills had broken my phone. I tried checking the SD card for it only to find it wasn't there. I forgot to make it so pictures saved to it instead of the internal storage, so there goes that. Not to mention I still need a new phone. At least I still have the quills as mementos of sorts. I'd show them to someone if it weren't for the fact the universities near haven't reopened yet. I did go back to that hiking area yesterday. I don't want to give the wrong impression. I wasn't going to pull an idiot in a horror movie and go back to where the hole was. All I planned on doing was driving by the entrance and seeing if I could spot anything amiss. However, as I drove by it, I could see some patrol cars blocking it along with some police tape. 2 officers were also there. I inquired to them why the entrance was blocked off. The explanation they gave was that there was a sinkhole. I'm sure you can figure out that I didn't buy that. Still, I wasn't willing to pry any further. I proceeded to drive down the road to make the turn and get on the route leading back home. As I did, I thought I saw glimpses of some black SUVs through the trees. I'm guessing someone else must have stumbled across the hole and reported to someone, and that got some higher ups to come out to inspect the area. That means the hole may still be there. With that in mind, I'm not going back there anytime soon, or ever for that matter. I just hope they try to close it off instead of doing something stupid like I did and enraging the creatures on the other side of it.
Hello. On YouTube and Twitter, I am known as Just Plain Creepy, or JPC for short. I've been doing narrations now for almost 3 years. I don't believe in New Year's resolutions, so I won't be making any. The author of the story I'm narrating is RoseBlack2222, and the story is called The Microwave I Bought Made Me Go Insane. Please check their Reddit page, which has links to all their stories, as well as a link to their Ko-Fi page where you can donate as all the stories are written for free. Also, on her Twitter account, there is a link for a Patreon as well where you can donate. The Microwave I Bought Made Me Go Insane. Written by RoseBlack2222. I know what you're probably thinking. A microwave? Really? Well, I'm here to tell you that this common household item has driven me to permanently check out. However, I think the one thing I can do before I expire is share how exactly it put me in this state of mind, or lack thereof, I should say. It all began only a week ago. I was shopping at a thrift store. I'm not that well off financially, so sometimes I had to shop there for things that I need. And seeing as how the microwave I had for years broke, I was looking for a new one. I couldn't believe my luck when I saw an employee put it on the shelf. It looked brand new. It was silver with black buttons. Not a single scratch was on it. I picked it up and shook it. I didn't hear any weird rattling or anything like that. The only odd thing was that it didn't have a brand on it. I checked the price and saw that it was only $20. I couldn't believe my luck at the time, although I mistook it for good luck at the time. I made sure to clean it thoroughly after I brought it home. When I had done that, the only thing I had left to do was test it out. The weirdness began with the first thing I heated up in that goddamn metal box. What I put in it was 2 bagel halves with a slice of cheddar each on them. Sometimes I prefer them a bit chewy. Anyway, I left my kitchen to get the mail. When I got back, I noticed something odd. I could smell mozzarella, which was strange, seeing as how I put cheddar on the bagel halves. I looked inside the microwave. Sure enough, there were now 2 melted mozzarella slices in place of cheddar slices. Just to make sure I hadn't mistakenly used the wrong kind of cheese, I checked my fridge. The only kind of cheese I saw in it was the cheddar slices I had used. Needless to say, I was confused. I wonder if someone had broken into my apartment when I was out and switched the cheddar bagel halves with the mozzarella ones. A far-fetched explanation, I know, but it was the only one I could think of that was in the realm of possibility. And besides, people have done stranger things. Going with that explanation, I threw away the bagel halves, then heated up some new ones. This time I made sure to stay in the kitchen to watch them. To my surprise, I saw the cheese go from yellow to white while in the microwave. I couldn't think of an explanation for this. That didn't mean I immediately thought the cause was something even remotely supernatural. I noticed something else I hadn't before. The plate had changed. Originally, I used one that was white with a floral pattern, but the one I was holding was white with a leaf pattern. And when I looked into the sink, I saw a blue plate with a floral pattern, which was originally a blue plate with a leaf pattern. I had been too focused on the bagel halves the first time it happened to notice. I admit this wasn't a smart decision given that I didn't know how the microwave turned the cheese from cheddar to mozzarella, but I was really hungry. It tasted exactly like mozzarella. Not only that, it tasted like good mozzarella. When I say good, I mean damn good. As I ate, I wondered if I should return the microwave. Sure, what it was doing was strange, but did it really warrant taking it back? It hadn't done anything to put me in immediate danger after all. Now, I wish I had. I wish that I never saw it, and that someone else bought it, making it their problem. Too late for that now, though. Anyway, I decided to test something else in the microwave. It was a strawberry Pop-Tart. I was expecting it to change into another flavor of Pop-Tart, perhaps chocolate, maybe even cookie dough. Instead, I saw it change from a Pop-Tart into a toaster strudel. I never thought a breakfast pastry would render me speechless, but it did. I split it open to see a yellow cream come out. That meant it was Boston cream pie flavored. I tasted it just to be sure. Once I confirmed it, I began to consider different possibilities. What would happen if I put something else in there? Would it turn into this, or this, maybe even this? My thoughts were along those lines. Eventually, I made sort of a game out of it. I would put things into the microwave, then guess what they would turn into. From what I could tell, the items put in there would change into things relating to them. For example, I put a bag of steamable broccoli in it, which turned into a bag of steamed carrots. Not being a big fan of carrots, I put them back into the microwave. I expected them to change back into steamed broccoli. Instead, I got steamed Brussels sprouts. Only 2 times I was able to correctly guess what the items I put in there would turn into. In those instances, it was a bowl of saffron rice changing into brown rice, and a bowl of rotini pasta changing into bow tie pasta. This game lasted throughout most of the week. I wondered what would happen if I put something living in it, but decided not to, for obvious reasons. I made the decision not to return it, simply because I saw no reason to. Even if the items in there changed into something I didn't like, I could always put them back in until they changed into something I did. Eventually, I realized something. None of the food I heated in the microwave had been meat, or had any meat in them. I tested what would happen if I did this with a plate of spaghetti and meatballs. I guessed it would change into teriyaki noodles because it technically related to spaghetti and meatballs, since both were types of noodles with meat. What came out I didn't think was even remotely possible. The plate and spaghetti looked the same. The only thing that changed were the meatballs. They were covered in pink fur. I was weirded out enough. But what they did made me drop the plate. They started to vibrate. The plate shattered, making them shake harder. It was almost as if they were scared. I was racking my mind for possibilities of what I was seeing. I ended up settling on 2. The first was that the pieces had been swapped out with chunks of a living pig, meaning that somewhere at the point in time, there was a pig with meatballs in place of parts of its body. I ended up trying to confirm this by picking up one of them with my tongs. However, when I inspected it, I didn't notice any blood, or anything indicating it had been ripped from the animal it came from. It was covered in fur all around. That led me to believe my second theory, which was the microwave somehow revived the meatballs. My next thought was, can this microwave really revive the dead? I know the answer to that question should have been obvious, but I hadn't fully comprehended what I had just seen. And besides that, why didn't it work with vegetables I heated in the microwave? Shouldn't the broccoli I heated up have turned into a part of a broccoli plant? Or something along those lines. I theorized that perhaps it only worked on things that once had a consciousness. The only way to know for sure was to test it. Once I threw away the furry meatballs, I gathered various types of meat to test it with. What I had to use was a chicken wing, part of a hamburger, 2 strips of bacon, and some shrimp. If I had tested these items one at a time, I would have been able to avoid what happened next. At first, things happened exactly how I thought they would. The pieces of meat grew fur corresponding with the animals they had come from, and the shrimp had clearly come back to life. In fact, they were a lot more active than the other pieces. My mind was racing with questions. What if someone's dead pet was put in the microwave? They'd be able to bring it back to life. Or what if some dead person's head was put in it? Would they come back with all their mental faculties in check? If they did, would it just be a matter of reviving dead body parts, then attaching the head to them to bring them back to life? Hell, what is the extent of this thing's revival powers, anyway? Would it work on the head of a pharaoh from ancient Egypt? Suppose I took an urn that was thousands of years old, then microwaved its contents. Would a person sprout from those ashes? Humans weren't the only other animal I thought of testing this microwave on. The thought occurred to me that if I put some fossils in the microwave, I could potentially revive parts of animals that were around 1,000,000 years of age. What if we found a way to replicate the microwave's ability on a bigger scale? It would make things so much easier. I began considering where I should go to that would know what to do with such an odd discovery. A university? A branch of the government? As I was considering this, I heard hard, rapid banging. I turned towards the microwave to see the pieces jumping around, as if they were in a frenzy. They generated more force than what I thought was possible given their size. I saw that they were trying to scoot the microwave off the counter. I acted quickly, pushing some buttons and hitting start. I figured that this was just a minor thing to work out. I got my answer to what would happen if something that was living, or some things that were living, were affected by the microwave. Before, it had been tested on things that were dead. Now it was the opposite case. The pieces ended up gravitating towards each other. What happened next was that they began fusing together. Repulsive didn't even begin to describe the furry mass of meat I saw in the microwave. But things didn't end there. What I saw next nearly broke me. A silly thing to say regarding a simple microwave, I know. However, if you had been there, you would have no doubt felt the same way. What the massive furry meat and the shrimp turned into is hard to describe, even though the memory of it is burned into my mind. First, I saw what I could only describe as an eye. It certainly moved like one. It was shaped like a star, and it had colors that I'd never thought possible. They were somehow way too dark and way too vibrant at the same time. The eye's stare had a hypnotizing effect on me. However, what it did next snapped me out of it. Part of this creature broke out of the microwave. It was in the shape that I couldn't even begin to describe, but I'm gonna try anyway. To start, this thing had an insane amount of joints and claws, some like a lobster, and others were similar to a mantis. It moved like a tentacle. However, I don't know if that's the most accurate word for it, because it didn't look soft like one, and I could clearly hear the sound of joints popping as it moved around. My first instinct was to unplug the microwave. I didn't know if it would work. Thankfully, it seemed to, at least somewhat anyway. The thing began thrashing violently. I took this to mean that it had gotten stuck somehow. I didn't know if it was capable of emotion, or at least emotions that we know of. It conveyed at the time was pure rage. It thrashed about, putting holes in my cabinets, counter, and wall. I would have left the house and never looked back if it weren't for what I saw next. Its, let's call it limb, was growing longer, meaning this thing was still trying to push its way into our world. I had to act fast to prevent that from happening. I quickly grabbed some lighter fluid I used for grilling and matches, both of which I kept above one of my sets of cabinets. I slammed the microwave to the floor, then flung the door open. After that, I emptied the fluid inside of it, all over that creature, and dropped a lit match into it. Before it hit, I made sure to jump back. I looked back to see the microwave set ablaze. The thing that was burning made a sound that was so inhuman. It triggered the most primal fear instinct in my body. Fortunately, it only lasted a few moments, then it was over. However, I had to be sure. That was my biggest mistake. I went over to it and peered inside. A thick layer of smoke blocked my vision. I thought it was over, until the same part of the creature sprang out of the microwave. I tried to avoid it, but wasn't fast enough. It didn't cut or damage me, at least not physically. All it did was touch my face before retracting back to wherever it came from. I rejected its touch with every fiber of my being. It felt so wrong, like the thing was never meant to make contact with a human being. No matter how hard I scrub or how deep I cut, I still can't get rid of how its touch felt against my bare skin. Having heard all the noise coming from my apartment and smelled the smoke, my neighbors called the police and the fire department. They broke my door down to see me smashing that fucking microwave to pieces, until it was in so many that there was no way it could be put back together. I didn't have an explanation for it. They just slapped me with a fine, and I was told by my apartment manager that I had to move out. Not that it matters. I know it could have been used to benefit everyone, and that's what I experienced with this creature only happened once. You may think that the chances of encountering something like that happening again are minimal at best. Thing is, we have no idea how many of these creatures are out there, or things like it. If we consider the size of the universe, the chances of encountering them go up significantly. And if you're thinking that had to happen was no living things going into the microwave, I have a simple retort to that. Humans make mistakes. That means there is a chance, no matter how small, that someone could slip up and make the same mistake I did. A chance I wasn't willing to risk, no matter how small it was. I don't know where the microwave originally came from, and to be honest, I don't care. All I know is that nobody will ever be able to use it again. It's a good thing I didn't see the creature in its entirety, or else I wouldn't be mentally sound enough to write all this out. But I can't go on. Every waking moment I feel its touch on my face. I haven't slept since the incident. I know there is only one way out. When I finish posting this, I'll have to go take care of some things. Once I do, I think I'll head to the lake. It's a beautiful and peaceful place, with a cliff overlooking everything. The rocks at the bottom should be able to help me get the job done. Before I go, let me leave you all with a warning. If you ever come across a microwave that does what this one I had, did, or anything like it, smash it until there's nothing left, because the reward from it is not worth the risk.
Hello everyone, Steven here at Possessed Radio. My channel has been up forever, and the show was initially a podcast where I interviewed horror filmmakers and covered film festivals. In July of 2020, I decided to jump ship over to covering my true love, which is horror stories, a mix of my own and others I enjoy. My New Year's resolution is to stay more disciplined and hopefully hit 1,000 subs. The story I've covered today is called House of Rules, and it's by an unknown author. So thanks again for listening, take care, and as always, keep the lights off. I live in a house of rules. I should explain. I moved here 3 months ago. Flat number 27. The flat was a repossession. I never met the previous owner, and to date, know him only from the post I receive in his name. I could make up stories of him vanishing, or his screams being heard in the darkness one night. I could make exaggerated claims about all of this. But this is not a work of fiction, nor is it written to entertain. I had just got a new job, a promotion I had waited years for. This was meant to be the next step to greater things, but I needed to move quickly to save on the long drive each day. When I found this place, I was overjoyed. It was well located, within my price range, and apart from being extremely run down and dirty, had so much potential. It's a duplex apartment, with a guest room and spare bathroom on the ground floor, and a dressing room, and several storage rooms on the top floor. The purchase was a complicated one, due in part to poor record keeping and the loss of deeds and plans of the house. What should have taken a month from start to finish took 4 times as long. Because of the length of time, I took several viewings, and each time was amazed by windows and cupboards that I could not recall from previous visits. Rooms seemed bigger and lighter, more inviting. Even the estate agent was baffled that her property listing documents were constantly wrong. The neighbors in the block of flats are a strange lot. They don't talk. They keep to routines you can set a clock by. When I first moved in, I tried to invite them to a housewarming. So desperate was I to meet new people. Not one of them came. They get in at the same time every day and never leave the house. I never hear them moving around at night. One of them, a nervous man from upstairs who constantly fidgets and glances around, apologized afterward. He explained his lack of attendance was simply that he wasn't allowed to. At the time, I presumed he meant his wife, but now I'm not so certain. As he was the only one I had got to know since the move, I did my best to become friendly, and even felt like I was making headway. Then I made the mistake about asking about the previous owner, to which he made an awkward and short response before making his excuses. I haven't seen or heard from him since. The rules, as I came to understand them, became apparent over time. The first was sleeping only in my bedroom. I only slept once in the lounge on purpose, dozing on the sofa, until I woke up to my arm trapped between the sofa and the wall. A wall that was several feet away from the sofa when I closed my eyes a few hours earlier. I was overcome with a feeling, a very familiar feeling, that I was somewhere I shouldn't be. This feeling wouldn't leave me until I hurriedly stumbled up to my bed, where I only felt truly safe when I hid under the blankets like a scared child. I only fell asleep once more in the lounge after that by accident. I was woken once again with a feeling that I should leave, that it would be unsafe to stay, and that I should not be there. This time, however, a sweater I had left across the room on a radiator was tied around my neck and pulled tightly enough to leave a striking mark on my throat. The rule of sleeping only in my bedroom stands alongside others, countless others. I learned that I should clean up my dishes immediately. When I stepped out of the kitchen after depositing my plate and sat down on a safety pin that was jutting out of the back of the sofa. I learned not to take too long showers when the water suddenly turned scalding hot and remained so, no matter how much I desperately tried to turn it off, and then was inexplicably normal temperature when I tried it moments after. I learned that I must hoover and keep the place tidy, that I must not waste electricity, and that no matter what noises I hear at night, I should never, ever explore. Another rule is guests are not welcome. The last time I had a guest, it was a friend who invited themselves. Despite my concerns that I could not air down for the weekend by making arguments to come and see me until I relented. How could I not? I spent the entire time terrified for their safety, and pretty much drove them away with my strange behavior accordingly. But there were no events. Such things made me bold, and I began to relax. I stayed awake until late, played music at night, and did whatever I wanted. Even going so far as feeling like I had triumphed, as the house remained meekly quiet. It was almost immediately after they left that I first noticed the headache and nausea, which got worse and worse as the gas leak continued. I only just made it out before I succumbed. I have so many things I could tell you, example after example. I don't know where to begin. I need you to look past your skepticism and see that this is real, that this is more than coincidence. This is more than just a child's play haunting. I am not being haunted. I am being ruled. The rules are only part of it, though. They are the part I play. The rest is done without me. And not only that, but done around me. The walls shift. Doors open some days, but won't the next. The number of windows in my bedroom increased one by one over consecutive nights. And then there was only one again. There's a cupboard at the top of my stairs that changes in sizes quite regularly. One of the most terrifying experiences of my life was when I opened it and saw it went back several meters more than I remembered. When I walked in, somehow the door shut behind me, and I groped in the dark, silently reaching out for a wall I knew must be there. Yet my fingers touched only air. I do not know how long I fumbled in the dark, but it was only as my panic attack rose that my shaking fingers finally found the wooden door. Have you ever woken up in a room with a chair sitting at the end of your bed? A chair that came from the dining room that is down a flight of stairs and along a hallway. Have you ever walked into a room and seen a strange cupboard that was not there before? Have you ever observed more stairs on a staircase as you go down them than there was when you went up? Have you entered a room looking for something, and then when you gave up and left, realized an hour and a half had passed? I've lived all these things, and were I a better, more scientific man, I would have kept a running log of all of it. I would have found proof I need to show the world that I am not crazy, that this is real, that this is a nightmare I am living. 5 hours have passed since I sat down to write this, and when once I hoped to prepare some lunch, and hope that there are no drawing pins in my bread like last week when I realized I hadn't hoovered. Instead, it is getting dark. I now live a life of routine just like my neighbors. I just turned off the music. No loud noises after dark is one of the rules. It is the one that I hate the most because it makes me feel so alone. Lights left on in rooms that are empty, or too many in one room, are prone to fusing, or even shattering without warning. So I currently only have the glare of the screen, the television, and a lamp. Soon I shall be going to bed. The doors that shut behind me as I head up to bed lock behind me, and I will wake up in a room with windows wherever they please, and doors that may or may not open to cupboards that can be small or as big as each variation allows. The television in the room I am in has a satellite connection, and with it countless channels. Right now, all are a fuzz of static, except for National Geographic, so I am forced to listen to a documentary on carnivorous plants as I type. I try not to dwell on the exhaustion of a beetle on the screen as it tries in vain to escape from the prison that will soon digest it. The remote does not appear to work. It took my pulling the plug from the socket to turn it off just a moment ago. And even then, I was loath to do so, for the fear that it might stay on never left me. And I knew if those images had continued when the plug was removed, I would have screamed myself into madness. I could push the neighbors to talk more. I could rebel against the rules. I could start a fire and torch the whole building. But truly, I just want to get by. I get the feeling that up until now, I've simply been coached, like a dog, to do what is required of me. I feel like the punishments could get a lot worse. The occasional demonstration of strength, the enforcement of the rules, and the occasional mild punishment when I transgress, like one taps the nose of a dog when it misbehaves. That is what I hope for if I can behave. Stepping out of line only causes me harm and fear. It is only out of fear in reference to my own human dignity that I do not explain here what happens when the house really feels it needs to punish. Needless to say, the scar will be with me the rest of my life. Which brings us to here. I can't go in. I took the decision to write this with the remaining fight I still have in me to at least ask for help. I can't do it over the phone. I can't write a letter. My only hope is to write it into a story conspicuous and without the details that might draw attention to the content. All I can hope is that someone sees enough to spot my cry for help, that they can find a way to contact me where I can get the lifeline I need to escape. I can't ask directly. It's too risky. Besides, any form of open rebellion has been snuffed out of me with pain, suffering, and terror. I fear for my safety, for my punishment for breaking the rules. I am surprised that it is being allowed to get even this far. In over 1,000 words I have written, there hasn't been a power cut or computer error that has lost everything. Perhaps there still is hope, but the truth is, I'm scared. Scared of what touched my face in my sleep the night before last, after I accidentally left a tap running, clutching firmly the bruises on my cheek that still remain. I'm scared of what left a pair of scissors in my slippers, of what power moves wooden doors and plaster walls, seemingly at a whim. Most of all, I'm scared that by writing this, I may wake up in a tiny room with no doors or windows, a room that grows smaller every time I blink.
Hey horror fam, my name is Disturbed K. I've lost track of how long I've been a narrator, but I'm pretty sure it's been like 2 years. A random fact about myself is that I once took part in a real-life exorcism. And my New Year's resolution is to be more present and consistent on my YouTube channel. I'm really trying to hit that 1K mark. Hot water, soap. Hot water, soap. Hot water, soap. Hot water, soap. He whispered these words repeatedly as he continued his obsessive routine. His body, raw and red from the constant scrubbing, from the scalding heat, trembled. Black tears bled from his mascaraed eyes as he stared into the bathtub faucet. Disgusted at the distorted reflection before him, he needed to be clean. He needed to be rid of the filth. He had long lost count when he finally gave up on his mission to be completely purified. But even so, he still felt disgusted. Still felt disgusting. The pain in his hands was excruciating, to the point that he absolutely could not continue. So he paced around the room, muttering to himself, "I'm dirty. I'm disgusting. I'm unclean. I'm dirty. I'm disgusting. I'm unclean." He thought back on his choices, on his actions. He was eager, far too eager. He didn't think things through or weigh the consequences. Now he was stuck with a life of regret. He couldn't turn back the hands of time. He couldn't erase his mistakes. Falling to his knees, he screamed and howled in agony, in pain, in suffering, and in regret. Everything had been so good, so nice. He took what he had for granted. Now he would suffer for his lack of appreciation for those things he had, for the family that he loved. Like an eager teenager, anxious to grow up and move away from the safety net of home and family, he found out the hard way that moving too fast can cause you greatly, being so alone. He had no one to turn to, no one to be there to guide him. No one to say, "It's okay, you made a mistake. We understand. Come home." There would be no going home. He did the unthinkable. He did the unforgivable. He abandoned his home. He abandoned his family. He abandoned his father. He thought he knew what he wanted. He thought it would be a better life, but now it was all too late. There was no going back. For an angel of heaven to possess a human body, there is no going back. He felt the disgust of the human's flesh, the stench of the human sweat, the pain of the human's nervous system. He was stuck in this body. He was stuck on this plane, and there was no way for him to ever go home. For when he dies, it is not heaven he will be returning to. Inhabiting this body made him into a pure human soul. He knows the wrath of his brothers, of his sisters, and of his father. No, when his human body expires, it will not be the kingdom of heaven that he goes to. Was it worth it?
Hello, my beautiful creepy people. I hope you're all having a dreadfully delightful evening. My name is Danny Dreadful, and I've been narrating for roughly 6 months now. A fun random fact about me is I am an animal lover. In fact, I have 3 fur children myself, a Pomsky named Anakin, and 2 kitties, Miss Megatron and Queen Emmy. They're pretty much my entire life, to be honest with you. I have a few New Year's resolutions this year, but I would have to say my top 2 would be gaining 1,000 subs and also self-publishing my short stories. The story you're about to hear is called A Good Boy. It is written and narrated by yours truly. Well, I hope you enjoy it and stay spooky, my lovelies. When I was 14 years old, I somehow convinced my parents I was capable of handling a puppy all on my own, and I'm so happy that I did. One day, while walking home from school, I found a stray black scruffy pup on the side of the road. It was odd because the previous owners had left him in a box. They kept his name tag on with a tiny whistle with a C engraved, and it was attached to the collar. Why would someone ever leave a dog on the side of the road is beyond me. Scum, I said aloud to myself. He was completely unharmed, thankfully, but was in desperate need of a bath and some love. The name tag read Kane. What an intense name for such a small pup, I thought. I couldn't leave him there, so I did what any other decent human would do, and brought him home. He was so small that I was able to carry him home without any trouble. He was a good boy, obedient, friendly. He was mine. I arrived home with little Kane, and after begging for hours, my father finally gave in. It honestly didn't take much convincing my mother to let me keep him. She had a soft spot for animals. So with that, I washed him up, and we drove to the local pet store to buy all the necessities. He became very attached, very quickly. After only a few weeks, we became best friends. Kane was healthy and growing at a rapid speed. I had no clue what kind of pup he was, but at the rate he was growing, I was sure he'd be at least 100 pounds fully grown. When we asked the vet, she had guessed he was some kind of Belgian sheepdog mix, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. She said he seemed to be a bit different than other dogs. Kane was extremely protective of me, the absolute perfect guard dog. Whenever someone would even look at me wrong, he'd growl and they'd back off right away. I tried out the whistle a few times, but he seemed unresponsive to it. It was cool looking, so I made it into a necklace and wore it around my neck, never taking it off. So you're probably wondering why I'm just rambling on and on about my pup. Well, just wait, I had to give you the backstory first. Fast forward to a few months. A well-dressed man on the TV spoke. 4 children have reportedly gone missing in the town of Merrim, Indiana within the last week. The kidnapper is still at large. There have been no clues or possible suspects at this time. Please remember to abide by the newly instated curfew set by Sullivan County. Stay safe, Sullivan. My mother's eyes were glued to the television. I have never seen her so panicked in my entire life. She constantly reminded me to take my phone off silent as soon as the school day was over, and to never walk home alone. That was a hard one since I had 0 friends at school. I didn't want to lie, but I knew if I told her I was walking home alone, she'd make me take the bus, and that in itself would be its own form of torture. Plus, there was just something about walking alone that made me feel better about my existence. So, I shook my head and promised. Big mistake. My walk home started out as any other. I went down the hill, crossed a small pond, and made my way into the woods. It was the shortest route and, quite frankly, the most peaceful. As I continued my walk, I heard leaves crunching behind me. I quickly whipped around, but no one was there. I picked up my pace just a bit. The quicker I walked, the louder the footsteps behind me became, until suddenly, they stopped. I made a mad dash for the road, but just as I was about to step onto the pavement, something from behind grabbed me. I tried to scream, but they covered my mouth so tightly. I kicked and tried to bite to no avail. I did not get a good look at the person who grabbed me, mainly because I was fighting for my life, and to this day, I wish I never had seen him. When I finally did catch a glimpse of his deformed, mangled face, I felt a sickening feeling in the pit of my stomach. He dragged me by my hair to an old abandoned RV deep in the woods. He threw my phone and backpack into a pile with other backpacks and phones. The sight, straight out of a horror movie. This was it, I thought. I'm gonna die here. As he dragged me into the RV, I saw 3 more kids around my age, hanging from the side of the RV, bound but not gagged for some reason. 3 out of the 4 of them I remembered from the news story. I tried not to think about where the 4th one was in fear of going into a full-on panic attack. Did he do something stupid? Did he piss the kidnapper off? Did he just kill for sport? My mind was racing. 4 days had passed. The other kids and I were given nothing to eat except for moldy bread and what looked like water from the toilet. I couldn't eat. And if we refused the food, the maniac would carve a piece of our flesh out and eat it in front of us. This is my life now. My thoughts went to my parents, to Kane. I missed them so much it hurt. The only piece I had left of them was the dog whistle around my neck, tucked under my shirt. I desperately needed to feel close to them again, so without even thinking, I used my teeth to grab the whistle and blew on it as hard as I possibly could. Knowing full well that nothing would come of it, I quietly sobbed as I hung tied to the wall, succumbing to my fate. As I looked around the dingy, musty RV, I felt completely hopeless, waiting there like a piece of meat to be slaughtered. Just then, I heard the most inhumane sound I've ever heard in my entire life. At that moment, I knew my life was coming to an end. The roof to the RV was ripped open with one swift motion. All I could see were the trees that surrounded us and an animal, a beast that was responsible for the undoing of the RV. The creature was standing tall on 2 hind legs. He had to be at least 9 foot, maybe 10 foot tall, ripping through the RV. Growling that inhumane growl, his midnight black fur and long snout made him look like that of a werewolf. He was so hyper-focused on nobody else but the kidnapper. The kidnapper looked terrified, but it seemed as though the creature was familiar to him. With one swift slap of his ginormous paw, the creature split the kidnapper into 2 pieces and devoured him right before our eyes. As happy as I was that the kidnapper was dead, I was fearful for what the animal had in store for us children. The beast focused his attention on me next. I was trembling and begging him not to hurt me, to please help us. We were innocent. The creature's face turned from rage to a soft smile. He gently removed my restraints and patted me on the head. As he patted me on my head, he let out the words, "Good boy." He pointed to my whistle to indicate this was my saving grace. He snarled.
Blow the whistle.
I blew the whistle and that 9-foot beast shrunk down to my normal-sized Kane. Kane had saved me. He had saved all of us that night. I later realized the whistle only worked if I'm in trouble. That's why he was so unresponsive when I blew it while he was only a few inches away from me. Boy, has this whistle saved me a few times. Kane is the best friend I ever had. He will always be my good boy. My good, kidnapping, murderer, killing boy.
Hello, I am Innocence Unknown, and my channel has been around for a couple years now. It mainly focuses on narrations of ghost stories and other true paranormal happenings that occur within our world. I also discuss the paranormal and urban legends that exist. Sometimes I dabble in the arts of creepypasta, no sleep, and short scary story narrations too. And I do like to make videos where I take something innocent and cute and make it as creepy as possible, like the book One Fish, Two Fish, Red Fish, Blue Fish by Dr. Seuss. And yes, that video does in fact exist. My New Year's resolution is to make this channel grow and continue to grow and get big, as well as increase the amount of uploads that occur on it. The story you're about to hear is an old creepypasta, which is a series of 2chan posts that string together to create a single narrative. There is no true author of this, since it is mostly a bunch of random posts. However, it also features the voice of the lovely, the talented, and the beautiful ZORI. So please, I hope you enjoy the story. Be sure to come and check out the channel and hang out and subscribe, as well as look at ZORI. And I also have a TikTok channel where I do sillier and goofier things. Without further ado, remember, hell is empty and the devils are here. The following story was posted on the 2chan forums in real time. The original poster, who went by the name Hasumi, kept readers up to date on her strange experience as it was happening, and received advice from them as what to do. The following is what happened.
It might be just my imagination, but do you mind if I talk about something?
Sure, go ahead. What happened?
I just got on the train, but something's off.
Okay.
It's the train I always take to and from work, but it hasn't stopped at any stations for about 20 minutes now. It always stops every 5 minutes, or at most every 7 or 8. But it hasn't stopped at all. There are currently 5 other people on board, but they're all asleep.
You haven't gotten off the train yet, have you? You didn't get on the express by mistake.
Yeah, like you said, it's possible I got on the wrong train. I'll wait it out just a little longer. If anything else weird happens, I'll come back again.
First of all, why don't you go to the front carriage and see the conductor? If he had an epileptic fit or something, that would be terrible. Go and check on him.
It still doesn't look like we're going to stop anywhere, so I'll go and have a look. The blinds or something are covering the window, but so I can't see the driver. I'm on a private railway in the Shizuoka Prefecture.
Did you knock on the window?
I did, but there was no answer.
Can you see outside? Can you see the names of passing stations or anything?
After leaving the tunnel, the train has started to slow down a little. We don't usually pass through a tunnel, though. It's the train from Shin Hamamatsu Station. It looks like we're about to stop.
You're not going to get off, are you?
We're stopped at Kisaragi Station, but I wonder if I should get off. I've never seen or heard of this station before.
You should get off. No, you should stay on until the last stop. I mean, the train should have started moving again by now, shouldn't it? Hasumi, what time did you get on the train?
I got off. The station is empty. I got on the train about 11:40 p.m., I think.
I did search for Kisaragi Station, but nothing came up. And hang on, your train's been running for an hour now? Alright, I'm off to take a bath. I looked for Kisaragi Station as well, but there's nothing here.
I think I should go back. I've been looking for a timetable, but I can't find anything. The train is still stopped, so I wonder if it would be safer to just get back on. Well, while I was writing that, I already got back on board.
Are there any buildings nearby that look like they might have people? It's cold out there, so be careful.
I'm gonna leave the station and see if I can find a taxi. Thanks.
That's a good idea. Be careful. I'm doubtful that you'll easily be able to find a taxi at an empty station after the last trains have already run. And it looks like Hasumi's become a resident of the 2D world.
There's nothing here, let alone a taxi. What should I do?
Go see the station attendant or the nearby police box. Shouldn't you call 110 for now? Why don't you call the taxi company? All you can do at this point is go to the nearest convenience store. If there's a public phone nearby, you should look up the number of the taxi company and give them a call.
I called my parents to come and pick me up, but they don't know where Kisaragi Station is. They said they'd look it up on the map and then come to get me. But I'm kinda scared.
What happened to the others on the train? Were you the only one who got off? Hasumi, I also tried to find Kisaragi Station on the internet, but there's nothing here. You said you were near the Shin Hamatsu area, right? I'll see if I can find anything on Yahoo.
I went to look for a public phone, but there aren't any. The other passengers didn't get off, so I'm alone right now. The station name is most definitely Kisaragi Station.
There's a chance you'll find a public phone off the station grounds. Why don't you try leaving the station? I just did a bit of investigating right now, and kanji for Oni can also be read as Kisaragi, right? So you mean Demon Station? That's terrifying. Are you a video game nerd? When I googled it, I found a video game. Write down the previous and the next stations from Kisaragi Station. Don't say there's nothing written there.
What game are you talking about? There are no previous or next stations written here.
Try walking back home along the tracks. If you start running now, you can probably catch up with the train. It's a station, so there has to be people living around there, right?
Yeah, that's right. I was panicking, so I didn't even notice. I'll follow the tracks back and wait for my parents to call. I tried looking before in the town information part of my iMode in my phone, but it came up with some kind of error. I just want to go home.
Whether it's a joke or not, I'm gonna work towards solving this seriously.
There really is nothing around here. All I can see are grasslands and mountains. But if I follow the railway tracks, I think I can get home. So I'll do my best. Thank you. You might think this is all just one big joke, but I can come back if I run into any other problems?
Of course, at any rate, take care. Of course, just be careful your phone doesn't die. It's your lifeline right now. Don't start walking in the wrong direction and be careful inside the tunnel. Can a phone even get reception in an area with nothing around? I think it would be better if you don't move from the station. All alone at an unmanned station on a cold night, the lights will probably turn off soon, and it'll be dark. The railway tracks are an even darker trap. There's a tunnel after that too, right? And yet, it would probably be safer to spend the night at the station. This is terribly risky.
My father called. He had a lot of questions, but in the end, we have no idea where I am, so he told me to call 110. I really don't want to, but I'm going to give the police a call and see if they can help me.
I think it would be easier for you to move around once it gets brighter. Could you really wait there all alone at night? In some strange, unfamiliar place? Could you pass through the tunnel all alone at night? On some strange, unfamiliar railway track? So, could you keep walking through some unfamiliar street at night in the cold?
I tried explaining my situation the best I could to the police, but they thought it was a joke and got angry at me. I was so scared that I ended up apologizing to them.
Why did you apologize? You should call it a night. Go wait at the station for the first train. What's it like around the station? Is there anything there?
I can hear what sounds like the beating of drums coming from far away, mixed with the sound of a ringing bell. Honestly, I don't know what I should do anymore.
Hasumi, you need to get back to the station. It's best to return to where you were in the first place when you get lost. It's about to start. Drums and bells? It's probably just a festival.
You might think I'm lying, but I'm so scared. I can't look back. I want to go back to the station, but I can't turn back.
Run. Whatever you do, don't look back. You can't look back at the station. You'll be taken away. Just run towards the tunnel right now. It should be closer than you think.
Someone just yelled at me from behind me. Hey, you can't walk along the railway track. It's dangerous. I thought it might have been the station attendant, so I turned around, and about 10 meters away, there was the old guy with one leg standing there. Then he disappeared. I'm so scared, I can't move.
I said don't look back, just run. Calm down and listen to what I have to say. Try going towards the sound of the drums. There should be people there. Just where are you trying to send Hasumi? That's not it at all. Hasumi is about to be taken away. That's why I'm saying, if she can, she should go back. How come you could tell it was just an old guy with just one leg? Because it's an old guy with just one leg. It's probably some guy that was hit by a train and lost his leg and then died.
I can't walk anymore, but I also can't run. The sound of the drums is getting closer.
Just wait for morning. Once it gets brighter, it won't be so scary. You should have gotten back on the train.
I'm still alive. I fell over. And I'm bleeding. But I'm still holding on to the heel I broke. I don't want to die yet.
Well, it's not like things are going to get better if you stayed in the one spot anyway. I think you'll be fine if you can get through the tunnel anyhow. When you pass through, let us know and get some help.
I called home. My dad said he'd call the police for me, but the sound is getting closer and closer.
Well, let's just pray that sound isn't the sound of an approaching train. Having said that, it's probably too late for that now.
I did my best and I'm somehow in front of the tunnel now. The name says Isanuki. The sound is getting closer, so I'm gonna gather up all my courage and try to get through. I'll post again once I get through safely.
Good luck. This is the end. The train and the station are gone. You can't go back. There's no one to follow. The sound you hear is a phantom of your own past. Run towards the tunnel. If you stop, you'll be stuck between worlds.
I've exited the tunnel. Someone's standing just ahead of me. Looks like doing what you guys suggested was the right answer. Thank you. I'm probably gonna be mistaken for a monster. My face is a mess of tears.
Hasumi, wait, don't move. Stop, it's dangerous. Who would be standing there at such a time? It's too suspicious.
Sorry for making you all worry. The person was very kind and said they would take me to the closest station. Apparently, there's a business hotel or something there. Everyone, thank you so much.
Hasumi, there's something I want to ask you, so please answer. Where are you? Can you ask the kind person the place name? Are they really kind? They could be scarier than what's going on here, you know? Yeah, maybe. Anywhere. Where the hell are you? That person is dangerous. Why is someone on the railway tracks at this time of night? They must have run into you while disposing of a dead body or something. Run.
I asked where we are, but he just said, Hina. There's no way that could be true, though.
Hasumi, get out of the car. I'm sorry, Kasumi. Where is Hina? What a strange story. So at this particular time, some suspicious old guy just happened to be there to pick up a girl, walking along the railway tracks. What was he doing?
We've started getting closer to the mountains now. I don't think there's anywhere for the car to stop. And he stopped talking to me entirely.
There's no reason for even a strange old dude to be up at this time. Maybe he's not talking to you anymore because you're always on your phone. Hasumi, you're in danger. Did you tell your parents to come and get you from the tunnel? Hasumi, call 110. This might be the last time you ever write anything.
My battery's about to die. Things are looking strange. So I'm gonna try and run the first chance I get. He's been muttering about something I can't understand for a while now. Just so I'm ready when needs be, I'm going to make this my last post for now.
After this post, Asumi was never heard from again.
Hey, I'm Corey, the Devil's Interval. I've been doing this for like 5 or 6 years, and I'd say my New Year's resolution is to continue to do the things that give me peace of mind. That's one of the most important things to me. A random fact about myself I'm going to go with, I love foreign movies with subtitles. Like, people get pissed about subtitles, but I would rather have it be the original language and read subtitles than this shitty fucking dubbing. The story is called Kettle by Psyoptic Nerve. With each step I took, the hallway cried out under my weight, which was odd because the floorboards hadn't made a sound until that morning. I did my best to shrug it off and continued to the stove, only to stop dead once I saw what was sitting there. I stared at it for a long while. It seemed to glare back, an inanimate object somehow exuding defiance. "Claire, what's with this kettle?" I yelled to my wife. She didn't respond, but I heard the floorboards creaking on our way to the kitchen. "What are you talking about?" She sounded exasperated. "Why is it yellow?" She frowned at me. "That kettle has always been yellow. Only it hadn't. I used it every morning, and it had always been orange. I picked the damn thing out. I would know." These small things kept me up at night. As ludicrous as it sounds, I stopped using the kettle, and always took the long way to the kitchen. Anytime I tried to bring them up with Claire, she would only narrow her eyes at me. My obsession with the kettle caused Claire to become even more distant. We stopped speaking at all. From time to time I would hear the floor creak as she went by, but that was it. I didn't blame her. Who would want to be around somebody who spends most of their time in the kitchen staring at a kettle, hoping to catch it in the act of changing colors? How long had it been since I went to work, taken a shower, had a meal? I'd lost track. The only basic need that I fulfilled was thirst. A few times a day I would go to the sink for water. That was all. And who knows how long it would have stayed that way if I hadn't discovered the stain. A red splotch on the gaudy wallpaper somehow caught my eye. As I squinted at it, an icy feeling crept through me. It was blood. "Claire, can you come in here?" I called. I listened to the all-too-familiar creaking in the hallway before she appeared. "Hey, what happened here?" I stammered, pointing to the wall. Claire walked over, and for the first time in weeks, I felt her touch. She grabbed my wrist tightly, glaring up at me. Images began flooding my mind's eye. She was screaming in my face. I was screaming something back in hers. And then, the orange kettle connected with her temple. Again and again and again, until she finally stopped moving. My shaking hand dropped the severely battered kettle into a spreading pool of blood. Claire let go, her horrific features now greeting me. Her face was little more than a bloody pulp, bruised and purple, her eyes swollen shut. She turned away down the hall, pulled the loose floorboards up, and crawled back inside. I went back to staring at the yellow kettle. I miss my old one.
Hello everyone. My name is Lyra, aka WOLFYKINZ Tales, and I am actually a brand new narrator. However, I've done ASMR since 2017, so originally I'm an ASMR artist, so that explains why my voice is more soft-spoken. I started doing narration probably a couple of months ago, so I'm really, really excited to be part of this collab and to just meet all of these wonderful narrators. So a random fact about myself. Well, this is going to sound ironic, but I actually went to speech therapy as a child. I had a bit of a stuttering problem and I had a really hard time pronouncing words, so it was really hard for people to understand me. And now I do voiceover work for a living, and it's great. So for my New Year's resolution, I definitely want to be more involved with the horror and narration community since I am brand new and I'm already starting to make friends, which is amazing. But I kind of lost myself this past year. It's been really rough for me, so I definitely want to find myself again, find my inner light, and just go back to how I used to be a more healthier and happier, more positive person that I was. So that is my biggest goal for this year, and to definitely be more active with content creation. So the story I'm going to be reading today is called The Night the Pack Came. Ooh. I had Sir CREEPINGTON do some of the voice work for me because there were some male characters, and the story is by Corpse Child. So, without further ado, let's get into the story, and I hope you enjoy. Awoo! I'm so scared right now, more than I ever thought I could be. I'm scared for me, my baby, but most of all, I'm scared for John. It's been 2 days now, and I still haven't seen or heard from him. I tried asking the guy at the front desk if he's heard from the ranger, but nothing. God, wherever you are, John, please be okay. It all happened so fast. One moment, everything was peachy keen, snuggled up under the nice soft blankets, fast asleep for once. Something that doesn't happen too often when 2 months pregnant. Expecting at any moment to feel John's firm, yet gentle arms embrace me, letting me know that he was home from another night in the woods. 2 nights ago, however, I was violently shaken awake.
Loretta.
It was dark. I could barely register his voice.
Loretta!
This time, he barked my name a little more abrasively, causing me to jolt a bit. Huh?
Come on, honey, we have to go now.
I could tell by now that something wasn't right. He never spoken to me like this before. I could hear him breathing heavily. When I turned over and clicked on the light, my heart damn near stopped dead. His clothes were in tatters, and he had scratches all over him, as well as what looked like teeth marks from some wild animal. I almost screamed. Oh my God, John, what in the name of—
I said now, come on.
He shouted, cutting me off. I was frozen, both from shock and fear. Never once had that man raised his voice to me like this. Even when we'd fight, I was usually the loudmouth while he was the speak soft and carry the bigger stick type.
Don't just sit there staring like an idiot at me. Get moving.
Sure enough, my stupor was broken, and I made my way out of the bed.
Start unpacking the dresser. Grab a few changes of clothes. We may be gone for a good while.
My head spun furiously. What in the hell's going on? Why do we have to leave? Where are we going? Does he even know? Why is he covered in scratches? How long are we going to be gone? I finally managed to stammer out, panicked and still somewhat half asleep. He rubbed his face and said through his palms,
I don't know. Just come on, get moving.
I shambled to the dresser as he stomped down the hallway. I started opening the drawers and slowly pulling out the neatly folded clothes and setting them on the bed. Soon, he returned with our vacation suitcases.
Here, just throw them in.
he said, snatching a handful and tossing it haphazardly into the suitcase. I noticed as he continued to cram our clothes in the suitcase that he was shaking, like at any second he would explode. I pleaded, "Johnny, baby, what is it? What's..." As I went to try and put my hand on his shoulder to calm him down, he batted my hand away.
Damn it, woman! Not now!
Startled, I retracted my hand away like I just touched the hot ring of the stove. He looked at me like he just committed a murder. His eyes were bulging and were covered in large red veins. My eyes began to burn, and I could feel tears filling them up. He winced and buried his face in his palms again.
God, Loretta. Baby, I'm so sorry.
I could hear his voice shaking when he said that. Now, the tears were in full swing. On top of the confusion as to why we had to leave in the dead of night like fugitives, now, I was petrified with thoughts of something out in the woods that's making my husband break down like this. Keep in mind, John Redwood was not one to frighten easily. For starters, the man was built like a lumberjack, almost all muscle too. He was also very much an outdoorsman, always spending most of his downtime in the woods. It was half the reason we even bought this house in the mountains of Jackal's Peak. Now, add in the fact that he's also a full-time bouncer at the nearby tavern, especially known for dealing with the larger-sized patrons who became unruly, and you see how chilling it was seeing him in that moment. Utterly terrified for dear life. His trembling turned into violent spasms. I almost thought he'd driven himself straight into a heart attack. "John, please," I squeaked, my voice broken. "Talk to me. What's going on? What happened out there?" His face remained in his palms, and I thought I heard him mumble something like,
They're coming. They're coming. They're coming.
over and over. Who's coming? He brought his face back up and looked at me, his face all red and puffy, and replied,
The pack.
Who? He rubbed his face again before saying,
Look, there are things about me I haven't told you, and for good reason. Right now, I need you to just trust me and do what I say.
Frightened as I was, I couldn't take this cryptic crap anymore. Then talk to me, goddammit. What is going on? Who is the pack, and what do they want? His body started jerking more and more. You'd have thought Pazuzu was trying to possess him or something. Suddenly he roared.
Why can't you just listen to me?
This made me shrink again. This time, it wasn't just that he screamed at me again, but rather because of the way his voice sounded. I can't really explain it, but it was like his voice was distorting somehow, getting deeper and sounding more subhuman. It actually caused my heart to skip a few beats as it seemed to resonate through my body. His face then winced and twisted, like he was in pain. I didn't know what to do or say anymore.
Just please, Loretta.
He forced out through gritted teeth. That was when I heard the sounds of howling coming from outside. Judging from how loud and clear I could make them out, it wasn't far away from our house.
Oh, Jesus.
John whispered.
They're here.
In an instant, he grabbed my shoulders tightly. It actually kind of hurt how tight he had me. His terrified eyes locked onto mine, and he shook more violently than ever as he spoke.
Loretta, my sweet baby blossom, I love you. I love you, and I love this baby more than anything in this godforsaken world. I would never let anything in this world take that away from me.
He was briefly interrupted by a sharp seizure of pain.
But I need you to do as I say. I have to get you out of here.
Just then, I heard the howling again. This time, much closer. I could hear from all around the house.
Get down,
he ordered. I dug down to my hands and knees as he quickly clicked the lamp off.
Stay low and don't make a sound. We're gonna have to go out through the cellar.
I began crawling out of the bedroom as quickly as possible while still trying to stay quiet. The hallway was still dark, and my eyes had to take a minute to readjust as I crawled towards a basement door at the other end. I could now hear what sounded like scratching coming from the front door in the living room. Another series of howls almost caused my heart to burst. I froze in place. What is that? Wolves? Well, he told me before that there were wolves in Jackal's Peak. I was told they usually stay closer to the top of the mountain range, in the more densely forested area. What are they doing down here?
Keep moving,
I heard from behind me. It was John, also crawling on his hands and knees. Only got about another 2 or 3 feet further. However, when I heard a crash that sent the door straight off of its hinges, I couldn't hold back a scream at that.
Go! Run!
John shouted, shoving me forward. I clumsily bolted the last little bit to the door and threw it open. From the living room, I could hear the sounds of snarled growling. It sounded deeper and bigger than any wolf or dog I'd ever heard before. I could hear stampeding footsteps coming straight for the hallway. Instantly, I threw myself into the cellar with John right behind me. As he was trying to close the door, a blow from the other side sent him tumbling backward. John! I was about to rush over to him when he shot out his hand, stopping me.
Just go!
Just then, my blood froze solid when I watched the door get ripped right off the wall. Silhouetted in the doorway, I saw what looked like a giant wolf. Its ears perked up and standing on its hind legs, and staring straight at me with glowing, burning orange eyes. It was huge, standing at least 7 to 8 feet tall, covered with pitch dark fur with long, lean, muscular arms, and a vulpine muzzle with long, jagged teeth. Soon, another just like it joined its side before simultaneously howling to the air. This time, it was almost deafening, and I think I actually felt my eardrums pop.
I said run! Now!
His voice was further distorted now. As I turned to run for the hatch leading to the backyard, I could hear one of the creatures leap forward and crash land just a couple inches behind me. That was a fire under my ass that had me essentially sprinting to the other end of the cellar. It right on my heels. About a few feet away from it, though, I felt its claws slash my back and I fell face down. Extreme pain shot all through my body. More than that, however, I was worried that I may have hurt the baby with my fall. Unfortunately, I couldn't think about any of that because the next thing I knew, I felt it grab my ankle and drag me backwards. I almost tore out my nails feebly trying to keep from being pulled towards the beast. It was no use, though. Even as skinny as it looked, it was strong. Enough so that, when it dragged me close enough, it was able to hoist me up, one-handed, by my right leg. It brought me right up to eye level before bursting out a terrifying roar in my face. I squirmed and tried frantically to kick myself free. Finally, as it unhinged its jaws, John bashed it over the head with a metal rod. The creature retracted, roaring and howling in pain, before hurling me into the wall. I felt my ribs crack when I crashed into the wall. My vision started blurring as I tried to catch my breath. When I looked up again, there the beast was, stomping towards me. Its growling sounding noticeably more pissed off. I tried to get up, but the pain in my ribs made it difficult to do much in the way of movement. It was almost right up on me again when, out of nowhere, John sprang up from behind and wrapped his arms around its throat. My eyes were 2 seconds from shooting straight from their sockets when I saw this.
Get out of here!
Despite the beast thrashing around worse than a mechanical bull, he held on tight to its throat. Eventually, it was able to break his hold and hurl him away too. By then, I was able to shamble to the cellar door and begin climbing the ladder. I could hear it stomping towards me, and I all but flew up the ladder. Once I made it out, I quickly bolted the hatch. I knew it wouldn't hold long, but I figured it'd be enough to get away. Not even a minute after doing this, I saw the hatch begin to splinter and stuff outwards. Luckily, I was still able to make it to the car when I heard the sounds of them darting for me from behind. Right as I got in the front seat and was about to shut the door, another one of them leapt onto the roof, causing it to cave inwards. Before I could get the door shut, it wedged its massive clawed paw in between them and wrapped them around the frame. I tried to pry them loose, and when that didn't work, I tried to open and shut the door again. Big mistake. As soon as I opened the door again, the beast grabbed me by the arm and tried to jerk me from the driver's seat. I quickly went to reach for the glove compartment for the 9mm John had stashed for his trips to the range. I wasn't able to reach far enough from the beast's grasp on my arm to open it, only far enough to barely brush it with my fingertips as I was being forcefully pulled upward towards the roof of the car. All of a sudden, I heard the sound of a shotgun blast ringing out from the passenger side of the car. The next thing I knew, I felt it release my arm and I was able to close the door. Looking to my right, there was John, standing in the front yard, loading another round into the shotgun he inherited from his father. He raised up to aim for another shot when I saw one of the other two charge up behind him. With a giant leap, it brought him down before he could get the shot off. That's when the one on the roof decided to join in with its partner in devouring my husband. As the other one skulked closer, I could see John was struggling fiercely against the one holding him down, attempting to use the shotgun as a barrier to hold the beast in its ravenous jaws back. Thinking quickly, I put the keys in the ignition and threw it into drive before flooring it. Sure enough, it worked, and the one in front of me was sent to the ground. The one on top of John now fixed its enraged, glowing eyes on me. I let go of him and raised back up on its hind legs before letting out an ear-shattering howl to the air. I put the car in reverse and back into drive again, ready to ram it as I had the other one, when it bounded through the air and landed right on the hood of the car. Immediately, I sent a giant hand crashing through the windshield and started groping to grab onto me. As I hysterically went for a second time for the gun in the glove compartment, I felt its claws wrapped tightly around my throat, squeezing tighter and tighter. I could feel the air being forced from my lungs and the beast's face began to blur. I tried as hard as I possibly could to pry its fingers from around my throat, but it was no good. As my sight started to darken, I thought about my baby, all the memories that now would never happen. Before it could finish suffocating me, I heard something strike the beast's head that caused it to immediately release my throat. It was John, using the butt of the shotgun to bludgeon the beast, causing it to snap in half.
I told you, you damn mutt. You can't have her.
I was relieved, yet confused at the same time. What is he talking about? For a second, I remember what he told me about things I don't know about him. Things he never told me. Did he somehow know about these things? I wasn't given time to think any further about that at the time, though. John ducked down, dodging a massive swipe of the beast's claw before clambering into the passenger seat. Immediately, he went for the glove compartment and drew the 9mm.
Floor it!
He sent 6 rounds straight in between its eyes and staggered back and off the car.
Come on, get this thing moving.
He barked, snapping me from my daze. I threw the car into reverse again as I saw the beast staring back at me, its eyes now burning and enraged. It reared back to pounce just as I was swerving to turn around into the street, causing it to slam face first into the right door of the back seat. The car was shaken almost to the point of turning over on its side with the impact, and the door was caved inwards. Fortunately, that seemed to knock the beast dizzy as I chanced a quick look back and saw that it was staggering around. Before it had the chance to regain its bearings, I peeled out of the front yard and slammed on the accelerator down the street. We were flying down the mountain paths at least 65 going on 70 miles per hour. I couldn't bring myself to slow down. My mind was bouncing erratically in 10 million thoughts at once. What if they're following? What if there's more of them out here in the dense woods? What the hell even are they? What do they want? What was John talking about when he said that they couldn't have me? What? I was cut off when I felt John perk the wheel to the left. When I was aware again, I saw that he just narrowly kept us from careening off the side of Jackal's Peak, a 2,500-foot drop. Once we were safely back on the pass again, we pulled over and stopped the car. For almost 5 minutes, neither of us could do or say anything. Just sat there, trying to catch our breath and steady out our heartbeat. John was the first to break the silence.
Alright, here's what we're gonna do. You remember the old motel we stayed at last weekend? The one with the hot tub out back?
I remained quiet.
We're gonna go there, and you're gonna check in for a few days. I'm gonna sort everything out with the house. I'll come back to let you know when it's clear to come back.
My teeth clenched, and my knuckles turned white around the steering wheel. Oh, sure, and I'm just supposed to take that as my reassurance that you'll come back. And I'm just not supposed to bother ask you what in the name of fucking God happened back there, right? I felt myself spiraling into the usual screaming psycho mode I mentioned before. But this time, I knew I had every right in the world, and more to be. Judging from the sunken, sullen look in his eyes, I could tell he felt the same.
Loretta,
No, I shouted, cutting him off dead. I don't want to hear any more of your cryptic, cockamamie excuses. I want answers, and I want them now. Admittedly, I was a little more abrasive than I meant to be with that last bit. But again, was I not justified? For a moment, he sat there staring back at me, figuring I'd frightened him, and rightfully so. I pressed further. Well? Again, he said nothing, just sat there, looking guilty. Wow, I scoffed. I was utterly baffled, somehow even more so than I was earlier. 3 years I've been married to this man, and I find out that he'd been keeping secrets from me. Not only that, but apparently secrets that have now put the lives of me and him in very real danger, not to mention our incoming child. And now, to top it all off, he can't even have the decency to at least try and tell me what's going on. He opened his door and began to get out of the car. I nearly saw red. Oh, and exactly where the hell do you think you're going? Immediately, I threw open the driver door and got out, stomping towards him. So, that's just it? You're just gonna walk away? You're not even gonna say anything to explain or justify what just happened? Why a bunch of things just broke into our home and almost tore us apart? What is going on? What the fuck are you so afraid of?
Loretta, please! Not now!
He shouted. I wasn't able to back down that easily, though. Why? Why can't you just talk to me? Your wife. For God's sake, just tell me what's going on.
I said enough!
He roared. This time, his voice sounded almost subhuman, and I felt all of my stamina to keep pushing him strip away. He stood at the ledge, profusely shaking and twitching. I felt so small standing there, facing his back. I felt the tears well up in my eyes again, and I couldn't help but to squeak out a small sob.
Please, just listen to me, Loretta.
He said in a shaking, almost completely growling voice. I watched as his body continued to convulse. I thought he was in the middle of a seizure, or a stroke. John? I softly whimpered.
I love you, Baby Blossom. And I love our baby. I'm so sorry that it came to this. I never wanted to allow you to get hurt. I never wanted you to have to be a part of any of this.
Of what? I cried. It felt like in 2 seconds flat I was going to end up dropping into a full-blown panic attack.
I made an agreement a long time ago with the pack. That people I loved, people like you, would be left alone if I brought them offerings. That's why I've been in the woods a lot.
I stood there, jaw slack, in the middle of trying to fully register what he just said, while also trying to decide if he was telling the truth.
It was easy at first. Just a couple of small farm animals and woodland critters here and there.
His body jerked so violently now as he spoke that I could see his knees shaking, threatening at any moment to buckle from beneath him. After a sharp groan of pain, he continued.
Eventually, it wasn't enough anymore. They kept winning bigger and bigger morsels. Tonight, they wanted me to offer them,
He hesitated, still spasming.
A baby.
I was now hopelessly lost and confused. What is he talking about? None of what he was saying was making sense to me. Or maybe it did, deep down, and I was just too afraid to admit it to myself then.
I couldn't do it.
He said, his voice shaking even worse now.
I couldn't do it, and now they want to punish me by going after you.
Another spasm caused him to finally fall to his knees. Instantly, my instincts kicked in, and I rushed over to him. That's when he looked back and bellowed in a now completely unrecognizable voice.
No, stay back.
I once again stopped dead in my tracks. My heart almost stopped when I saw his eyes. They were now pulsing, burning orange. Another series of the most violent jerks I'd ever seen before erupted throughout his entire body, causing him to seize and cry out in pain. For the next minute, I watched frozen in terror as John's body seemed to break and reshape itself. I could hear bones breaking, and his muscles somehow began to swell in size, tearing through his plaid shirt. Before too much longer, I could see his face start to poke outwards, and his nose deformed and reformed itself into what resembled the muzzle of a dog. His body began to be covered in thick silver hair or fur. I was too frozen in terror to even scream. Once the metamorphosis was finished, and John no longer looked like John anymore, it raised up on its hind legs before blasting an aggressive howl up to the night sky. The intensity caused me to collapse to my knees and press my ears as tightly as possible. When I opened my eyes again, whatever was leering down at me, snarling and baring its long, jagged teeth. John? I squeaked, shuddering. Nothing. He just stood there, growling at me like he was ready to pounce. Oh, sweet God. My own husband's gonna eat me and our unborn child alive. I slowly began stepping back towards the car. Just take it slow. It took a staggered step forward towards me before going down on all fours and continuing. For a second, I froze, just waiting for him to leap for the kill. Johnny, baby, please. I knew it was no use, but I couldn't help it. A very small part of me was still, somehow, expecting to wake up from this. I'd be woken up with the smell of pancakes, bacon, and fresh coffee in the morning, and I rushed down to the kitchen, squeezed John until he started to suffocate, like how I was earlier in the front yard, and we laughed all morning at such a weird dream. He crept closer and closer to me. When I started backwards again, something caught the heel of my foot and I fell. He was now right on top of me. I could feel its hot, snarled breaths on my face. When I saw him begin to unhinge his jaws, I closed my eyes, trying to picture me and him holding our baby. The family that'd never be. I love you, John. I opened my eyes just a bit. He was still in front of me. It almost sounded like he was trying to say something.
Run!
That's when he started growling and lowered himself like he was about to attack. I still wasn't 100% sure I actually had heard him speak. Maybe it was still just all wishful thinking, but that didn't keep me from obeying when I started hearing the growls come from behind me as well. When I turned around, I saw that the other two from the house had somehow followed us and were closing in around me. I sprang up and darted for the car. I saw one of the others bound for me, attempting to cut me off. John caught it in the air and pinned it down. They began wrestling like two rabid dogs in a cage on the ground. The partner then charged full ahead towards me. I made it to the car and immediately turned the engine over. I hesitated for a moment and looked back to John. He was now on the ground with the other one biting at his throat. I almost wanted to try running it over again to try and help John. But that was when the other one jumped onto the roof of the car. I slammed the accelerator, started flying further down the pass. I tried swerving left and right violently to shake the beast off the roof of the car, but it had his claws anchored into it and I couldn't. I started to hear the grinding of his claws tearing into the metal. It was going to tear the roof off. Eventually, a really stupid idea formed in my head. It was almost certifiably suicidal. It was the only thing I had. With a sharp jerk of the wheel, the car swerved over to the edge of the pass before hammering the brakes. Sure enough, this managed to actually throw the beast off and hurtling over the edge, tearing half of the roof clean off as it went. The front wheels were hanging off the edge. I quickly put the car into reverse and managed to inch my way back into the pass. From there, I made a beeline for the bottom of the mountain. I knew that I need to at least see a doctor, if not a surgeon. But to me, that could wait. Right then, I was more worried about John. I figured once I got to the motel, I could maybe call the local rangers or the state troopers or something to send somebody out there for him. The road felt like it wouldn't end, despite the fact that I knew it actually only stretched for about another few miles from where it started from. A small wave of relief swept over me when I finally reached the turnoff, seeing the large bright green sign reading, "Welcome to Jackal's Peak." After that, the motel was just around the corner. I pulled into the empty parking lot, not even into an actual space, and stumbled drunkenly out of the car. It was completely quiet, but the lights in the lobby were still on. I still remember the guy's face when he saw me.
Ma'am? Are you okay?
His eyes looked like he was staring at a dead body, which, to be fair, I probably didn't look far from it at the time. I need...
Here.
He said, getting up from his chair and walking towards me.
Come sit down.
He guided me over to the torn, beat-up sofa in the lobby.
Just sit tight, for a second. I've got a first aid kit here in the back.
I was sitting down when I realized that I didn't have my purse with me. I had no way of paying for a room. Not only that, but I also killed any ideas of calling for help as my phone was also in my purse. I started to feel dizzy by this point from the way my head was spiraling. When he came back about 30 seconds later, first aid kit in hand, he asked me if he needed to call somebody. No, but could I use the phone?
Sure, it's in the back, but why don't we get those cuts looked at first?
I nodded, and he started treating my wounds.
If you don't mind my asking, ma'am, how'd you get so banged up? You fall hiking in the mountain or something?
I just blankly shook my head.
Somebody after you?
Again, I just shook my head. No.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be nosy. Just some pretty bad ones you got here.
He finished up before leading me to the phone in the back.
Let me know if there's anything else I can do to help,
he said before leaving me with the phone. The first thing I did was to call the local ranger station. To my luck, I was only on hold for a minute before the call was connected.
Terrace County Ranger Station. What is the nature of your call?
My husband. He's I could hardly slow down enough to form a proper sentence.
Ma'am, can you repeat that for me?
My husband is hurt. He's stuck on the mountain pass. You have to send somebody out there.
Alright, calm down, ma'am. Can you tell me your name?
I cleared my throat and told him my name. Loretta Redwood. He then asked me for John's name. John Redwood.
And you said you last left him somewhere on the pass.
Yes, at the 30-mile marker. Please, sir, he's hurt. You gotta send somebody out there. He went on to ask me my current location, and I gave him the name of the motel. He told me that he was dispatching a unit to me as well, as one to the location I gave him before hanging up. 10 minutes later, they showed up and took my statement. When they asked what it was that attacked us, I told them that it was a pack of wild coyotes. Surprisingly, they actually bought it, despite it being an extremely piss-poor lie. I declined their offer to be taken to the hospital. Like I said, I was fully aware that my wounds and the possible damage to the baby might have been severe. That said, something compelled me to stay put at the motel. He said he'd come back for me. Again, this was 2 nights ago. The ranger told me to keep an ear out, and he let me know when they found him. The guy at the motel, bless him, is letting me stay in an unused room for free until they send word on John. I was essentially glued next to the phone in the back for most of the daytime yesterday and today. It was this morning, seeing the front page of the Terrace Ledger, the guy brought in with his early morning breakfast run, that I very nearly had a heart attack. A large canine found dead in the middle of Road Pass in Jackal's Peak. I couldn't hold back a scream, startling the poor guy while he was eating. I bolted back to the room and immediately locked the door before burying my face in the pillow like I was 14 again, and just letting everything loose. I refused to believe it, and I still do. It may not be him, right? It's just the other one, right? Please, please, John. Oh, sweet Jesus God. Johnny, baby, please don't let that be you. I'm in the back room right now, typing this out on the guy's computer as I'm waiting, just wanting this damn phone to ring and hear the ranger tell me that my Johnny is okay, that he's coming back, and that we can go home. That's all I want, to have my husband back, and to go home. I don't even care anymore about the stuff he kept from me, or that he's some sort of man-wolf monster. I just want my Johnny back. Please, John. Please come back.
Hello everybody, this is the Dark Somnium. I've been narrating on YouTube for about 5-6 years now. I do original music, sound design, all that for my narrations, and my New Year's resolution is to hopefully post something that I consider to be my biggest project yet. And currently, one of my biggest projects, I'd say, is Ted the Caver, but I'd like to do something that tops that in terms of sound design and music. But yeah, that's my New Year's resolution. The story I have for you is actually one of the first that I ever narrated when I started. I decided to make a new version of it. It's called A Siren Sings Beneath My Skin. In this story, there is mentions of self-harm, so I want you to be aware of that, just in case that is something you might want to avoid. There's something living under my skin. The first time it spoke to me, I was 5. Its voice was soft, one of gentle guidance.
You can climb that tree,
it said.
There are treats waiting for you beyond your comprehension. You can climb that tree like a ladder to the stars. More, you can touch your mother's face again.
But when I climbed the tree, I found only rotting wood. I found a colony of life besieged by death, and the scattered corpses of insect life 1,000 strong, littering every nook and cranny. Lingering in the heart of my 8th summer, Just a few days outside the anniversary of my mother's death, I heard it speak again. This time, it was louder.
That river isn't too deep. Its surface bubbles, but so do you. Go, enjoy its cool release. Find yourself the smoothest stone and bless its world with a nip at your feet.
I awoke to lights flashing red and blue, worried faces shrouded in white cotton, and that of my father flitting close behind. Twisted, enraged, inconsolable, my lungs were an ocean's depth, my skin a shade of blue, purer than a rich desert sky. The voice grew stronger in my teenage years, not louder, but more defined, resounding off of angst bred from the commonplace, the slightest of unpleasantries. I fostered guilt in the minuscule, the most gentle grievances, and led passive lambs to slaughter. The voice became one of vociferous support in the realm of self-destruction.
Every twist and turn, you go too far. You can't see ahead, and you fear what's behind. Your skeletons are burying themselves in graves you can't even dig yourself. You're living on borrowed time. Make some room. Cut a little piece of yourself and prepare your path for regrowth.
I did, carving small lines that have become blurred over time, references to memories I couldn't recall if they even actually existed in the first place. I sought revelation in capsules and found the world of God in powders of brown and white. I breathed ash, smoked dust, and purged my body of all things right. When I found my first love in a mess of soft curls, midnight locks, and scarlet lips, the supple flesh of my own kind's touch, the voice turned sour and jealous. Its needs became stronger and lascivious.
You are finding comfort in abomination. You happily bask in the devil's hands, and you allow sin to lick greedily from the putrescent kiln of human abstraction. Turn away from her. Turn away from confusion and return your body to the light. Tell her she repulses you. Tell her this was a mistake, that you would never endeavor to commit such atrocious acts against nature. Tell her.
So I did. I broke her heart and mine, the pieces never able to complement and comfort each other. She couldn't take the hurt, couldn't face the faux reality I'd created to satiate my phantom's lust. Thus, she took the only thing she could. For years, the voice grew. It seeped into every notion of safety and presented itself to every unfounded decision as the ultimate absolution. Its demands turned from the outside world to within. As it rose and pulsed and came to a head, I grew weaker, smaller, transparent. For the last few weeks, I've been able to hear it speaking to me in languages I don't understand. Menace drips from its once dulcet tones, even if I don't understand a word. Tentative licks come, buried beneath the flesh, poking and prodding at tensed muscles, testing, searching for signs of entry, the precipice for ovulation. I know what it's doing, what it's looking for. My voice is attempting birth. I haven't actively thought for a single moment about what I'm bound to do, but I know it needs to be done. The voice needs to be silenced. It is louder than my own internal thought process. It is screaming. It knows something is wrong. As I lower the blade into my flesh, right above my elbow, and press until it hits bone with an unexpected clink, the voice doubles, triples in volume. It no longer speaks words, even in foreign tongues. I can feel it pushing against me from the inside, worming fingers between my ribs and begging release. And I will give it just that, release. The meat of my forearm came off easier than expected. As I start on my bicep, a splatter of blood blessing my face with a kiss. The voice reaches a pitch and volume that is unfounded in the natural realm. All I know is that its screams have become unfurnished, shallow, inhuman. I've returned to it the gift that it first gave to me,
Now, the voice is drowning.
Hello everyone. My name is Lucy K, also known as Spirit Voices. If you're unfamiliar with my channel, you may have heard me on others such as The Dark Somnium, ROMNEX, Cleaving Thought from Bone, P.A Nightmares, The Nevermore Collective, and a lot of others. I've been a horror narrator since the summer of 2018. I'm taking a small break from my channel right now, and actually my New Year's resolution is to sort of figure out my situation for that. I'm about to graduate from my last year in college, so things are a little bit chaotic for me right now, but if you haven't, please feel free to go to my channel and just check out what I have up there, because I do have a lot of videos already made, and my community's a lot of fun. So without further ado, I present to you Yellow Dress, written and posted on Reddit by u/Satterdead. Thank you very much, and happy holidays. I've been locking down my local mall for the past 10 years. I've seen plenty of disturbing things, but every now and then I get asked what stuck with me the most. All in all, there is one night in particular that comes to mind. It had been a rough week. My finger was still pale from where my wedding ring used to be. It was my first night going to work without it. I'd just locked down the Cinnabon and had 2 stores left, one which sold shoes and a clothing store. I was just about to lock up the shoe store when I heard a distinct sound. I'd heard it 1,000 times before, but not after hours. Someone was taking clothes off the rack. I pulled down the shutters of the shoe store, locked it, and hurried off. Unfortunately, it had happened a few times before, people locking themselves in the stores to rob them once the lights went out. Still, with all the alarms in our nightly checkup, it wasn't a great idea. I don't think anyone had ever gotten away with it, at least not on my watch. Then again, if they did get away, how would I have known? At first, I didn't even notice anything. I stepped in and checked all over, but I couldn't find anything at all. Still, I know what I heard. Nothing seemed out of place, but I always got nervous around the fitting rooms. You never knew what you'd see once those curtains were pulled away. I had my hand on my taser as I called out, "If anyone's in there, come out." There was no response. I stepped up and pulled away the curtains. Of course, nothing. The next room, the same thing. Just a pair of jeans. Then nothing again. At the final fitting room, though, I got a bad feeling. I felt like walking away, just this once, and yet I didn't. I pulled away the curtain. Again. Nothing. Nothing but a yellow dress. I stepped back, closed my eyes, and took a deep breath. Maybe I'd been wrong. I was still going to check the back rooms, but at least the worst part was over. I opened my eyes again, and something didn't register in my head. I held up my flashlight, only to notice something about the yellow dress that I hadn't before. It wasn't hanging on anything. It was floating in mid-air. My brain just short-circuited. I couldn't understand what I was seeing. I shone my flashlight at it and it was just there. Then it moved. Not much, just a twitch, but it moved. I stepped back. The words got caught in my mouth. There was a faint shimmer in the air like tiny diamonds. It stretched all the way up to the ceiling. For just a second, I could see it. The light from my flashlight reflected it. It was hunched over, an invisible body pressed into that fitting room. It was freakishly tall. The dress, floating in front of me, was being worn by something. Something sitting down. But then the yellow dress rose as whatever wore it stood up. It must have been at least 10 feet tall. I fell backwards, knocking over a rack of t-shirts. Then I scrambled to my feet, seeing the dress rise out of the fitting room. The yellow dress was coming toward me, and I just ran. It didn't even make a sound, but I was knocking over everything in my path. I didn't even notice how heavily I was panting or how cold my breath was. Dresses, sweaters, shirts, I bowled it all over. As I got out into the main hallway, I turned around. The dress was still moving towards me. One step at a time. Out here, away from the carpeted floor of the clothing store, I could hear naked feet slapping against the cold stone. There was something here. Something I couldn't see. I couldn't even think of what to say. What the fuck is this? I yelled. What the fuck do you want? I just repeated the same phrases over and over. It was like a brain cramp. I couldn't think straight. I could barely even hear myself say it. My pulse was overpowering my ears. But the dress just kept coming toward me, swaying back and forth with every unseen step. And I ran. I ran past the shoes, the food stalls, the Cinnabon, the toy store. I looked over my shoulder only to see that it was closer. It was gaining on me, no matter how fast I was running. The unreal image of that yellow dress swaying back and forth is burned into my memory. A rhythmic thumping of naked feet slapping against the floor. I fumbled for my keys and tripped over a trash can. I hurried back to my feet, but I could feel something cold already closing in. It wasn't a physical cold, but I could feel it just the same. There was nothing but locked doors ahead, and I'd lost my keys when I fell. I had to do something, anything. I turned around, pulled out my taser, and shot it blindly toward the yellow dress. For a split second, a burst of electricity highlighted the being wearing it. A hulking humanoid with a toothless smile that went from ear to ear. Long, flat hair dragged across the floor. Pearl white eyes stared directly at me. Its arms were so long it could reach its own knees without bending over, and in a second, it was gone. I was so shocked I barely even registered when it knocked the taser out of my hand. I just held them up to shield myself. I was out of options. It was too quick, too large. My weapon was suddenly gone and the cold was upon me. I held my breath, bracing for the pain. And then, a tender touch. So very careful. A thin finger touched the white patch where my wedding ring used to rest. A few quiet seconds felt like an eternity. A careful, cold hand pressed against my cheek, a hand big enough to fit my entire head in it. A comforting thumb brushed against my temple, dry lips quietly touching my forehead. Comfort. Sadness.
I'm sorry.
It whispered. I fell to my knees, crying. I don't even know what for. Maybe it was the horror running out of me. Maybe the unexpected kindness. Maybe sorrow for what I'd lost. But whatever the reason, I just sat there, crying my eyes out. I must have been there for half an hour. And the next day, the yellow dress had been put back. To the rest of the world, nothing had ever happened. No one knows, even to this day, what happened that night, and no one knows about our unlikely visitor. To be honest, I'm not sure what was the worst of it. That there is a world beyond our own, or that the most human thing I've ever experienced was from something so inhuman. But I'm still looking for it. The stranger in the mall that night. I want to thank them. I've already bought them the dress.
Hi everyone, Miss Creepy Tales here, or MCT, that's what everybody calls me. It's kinda long to call me Miss Creepy Tales all the time, you know. By the way, I'm a horror story narrator, and I've been doing this for more than a year now. Fun fact about me is that I have a lot of animals. And I'm also kind of a nerd when it comes to anime. For next year, I will continue pushing more and better content, as well as making sure that I also live a healthy lifestyle. And I hope you enjoy the story that I'm going to share. The Curse of the Saco River, written by Cryptic Wander. A note from the author. This story is one that I've wanted to write for a while now, but the words have always escaped me. If for one, it's true. I know, every story is true. Very scary. This one, however, is as true as it gets. And as everyone knows, writing a series of incredible events while maintaining credibility is damn near impossible. So I do invite and even encourage you to look it up on Google after it's finished. The second reason that I've found it difficult is it's two stories in one. There is a lot of history involved, and though the details differ depending on who tells it to you, but the general consensus is the load-bearing beam that I will include. My hometown of Bidford was first inhabited by Europeans in 1616, making it one of the first places to be visited in America. Thank you for letting me ramble. Now for your story. I was born and raised in the city of Bidford, Maine. The city itself is full of somewhat garbage people, but I wouldn't have wanted to grow up anywhere else. I had many wonderful memories, as the beach was an hour walk away, the backyard was sprawling, and the woods that led down to the river was right next to my house. It runs about 135 miles from New Hampshire and splits the towns of Bidford and Saco, emptying out into the ocean beyond. Most mothers, my own included, did everything in their power to make sure that their children didn't go to the water until 3 people died at the beginning of the year. This may sound morbid, and indeed it is, but for good reason. All the children in the cul-de-sac knew bits of information, usually clashing, but I first heard the full story told by an old man named Rodney. Rodney was an old Native American man who lived down the other side of my backyard. His grandson Josh and I would often play games with each other and became pretty good friends. Rodney was a good-spirited man, always telling us fun stories about the people from his lineage, and usually scary ones when we would put the tent up out back and camp out for the night. It was one such night that I heard the curse of the Saco River. Back in the year 1675, Winter Harbor, now known as Bedford, was well established by the Europeans. The local Secaucus natives generally welcomed them, and the boats would come and go along the Saco River. One such boat carried 3 white men who were said to be drunk as a skunk and meaner than one too. A woman who had given birth to the chief's son was upon one of these islands carrying the child in tow. They decided to have a little fun and test out a story they once heard. It was said that the Native Americans could doggy paddle from birth, and they wanted to find out, most likely making a few bets on it. Despite the woman's screams, they ripped the baby from her arms and threw him into the water. Unsurprisingly, the child had drowned. Some say she went in after him, only to drown herself. Others not. What eventually did happen is Chief Squandro, not to be confused by Squanto, found out and placed a curse on the river. Until the day white men clear the banks, the spirits of the river would take 3 lives a year. Some say the 3 were killed right there, but regardless, there were no delegations made. In fact, it was said to ignite violence between the tribe and the Europeans, kicking off the War of King Philip. There was a little more to it than that, I'm sure, but it's been about 26 years now, so my memory is a tidbit fuzzy. The one thing I can never forget, in fact, it's probably what caused my terrible lifelong nightmares, is the night he took us out fishing. Conveniently enough, Rodney took us by canoe out to the Skeleton Dam. It's a popular place for fishing and swimming. In late summer, the sun is warm while being shaded by large forest around it, and as the sun goes down, the sounds of wildlife makes it an unparalleled place to relax. He had paddled us down the stream for about an hour when finally the night came on. We didn't catch a whole lot, and honestly, at 7 years old, I hardly knew what I was doing, but I had fun with Josh, and Rodney was telling more of his stories of the past. I don't know what time it was, possibly 10 or 11, but fog began rolling across the water. Rodney made a crack about the spirits making their way from the deep, when all the noise from the bank stopped. There were no insects, birds, or frogs to be heard, just the quiet sloshing of water on wood. I don't think when we even noticed at first, not until I could see the dead serious look on old Rodney's face. He didn't say it, but he was scared. He said something to the effect of, "We better pack it in." So we reeled in our fishing poles and he started the long trip back up the river. Being children, Josh and I didn't really panic. Rodney was experienced in the woods, and though he stayed silent, he didn't much let on that something was wrong. He just kept his eyes forward and worked the oars. This went on for a while. The sounds of nature were still silent, and it seemed as though every small sound echoed from one side of the river to the other. The fog was still present and was growing thicker by the minute. I don't know how Rodney didn't get lost, but I assume it wasn't his first time in conditions such as this. The closer we got, the more we let go of our fear. That is until the crying began. I couldn't tell from where, but like a gunshot out of the silence, this shrill, high-pitched sobbing rang out from the land. It would be so loud, like it was right next to you, then seem to move away, only to return just as quickly. To make it worse, the sobbing would erupt into insane bursts of laughter. Even thinking about it now makes me shiver. Not a male or a female, it was something I can't possibly find words to match with. As it continued, we started to hear the sounds of something jumping through the forest, easily keeping pace with a boat. I try to block most of it out, but that's not something that ever goes away. I believe that was about the time that Josh and I began to cry ourselves. Rodney tried to comfort us, telling us to keep our heads down and to cover our ears, but most of his efforts were spent rowing in a panic-driven manner. The tone of his voice was quick and stern, nothing like the tight look on his face, and I believe he was praying. The sob crying stopped after a bit to our relief. However, it was short-lived. A woman's voice shot out from somewhere, distant but also close. In a blood-freezing tone, it screamed, "Help me! Help me!" I looked out through the fog. It wasn't a woman I saw, however. On the bank to the right, I could make out a thin figure. Not too many details were visible, aside from the long horns that sprouted up from its head like that of a deer. The image quickly melted back into the fog and disappeared. Once again, "Help me! Please!" came from the bank. The opposite one, however, the one closest to us. As this happened, the sound of drums came and quickly crescendoed their way all around us, like that of a dozen or more people playing the drums. Rodney told us once again not to look and steered the canoe away towards the center of the river. Like the idiot kid that I was, I looked as large green orbs of light began to appear, along with multiple little men. I say men, but they were all much too short, and the shape wasn't quite right. It was almost like a group of monkeys were all lined up along the shore, just staring at us, as that ghastly cry for help continued to follow, switching sides from time to time. I'm fairly certain that I had wet my pants by then. I don't think I've ever been so scared in my life, including my current age. Unfortunately, our boat trip through hell wasn't quite over yet. The fog was a constant and would swallow everything almost as quickly as it appeared. As terrifying as the things on the bank were, at least they couldn't get to us. Or so I thought. We must have been pretty close to the boat launch by that point, but before we could get there, the sounds of splashing erupted on all sides of us. The occasional slosh of water told us there was something around our boat, and it wasn't long till the knocking began. It was soft at first, more like something was rubbing the sides of the canoe. Then it turned into scratching, but they quickly got louder, as if people were pounding their fist against the sides. It was getting so bad that I thought we were going to tip, and poor old Rodney was rowing like a madman, and the panic on his face as clear as day. He was no longer trying to be silent, and I could even see something trying to grab and pull at the oars. These sort of short black arms that grabbed at whatever they could. Well, we finally made it to the boat launch, Rodney practically throwing us on land. He didn't bother with our bags or fishing stuff either. I was somewhat upset the next day, but I can't blame him one bit. We ran to his truck, still hearing drums beat all around us, now coupled with the sounds of loud growls. And I can't tell you what for sure, but some sort of animals were pacing around the fog on all fours. They kept their distance, thank God. But before we were fully on the road, we were in for one more surprise. The branches and leaves of the trees off to the left of the truck began shuffling. The forest here is thick, so it was hard to see what it was, but some sort of large bird burst through the canopy and shot across the lake. I have never seen anything so monstrously huge in my life. Rodney later told me he believed it was a thunderbird. I'm not sure, but the wingspan was anywhere from 20 to 30 feet long. Since that night, I stayed away from the river. In fact, I moved halfway across the country. I can't really tell you a whole lot else from that night. I never got many answers myself, but I can tell you, however, that I believe in the curse of the Saco River wholeheartedly, as well as its spirits. Do not go into that river, unless, of course, 3 people have already been found dead.
What's up, friends? Thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoyed those stories. If you did, be sure to check out each of the narrators that were featured in tonight's collab. Also, be sure to check out all of the authors. Everybody did such fantastic work tonight, and I am so happy that you all helped me with this project. I just want to say thank you to all the different narrators and authors that helped me with tonight's collaboration. You all did amazing, and I'm so happy that you joined me on this. I'd like to thank the authors that contributed their stories. I would like to thank Nathaniel McMahon for creating such an awesome thumbnail, as well as all the cool little icons you saw throughout the video tonight. Be sure to check out his Twitter profile at ns_McMahon. I wanted to thank everybody for their patience. I know this was supposed to have been released back on New Year's, but I had a lot going on. We recently moved, and we've been just way too busy with the holidays and with the moving and everything else. So it kind of just got pushed aside for the time being, but it is out now. I want to thank everybody for their patience. I know this was a very long video. I think it turned out to be somewhere around 8 hours or something like that. I don't know. But if you stayed throughout the entire thing, well, damn, thank you. I know not everybody is probably gonna sit for a single video for 7 hours, but for what you did stay for, I do appreciate it. I'm sure the narrators that you listen to appreciate it. And with that being said, I am going to take a break. I am exhausted from everything. Putting this whole video together has been a challenge. And so yeah, I'm just gonna take the next week, probably do some gaming, and then once I'm back, I'm gonna try to do more regular uploads, as I now have a lot more time and freedom to do more recording, so stay tuned for that. Well guys, I'm gonna sign off now, and I'll see you all in the next video. And remember, if you can't sleep, just chill.